Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano.
Walk it down.
I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Wait enough.
My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the Executive Director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program. We use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first.
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward. We're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race.
We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed.
Yeah, huge fan of the king boats.
I started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance.
This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I get the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.
Welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters National Championships. Please stand for the national anthem.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters National Championship here in Sarasota, Florida at Nathan Benderson Park. My name is Kendall Chase. Up here in the finishing tower, I will be announcing for today. Right now I am solo, so if you get tired of my voice, you can come up here and tell me to my face because you are stuck with it. We have a great lineup this morning of events. The weather is looking pretty good out there on the course. Looks like a little bit of a slight tail puff coming from the starting line. Hopefully the clouds stay covering the sun like it did yesterday, a little bit of overcast so it doesn't get too hot for all of the competitors. Our first race is coming up here momentarily, the Women's Open B Double, Heat 1. Before we begin, I just want to give a quick shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors, our volunteers, our referees. Without you all, this regatta would not be possible. And again, if any of the athletes today are feeling like they need a little bit of a break from the sun or want a snack, the finish tower on floor 2 is open to all competitors. So come in, grab a little sip of water, grab some food, chill out for a little bit, come say hi. Our finish tower is your finish tower. All right, it looks like we have our first race. All of the boats are locked in the stake boats. In lane 2, we have a boat from New Orleans of Jobin and McKendrick. In lane 3, from Genesee, we have Lennon and Lopes Little. In lane 4, from New Orleans, we have Simmons and Sadenfer. In lane 5, another crew from New Orleans, we have Cooley and Coors. And in lane 6, we have a Sarasota composite of Graddick and Corbett Brown. And this is the women's open B heat 1, but we do have a couple of crews who are rowing down. The Genesee crew in lane 3 is a Cat E. So these two women are ages 55 to 59, rowing in the 36 to 42 age group. And same with the Sarasota composite. They are Cat C rowing down as well. And we are off. It looks like we have a clean start from all crews. It is the Sarasota composite out in lane 6, out to a early lead in their pretty little pink hats and shirts, looking super fly. The Sarasota composite boat has extended their lead to about a length over the rest of the field, followed by Lennon and Lopes Little from Genesee out in lane 3, and then another length back down to the New Orleans crew of Cooley and Coors in lane 5. But this Sarasota composite crew of Graddick and Corbett Brown are continuing to extend their lead, getting open water over the rest of the field. They're looking super strong, super composed, super relaxed, just letting that boat run out from underneath them. Really asserting their dominance here in this first heat of the women's open B double. And since this is a heat, we will be looking for these top 4 finishers to move on to the A final. So unfortunately, one of these crews, this will be their last race for this event. But given what I know about U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals Championships, multiple people race multiple times. So I'm sure that these ladies have more races to go after this. But right now it is that boat from Sarasota really breaking away from the rest of the field. Lennon and Lopes Little from Genesee out in lane 3 continuing to hold that second place position. Followed by Simmons and Staffender in lane 4. Followed by Cooley and Coors from New Orleans in lane 5. And Jobin and McKendrick, also from New Orleans, wrapping up the field in lane 2. The Sarasota crew coming into the final 250. They see those red buoys. It doesn't look like they're taking it up a bit. They know that they have this in the bag. All they have to do is keep doing what they're doing, staying relaxed, staying composed. As these women approach the finish tower, they are looking so together. They're making this look effortless. We'll make sure to keep an eye out for those two in the finals later. But it is Graddick and Corbett Brown coming across the line in this first qualifying position. Great race by those two women. Coming across the line now, we have Lennon and Lopes Little from Genesee in that second qualifying position, followed by Simmons and Sadenfer from New Orleans, and then Cooley and Coors, also from New Orleans. Great racing from all of these women to start off the day. Jobin and McKendrick, another crew from New Orleans, crossing the line now, wrapping up this first event. We've got thumbs up from all the crews. I believe the ref has raised the white flag. There have been no protests. Nice clean race from all of the crews. And we are on to the next heat, again, of the Women's Open B double. We have crew from Capital, Douglas and Acera in lane 2. A crew from Minneapolis, Cartilage and Cartilage. I bet that they're related if I were to make an educated guess. In lane 3. In lane 4, we have Pasiac River with Holtzman and Sendick. In lane 5, a crew from Vero Beach, Zinch and Coughlin. In lane 6, crew from Texas, Orstrom and Cassidy. In lane 7, we have a Capital composite of Heidmus and Crowley. And they are off. And it looks like the crew out in lane 5 had a little bit of a slow start. That's the crew from Vero Beach. They may be out of it at this point. Not really sure what happened to them, but it is the crew from Capital out there in lane 2, Douglas and Acera, who have about a length lead over the rest of the field, very closely followed by the crew from Capital and Texas, vying for that second and third place position right now. That Capital crew of Douglas and Acera continuing to hold that lead. They have a bit of open water over the rest of the field. But on our near side, the Capital composite and the boat from Texas are exchanging bow balls every stroke. Again, these rowers know that we're only looking for the top 4 finishers to move on to the A final. And it looks like these two crews from Texas and Capital are slowly eating away at that early lead that the other Capital crew had. Even though they are on opposite sides of the course, these two crews, Texas and Capital, are pushing each other, which is probably allowing them to eat away at the other Capital crew's lead. And it looks like the Capital composite in lane 7 on the shore side may have taken the lead from the other Capital boat, and they are pulling the Texas double right along with them. This is going to be a really tight finish. Coming into the last 250 meters, it looks like none of these doubles are letting up at all. That Capital composite boat out in lane 7 is bringing up the rate. They want to win this race. They want to make a statement. And from this angle, I cannot tell who is in first, second, or third. So this is a great race coming through. Super tight field. All of these boats have brought up the rate. They know that they have 10 strokes left. And it looks like this crew from Texas may be pulling ahead of Olstrom and Cassidy. And it is Texas as we cross the line, followed by the Capital composite crew in lane 7, followed by the other Capital crew in lane 2. Minneapolis just crossed the line, followed by Pasiac River. Great finish from all of those ladies, really fighting for that first place position, even though this is just a qualifying heat for the final. Vero Beach still in their last little bit of the race, approaching the line. Up next, we have our mixed C double, heat 1. In lane 1, we have a Virginia composite of Mazzullo and De Riviera. In lane 2, from Greenwich, we have Woody and Mills. In lane 3, from Sarasota County, Oberly and Wood. In lane 4, from Alexandria, we have Jones and Vest. In lane 5, from Penn AC, we have Kaplan and Kaplan, probably another relative combination. In lane 6 from Miami, we have Barrera and Actinger Diaz. And in lane 7 from Roe Brevard, we have Crossley and Francis. And we are off, and it looks like the double from Penn AC of Kaplan and Kaplan could be a father-daughter, could be a brother-sister combo, but they're out to an early lead. Kaplan and Kaplan still out there in front, followed by the crew from Greenwich out there in lane 2, who's followed really closely by Sarasota County, Oberly, and Wood. So since this is a heat, we are just looking for the top 4 finishers to move on to the grand final. But right now it is that Kaplan combo from Penn AC out there in lane 6 with a length lead over the rest of the field. Looking super composed, relaxed as they cross over the 500 in, 500 to go. This Penn AC boat is continuing to open up that lead with every stroke, getting a little bit more of open water over that crew from Greenwich, who's sitting comfortably in that second place spot. And we'll see if this boat from Roe Brevard can challenge this Sarasota County crew for that third place position. Both crews will make it through if they hold this position right now. But we do have 7 crews who are looking for 4 positions. But at this point, it is still Penn AC, the Kaplan combo out there in the lead, coming into the last 200 meters of this race. All these crews putting in their last little sprint, trying to get that 4th position to qualify for the final. And it looks like that crew from Greenwich did eat away at Penn AC's lead a little bit, but it will still be Penn AC crossing the line in first place, followed by Greenwich, followed by the Sarasota County crew, followed by Roe-Brevard, the Virginia Composite crossing the line, Alexandria, and Miami. Great racing from all of those mixed doubles. We love to see the fist bumps being passed back and forth after a race, knowing that you guys did everything that you could to back up each other. The white flag is up. But congrats to Kaplan and Kaplan for finishing first in that race. Moving on to the final. Up next, we have our Heat 2 of our mixed C doubles. In lane 2, we have a crew from Texas of Cornett and McGee. In lane 3, another crew from Texas of Wilson and Rodriguez. In lane 4, Lake Las Vegas composite of Tricoli and Carvalho, Wagner, Stolfer. In lane 5, a crew from Lake Purdy, Richardson, and Paget. In lane 6, from Rocky Mountain, Analoro, La Moda, and Francis. And a crew from Minneapolis, Sowens and Kelly in lane 7. And they are off, and it looks like the crew from Rocky Mountain is out to an early lead. It's probably that altitude training that they have, giving them a little bit of an extra advantage. Me being from Colorado, I know the effects of training at altitude and coming down to race at sea level. It's so nice. It feels like the air is just rushing into your lungs whenever you breathe. But unfortunately, I will say that those effects do fade away after being at sea level for a couple of weeks. But I don't think that this crew from Rocky Mountain has been in Florida for a couple of weeks. They definitely have just flown in for this regatta. And all of those crews on the outside, those two Texas crews, the Lake Las Vegas crew and Lake Purdy, are fighting for those second, third, and fourth place positions. Right now, it's that Lake Las Vegas crew slightly in that second place spot. But as we cross the halfway point is that Rocky Mountain crew of Analora Mahodo and Francis, still with that open water lead over the rest of the field. But it is a very close race between those two Texas crews on the outside and Lake Purdy. All of these crews doing what they can to get that fourth place qualifying position for the final later. And unfortunately for that crew from Minneapolis, I don't think that they will be in the final. They have fallen off the back of the pack a little bit. But it is still that Rocky Mountain crew from Colorado in the lead coming into the last 200 meters of the race. And at this point, I could not tell you who is in that fourth place qualifying position between those two Texas crews. It looks like the Texas crew on the outside of Cornett and McGee maybe in that fourth place spot. But coming to the line is the Colorado team from Rocky Mountain, Analahor Mahodo and Francis, followed by the crew from Lake Las Vegas, Lake Purdy, and then the Texas crew of Cornett and McGee, a couple seats over that other Texas crew of Wilson and Rodriguez. So those top 4 crews will be moving on to the final. All right, up next we have our mixed A double, heat 1. We have a Greater Dayton composite of Vandermeer and Bohm in lane 2. We have a Texas crew of Wilson and Evenke in lane 3. We have our Austin crew, Lanky and Gordinko in lane 4. New Orleans crew of Du and Tran in lane 5, and an unaffiliated crew of Joniak and Arnhem in lane 6. And they are off, and it looks like that crew from Greater Dayton is off to an early lead. All of these crews coming off of their high strokes, getting into their nice base pace rhythm. And it looks like the Greater Dayton crew is still out there in the lead, followed very closely by this unaffiliated crew of Joniak and Arnhem. But both of those boats have open water over the rest of the field. The Austin crew in lane 4 in that 3rd place position right now, followed about a couple of seats back to Texas, and then a length to New Orleans. It is still that Greater Dayton composite of Vandermeer and Bohm out there in lane 2, with their length open over the unaffiliated crew, Joniak and Arnhem. These 3 crews in the shot looking super relaxed, super strong. They know that they're over halfway. So here again, we're looking for the top 4 finishers to move on to the final later. But for now, it is Joniak and Arnhem out in lane 6 in that lead. Greater Dayton following them. And then the crews from Texas and Austin in the 3rd and 4th place qualifying position. But it looks like this crew from Austin is making a final surge. We will see if they can catch this Greater Dayton boat. Their stroke rate is at least 6 beats higher than this Dayton crew. And I think that Austin has just overtaken them as they come into the last couple strokes of the race. It will be Joniak and Arnhem on the outside crossing first, followed by Austin, and then Greater Dayton. Texas now crossing the line. That was a great final push by that Austin crew of Langley and Gordinko to catch that Greater Dayton composite crew. Du and Tran from New Orleans just crossing the line. Rowers giving everybody a thumbs up. The referee has shown the white flag, and we are good to go for our next race, which will be mixed A double heat number 2. All of the boats are locked and loaded in the stake boats. In lane 2 from Cincinnati, we have Webkin and Springob. In lane 3 from Atlanta, we have Baker and Foster. In lane 4 from Texas, we have Holly and Ragdran. I definitely didn't say that right. My apologies. In lane 5 from Dallas, we have Ostrich and Burnett. And in lane 6 from New Orleans, we have Cuckrow and Southridge. These crews are just making their final point adjustments, trying to make sure that they start actually straight, pointed in their lane, because no one wants to experience buoys in the first couple strokes of the race, especially when the rate is high and chaos, hopefully controlled chaos, is what's happening. All of these rowers just waiting for the start, taking their last final deep breaths, checking their point, trying to do everything they can to avoid those buoys, because they'll get you. Again, this is heat 2 of the mixed A double. Still looking for those top 4 finishers to move on to the grand final. So unfortunately for one of these crews, they will not be in that final. Still making their last little adjustments to their points. I am not entirely sure why they haven't started yet, but it looks like they have been called to attention. And they're off. Looks like a little bit of a delayed start out there in lane 4 from Texas, but they're still going. And it is a very tight race early on. It looks like those outside lanes from Cincinnati and New Orleans are out there in the front, but it's still very early, very close. New Orleans just doing a little bit of steering to get out of those buoys. Kind of allowing that crew from Cincinnati out there in lane 1 to slip away just a little bit. And it is Webkin and Springbob from Cincinnati with about a length over New Orleans at this point. But crossing 250 in, this is a pretty tight race for that last qualifying position for the final. Atlanta and Dallas exchanging babbles for that 4th place qualifying position at this point. But Cincinnati, Webkin and Springub on the far side, really extending their lead, looking super strong, super long, getting really great boat run. They have a couple lengths of open water back to New Orleans. Kukro and Southwick. But these crews from Dallas, Texas, and Atlanta are very, very tight for those third, fourth, and fifth place positionings. And I don't think at this point that any of those crews will be able to catch that crew from New Orleans. Oh, I'm sorry, Cincinnati in lane 2, who has extended their lead. Cincinnati is followed by New Orleans. And it is going to be a close race for the third and fourth. Coming into the last 200 meters of this race, these rowers are bringing up the rate. They know that a qualifying position is on the line. Cincinnati looking super composed out there in lane 2. They know they have this in the bag. And unfortunately, the crew from Texas has fallen off the back just a little bit. They will not be moving on to the final later today. But coming to the line, it is Cincinnati, and a really tight race for second, third, and fourth. I think it's going to be the New Orleans, followed by Dallas, and then Atlanta. So those 4 crews will be moving on to the A final later. Texas just crossing the line. Great final push from all of those crews. The flag is up, and we are good to go to our next race. Quick shout out to our vendors. We have Stem to Stern. Stop by the Stem to Stern tent in the vendor village to learn more about our partner that helps rowing teams become more diverse and competitive by eliminating barriers that many communities face. Rowing teams can draw from a larger pool of athletes and create a diverse and inclusive environment at their clubs. The Stem to Stern team will also host office hours in the second floor of the finish tower from noon to 1 p.m. every day. So come on in and say hi to our Stem to Stern team. And don't forget that our finish tower does have nice AC and refreshments. Thank you to one of our sponsors, Felipe, our boat supplier for the senior, para, and under 23 U.S. rowing national teams. Unfortunately for myself, I was not on the senior team when Felipe was the supplier. I got to row those nice little yellow boats called Empakers, but I have heard great things about those Felipes. I hear they're quite fast. And it looks like we may have a couple minutes of a delay before this men's lightweight D single, heat 1. They're about 5 minutes behind. We can see the boats lining up behind the starting platforms, but they haven't been pulled in just quite yet. The amount of information that I personally receive here in the finished tower is extremely minimal, so I could not tell you what is happening down there right now. I just see very far away with my eyeballs that no one is in the stake boats. So for now, we wait. Give a little shout out to one of our sponsors, Gutsy. Stop by the U.S. Rowing Clubhouse in the finished tower to cool off in the nice AC and grab a Gutsy. 70% of your body's immune system is in the gut. So boost your immunity by nourishing your gut every day with prebiotics found in every pouch of the plant-based Gutsy organic snacks. And when I was training with the national team, our nutritionist, Liz Fusco, would drop off boxes of Gutsy, and I personally think it's a great snack. It kind of tastes like adult baby food, but it tastes really nice. It's a great post-workout snack, also pre-workout snack because it's kind of easily digestible, tastes really good. It's like a combination of applesauce and oatmeal. They say that I'm going rogue up here with my words. It's just me sitting by myself at this announcing table in the finishing tower. If anyone wants to come say hi, if anyone else wants to announce with me, come on up. We are only a couple races in and I'm already losing my mind. And if anyone from U.S. Rowing or a referee has any information on what the issue is, please feel free to come inform me so I can inform the rest of the venue. Thank you. It looks like they are finally starting to pull into their lanes, so that's good progress. Again, this is the men's lightweight D single, heat 1. So we will be looking for these top 4 finishers to move on to the final, which I'm assuming will be later today. Maybe it's tomorrow. I could not tell you. Just kidding. It is later today. They have a couple of hours between this heat and their final. Row 360 with U.S. Rowing is thrilled to announce that starting January 1st, 2022, all active U.S. Rowing members have access to a digital subscription to Row 360, which is an entirely independent publication seeking only to cover the most inspiring and engaging stories, events, and individuals in this great sport of rowing. You can scan the QR code on your athlete wristband, that's fancy, to activate your subscription today. QR codes on wristbands. We are truly living in 2022. All right, these boats have finally pulled into the starting blocks. It looks like there are more boats in the starting blocks than what we have on our papers. Maybe they are combining races. I do not know. They added another stake boat holder out there in lane 1. The race after this one is the Heat 2 of this men's lightweight D single race. If I were to make an educated guess, since there has been a scratch in the heat after this, they are just combining both of these races together. I don't know if they will make this the final, because this would technically be the final if these were all of the boats, or if they're just going to make this a pre-race where everyone gets to race each other again later. So I'm going to do my best to announce with the information that I have, given that there are 3 additional crews into this event. Looks like U.S. Rowing's also going rogue. We're going rogue up here in the announcing tower. Who knows what this day has in store for us. But we do have in lane 2 from Raleigh, Sean Stephenson. In lane 3 from Greater Dayton, we have Brian White. In lane 4 from New Orleans, we have Marcel Remsen. In lane 5 from OKC Riversport, we have Sean Cook. In lane 6 from Riverside up in Boston, we have Sean Wolf. And it looks like there's a Texas crew in lane 8. Oh, this is a double. We are in a totally different race right now. We are now doing the Men's Open A double, Heat 1. Could not tell you what happened to those 2 lightweight heats. But in lane 1, we have a crew from Ann Arbor of Yost and Savino. In lane 2 from Austin, we have Weichert and Schnepp. In lane 3 from Potomac, we have Scott and Del Sordo. In lane 4, we have a crew from Riverfront Recapture, Whelan and Bueller. In lane 5, a Mobjack composite of Meeker and Thomas. In lane 6, from Virginia, Kilgo and De Rivera. And in lane 7, a crew from Texas of Gates and Rax. And it is this crew from Mobjack, the Mobjack composite, out there in lane 5, out to an early lead, a length over the rest of the field, but it is a very, very tight race coming through the first 250 meters with the crew from Austin slowly falling off the back of the pack. But it is still this crew, the Mobjack composite, out there in lane 5 of Meeker and Thomas, continuing to extend their lead. Outside crews from Ann Arbor and Texas. Ann Arbor following in 2nd position right now. And it looks like there's been a slight push from the Potomac crew, Scott and Del Sordo, coming across halfway. And Ann Arbor looking to overtake Mobjack composite right now out there in lane 1. And from this angle, it looks like they have taken the lead ever so slightly. That's Yost and Savino. Great shot of this crew right now, of those guys from Ann Arbor. They're looking across. Bowman's letting them know that they're in the lead. Just trying to stay out of those buoys, stay out of trouble. So since this is a heat, we'll be looking for these top 4 finishers to move on to the final later today. But it is still that crew from Ann Arbor out in the lead. It looks like Mobjack Composite is currently in second right now, but it is a battle for third, fourth, and fifth. That 4th place position being that last qualifying spot for the final later. These crews taking it up a couple beats, getting that sprint in, making that final push for the line. Great push from that Potomac crew out there in lane 3. But it will be Ann Arbor, Riverfront Recapture, Potomac, and I'm not sure between Texas and Austin. Great hard-fought racing by all of those crews. Great final push in the last little bit of the race. And it will be Ann Arbor, Mobjack Composite, Potomac, and Texas moving on to that final later. So that was our first heat of our Men's Open A double. I could not tell you what happened to those 2 lightweight heats that were supposed to be before that, but it looks like we are moving on to heat 2 of the Men's Open A double. We have in lane 1, Minneapolis of Olskamp and Robbins. In lane 2 from New Orleans, we have Merlino and Simmons. In lane 3, we have an unaffiliated composite of Klein and Chin. In lane 4 from Cincinnati, we have Back and Pack, like a backpack. That's fun. In lane 5 from Austin, we have Gordenko and Elrod. In lane 6, another crew from Austin, Paderewski and Tazzy. And in lane 7, a Miami composite of Silva Urbana and Danielson. All crews are locked and loaded in these stake boats. Taking a peek, making sure they're pointed straight. Trying to avoid those buoys. The sneaky little buoys will come up, grab your oar, slow you down, and no one wants to get slowed down by some buoys. So again, looking for top 4 finishers in this race to move on to the final later. And they are off. Looks like a little shaky start out there in lane 2 from New Orleans. But it is a crew from Cincinnati in lane 4. Looks like they're out to an early lead, and they are followed very closely by this crew in lane 7, this Miami composite. New Orleans recovered very well from that slow start. It looks like it's a very tight field. That Cincinnati crew, backpack in lane 4, taking their backpack to the lead. I can only assume they made this lineup this way, so back was stroking and pack was in bow, because backpack sounds so much better than pack back. If you're wondering if I'm losing my mind, I am. But for now, it is still Cincinnati backpack in the lead, with the Miami Composite in lane 7, exchanging bow balls with New Orleans, who had a little bit of a slow start, but they have recovered really well. And it will be backpacking their way across that 500-meter mark in front. So again, just looking for these top 4 spots to fill the final later. Backpack still out there in front. Miami and New Orleans in those 2nd and 3rd place positions, followed by Minneapolis on the far side. But coming into the red buoys, it is backpack still out in front. And you can see this Miami Composite on the near side, closer to the shore, taking up the rate just a little bit. Will they be able to catch backpack? I think they may catch them. The backpack may just be too heavy for these guys from Cincinnati. The Miami Composite's making a great push as we come to the line from lane 7, closest to the shore, and they have overtaken backpack. Great push from Silva, Urbania, and Danielson coming across the line in that first qualifying position. Miami, it will be the Cincinnati crew of backpack, followed by New Orleans, and then on the outside, Minneapolis. So those 4 crews will move on to the final later. That Austin crew just wanted to say hi to that big orange buoy at the finish line. Giving it a little love tap with the bow ball. Great racing from all of those doubles. Great push from that Miami Composite at the end to overtake backpack. And I don't think anyone is protesting at this point. And I think at this point, everybody, we do have a 30-minute break in racing. Again, I don't know what happened to those 2 lightweight men's D singles. Those 2 heats just kind of vanished into thin air. I will try to get some more information on that in our break. But for now, if you're hot, come into the finish tower, hang out in the AC, grab a snack, drink some water. It's a nice shot of our great volunteers, our stake boat holders, who make things so much easier for the rowers. So thank you for volunteering your time to hold on to the sterns of our competitors. Again, my name is Kendall Chase. I hope everyone is having a good morning so far. I will be back in a couple of minutes to resume the racing. Racing will begin again at 8:54 with the Women's Open A double, heat number 1.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment, and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here right now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program. We use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first?
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. R. Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward. We're at the Nationals.
I want to thank R. Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race.
We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed.
Yeah, huge fan of the King boat.
Started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance.
This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I get the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight, and it just like responds so quickly.
And we are back in action. The boats for this Women's Open A double heat 1 are pulling into the blocks. I also have a little bit of an update from that men's lightweight D heats 1 and 2 this morning that seemed to just vanish into thin air. Apparently one of the rowers did not make weight this morning, so they will be moving that to just a straight final later this afternoon. So here we have our Women's Open A double heat 1. In lane 1 from New Orleans, we have Johns and Coors. In lane 2 from Austin, we have Reincourt and Brandon. In lane 3 from Lincoln Park Boat Club, we have Taft and Lapeer. In lane 4, also from Austin, we have Whelan and Langley. In lane 5 from Salem, we have Rise and Jennings. In lane 6 from Texas, we have Marcinkus and Rodriguez. And in lane 7, we have Texas with Wilson and Hawley. All boats getting aligned, making their final adjustments. Everyone in this race, since it is an Open A heat event, these rowers are age 27 through 35 years old. Just making some final adjustments to these points. And they are off. This near side Texas crew hitting a couple of buoys, trying to get back into their lane. But early on, it is one of the crews from Austin in lane 2 of Rancourt and Brandon out to a slight lead. And it looks like that crew from Texas of Wilson and Hawley are hot on their tails. But it is still super early into the race. These rowers approaching 250 meters in. It is very close between most of these crews. The crew from Lincoln Park Boat Club falling off the pace just a little bit out there in lane 3. But again, it is still early, so there is a chance that they might come back if they dig deep enough. But for now, it is that crew of Rancourt and Brandon from Austin in lane 2. That Austin boat with a slight lead over the rest of the field. And it looks like Whelan and Langley, also from Austin, in lane 4, slowly eating away at their fellow teammates, the other Austin's boats lead, as we approach the halfway point of this race. So these two Austin boats breaking away from the rest of the field. But this is a heat, and we will be looking for the top 4 finishers for those qualifying positions for the final later today. And this Austin boat of Whelan and Langley is doing a really good job staying internal, staying within their race plan, just eating away at that early lead that Rancourt and Brandon had established early on. And they have taken the lead as we approach those red buoys, signifying 250 meters left of the race. But it is going to be a very tight race for that 4th place qualifying position. We have these two outside crews from Texas battling it out with New Orleans on the outside. It looks like those 3 crews are pretty much all even across New Orleans, Texas, and Texas. We have these 2 Austin crews battling it out. We have these 2 Texas crews battling it out. And Salem from lane 5 pushing Texas's pace. And it looks like that Reincourt and Brandon combo from Austin has responded to the other Austin of Whelan and Langley's push early on. And it's going to be Reincourt and Brandon, if I were to guess, coming across the line in that 1st place position, moving on to the final. New Orleans on the outside. And I think Salem may have been on that surge, crossing the line in that 4th place qualifying position over Texas. We'll have to wait and see for the official times. Salem did edge out Texas by 2/100ths of a second. Again, those are unofficial times, but there looks like there are no protests. So those 4 crews will be moving on to the A final later. Great racing from all of those rowers, really making a nice strong push at the end of the race to secure their position in the final later today. Up next, we have Heat 2 of the same event, Women's Open A double. We have 6 crews in lane 2 from Riverfront Recapture, Liker and Nichols. In lane 3 from Pasiac River, Holzman and Sennett. In lane 4, another crew from Riverfront Recapture, Claflin, Mongillo, and Personic. In lane 5 from Jacksonville, Wath and Miller. In lane 6, a Capital Composite of Douglas and Heedmas. And in lane 7 from Cincinnati, Springub and Urbanic. And this crew from in lane 3 from Pasiac River is actually a Cat D, which means that these ladies average 51 years of age, competing against everyone else in this event who is in their 30s, ranging 30 to 35. So Holtzman and Senek are rowing down. Good for them, challenging these younger athletes. We'll see if their age comes with experience. All the boats look like they're aligned. Bow seats making their final adjustments. And they are off. Looks like lane 6, the Capital Composite, had a pretty good start. This is a good shot of them now. And it is these 3 inside lanes of Jacksonville, Capital, and Cincinnati out to an early lead over the field. Capital with their bow ball out in front. Most of these crews now at this point, as we approach 250 meters in, coming out of their high strokes, shifting down to their base pace rhythm, getting into their groove. And it is this crew from Capital, Douglas and Heidmus from lane 6, out there in the lead with about a length over Jacksonville. Wathan Miller in lane 5, followed very closely by Springup and Urbanic from Cincinnati in this near lane 7. So again, we are looking for these top 4 finishing positions to move on to the final later. And as I just mentioned earlier, in lane 3, this Pasiac River crew, whose average age is 51 years old, is hanging in the mix a little bit for this 4th place position. They have at least 20 years of experience over the rest of the field. And it looks like for now that experience is paying off. They are in that 4th place qualifying position right now as we cross halfway. This is a nice shot of this Capital composite out in lane 6, coming down the course in the lead, staying super composed, super relaxed, letting those blades just drop right in the water. They don't look like they're too stressed, staying composed. And it looks like Jacksonville and Cincinnati are exchanging bow balls for those 2nd and 3rd place positions. Not that it really matters at this point because we are just looking for top 4 to move to the A final. So for that 4th place final qualifying position, it is going to be a battle between those Cat D rowers, Holzman and Senek from Pasiac River, battling it out with Riverfront Recapture on the outside. And you can see those Pasiac River rowers, Holtzman and Senek, bringing up the rate just a little bit. They know that they are in contention for that 4th place qualifying position if they can just edge out Riverfront Recapture as they come into the last 20 strokes of this race. But it is this Capital boat crossing the line. Followed by Jacksonville and Cincinnati. And these slightly older ladies from Pasiac River are doing a great job qualifying for that final later today, finishing 4th in this Heat 2 of the Women's Open A double. So unfortunately, Riverfront Recapture, both Riverfront Recapture boats will be missing out on that final later. But great job from all of these crews. Huge shout out to Holtzman and Sinek for having 20 years on the rest of the field and still qualifying for that A final later. I guess these ladies are proving that with age comes experience. And that experience for them paid off. And it looks like we have another little break. Racing will begin again at 9:30. So in 25 minutes, we will have our first final of the day, the mixed E4. It'll be a dual race between Sagatuck and Riverfront Recapture. So take the next 25 minutes, grab a snack, cool off in the finish tower, and we will see you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment, and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here right now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets, and not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program, we use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first?
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward. We're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program. We use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first.
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward, we're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race.
We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed. Yeah, huge fan of the king boats.
I started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance.
This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I get the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.
Just a couple of announcements before we get our next session underway. We are looking for a couple of stake boat holders. So if you are able to, please come to the volunteer tent behind the grandstands for your free t-shirt. In my personal experience, stake boat holding is a fun little activity to do. I have done it in the past. You get nice and close up to the action. This is another reminder that the weigh-in window, if you are a lightweight, takes place between 6 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. and the weigh-in tent is located next to the U.S. registration tent. Thank you. So just to repeat that, the weigh-in window closes at 10:30 a.m. If you are a coxswain or a lightweight and have not weighed in, please make your way to the weigh-in tent before it closes. All right, we do have our next event in the stake boats. This is our mixed E4 final, the first final of the morning. In lane 4 on the far side, we have a crew from Sagatuck. And in lane 5, closest to the shore, is a crew from Riverfront Recapture. So this will be a dual type event with these two crews, Sagatuck and Riverfront Recapture, battling it out for that first place spot. Both crews will come away with medals regardless, because there's only two of them. It looks like they have been called to attention and they are off. Both crews off to a clean start, no mishaps. But it does look like that far crew from Sagatuck is off to a lead. And in these dual type races, it is nice to get out early and hopefully stay ahead. It's a little bit of an emotional advantage over the other crew. And for now, it does look like Sagatuck is in that first place position. From this angle, it looks like they may have a length, maybe some slight open water over Riverfront Recapture. It seems like our drone may be taking a nap right now. I don't know where the drone is. Shout out to Kirk from US Rowing for being our drone pilot, or one of them. But for now, it is this Sagatuck crew, stroked by Coffin, out in front. A pretty commanding lead over Riverfront Recapture as we approach the halfway point. Saugatuck looking super composed and relaxed. They know that they have this in the bag if they just keep doing their thing, staying focused in their lane. This margin is pretty significant, so it's going to be pretty tough for Riverfront Recapture to catch back up. But again, this is rowing, and you never know what's going to happen. Yesterday, we saw a couple flips. There are a couple crabs. It's pretty rare for a coxed 4 to flip, but it's not impossible. But for now, Saugatuck is still afloat with this commanding lead over Riverfront Recapture. Continuing to extend their lead with every stroke. As we enter into the red buoys, signifying the final 250 meters of this race, it is Saugatuck with this commanding lead over Riverfront Recapture. These rowers not looking like they're letting off at all as they come into the last strokes of this first final of the day. Medals are on the line, but it looks like Saugatuck is going to come away with gold medals around their necks. Coming to the line, it is going to be Saugatuck with the gold medal. I don't want to call that an easy win because there's nothing easy in the sport of rowing, but those 4 rowers and 1 coxswain just dominated over this Riverfront Recapture crew, who's coming now into their last couple strokes of their race. A nice, hard-fought effort from those rowers from Riverfront. Our next event is also a final. I am pretty sure that all of the events, except for a couple later on in the day, are finals, so medals are on the line. The next event is the mixed C double final. These rowers aging from 43 to 49. In lane 1 from Texas, we have Cornet and McGee. In lane 2 from Sarasota County, local crew of Oberly and Wood. In lane 3 from Lake Las Vegas, Tricoli and Carvalho. In lane 4 from Penn AC, the Kaplan combo. In lane 5 from Rocky Mountain, we have Ana Laura Lamada and Francis. And in lane 6 from Greenwich, Woody and Mills. In lane 7 from Lake Purdy, Richardson and Paget. And wrapping up the field in lane 8 from Roe Brevard is Crossley and Francis. This 8-boat final, all boats vying for those top 3 finishing positions. Kaplan and Kaplan coming first in their heat earlier, along with the crew from Rocky Mountain, Colorado, my home state, Ana Laura Lamada and Francis. And they are off these mixed C doubles in this final. All boats pretty tight across. It's looking like this crew from Greenwich, Woody and Mills are out to a slight early lead, followed very closely by Kaplan and Kaplan from Penn AC. And it looks like those 2 Kaplans are making a little bit of a push into this early lead from Greenwich. as we approach 250 meters into this race. These rowers still have 750 meters left, which is a pretty significant distance in the sport of rowing. A lot can happen in that time. Bodies get fatigued, buoys get caught. All these rowers looking like they're staying pretty nice and straight in their lane. But for now, it is this Kaplan-Kaplan combo from Penn AC with a slight edge over this Woody and Mills crew from Greenwich in lane 6. It is a battle for that third place position right now. From 4 crews, I'd say. Sarasota County out there in lane 2. Lake Las Vegas in lane 3 is currently in that third place spot. But Rocky Mountain and Roe Brevard are also in the mix. But right now it is Kaplan and Penn AC out there in those top 2 positions, battling it out for that 1 and 2 spot on the podium. The rowers are over halfway, less than 500 meters to go in this mixed C double final. It is pretty much dead across for that third place position. But for right now, it is the Kaplan-Kaplan combo from Penn AC dominating this race, extending their lead over Greenwich. It looks like Kaplans do have a little bit of open water lead over Woody and Mills from Greenwich. Looking super composed and calm, coming into the red buoys, signifying 250 meters to go. These 2 Kaplans looking super composed, super strong. Blades are super direct to the water. They're absolutely dominating this field. They want that gold medal around their neck at the end of this. That Kaplan crew from Penn AC. This is going to be a fight for the bronze medal between Sarasota County, Lake Las Vegas, Rocky Mountain, and Roe Brevard. But Penn AC continues to extend their lead as they sprint to the line for that gold medal. It is going to be Penn AC coming across in that first place position, followed by Greenwich in their screaming yellow hats. And this crew from lane 3 in Lake Las Vegas has secured that bronze medal. Great racing from all of these crews. Really hard fought for those podium positions. Wrapping up the field, we have Lake Purdy from lane 7 crossing with Texas on the outside in lane 1. Congratulations to Kaplan and Kaplan. I'm assuming they're relatives working together hard, representing Penn AC to win this mixed C doubles final. In our next event, we have the mixed double A double final. This will be a 6-crew final. In lane 2 from River City, we have Williams and Platts. In lane 3 from Cincinnati, Height and Urbanic. In lane 4 from Dallas, Osman and Cusack, my bad. In lane 5 from Salem, Rise and Rise, another, I'm assuming, relative combo. In lane 6 from Greater Columbus, Bushman and Brown. And in lane 7, Riverfront Recapture with Kilbourne and Franklin. And we are off in this third final of the morning. These crews battling it out for those top 3 medal positions on the podium. And for now, it is that Greater Columbus crew, Bushman and Brown, out in lane 6 with an early lead, about a length up on the rest of the field. It is still super early on. It looks like lane 7 from Riverfront Recapture is flirting a little bit with those buoys, trying to get back into their lane. But for now, it is Greater Columbus continuing to extend their lead, followed by this Rise combo from Salem in second place right now, followed closely behind by this Dallas crew, Osman and Kuzak. But you can't discount that outside crew of River City, Williams and Platts in lane 2. They are not far behind that third place spot right now. It is this crew out in lane 6 from Greater Columbus, Bushman and Brown. As we approach the halfway point of the race, they have a length over the second place crew from Salem, Rise and Rise. This Greater Columbus crew looking super composed, super relaxed. These two from Greater Columbus, Bushman and Brown, looking really together. They know that they can finish this race in first place if they just keep doing what they are doing. Staying internal, focusing on themselves, staying in their lane. Salem continue to hold that second place position, followed by Dallas in lane 4. But we shall see if River City can make a final little push on the outside lane. Williams and Platts. If they have enough gas in the tank for a sprint, they could easily obtain this bronze medal. But the time to go is now for those two rowers from River City to try to make it on that podium. And this Salem crew has eaten away at the lead that Greater Columbus has had. I don't know if they're going to have enough room to catch them completely coming into the finish. It is going to be Greater Columbus securing that gold medal, followed really closely by Salem. Is River City going to catch Dallas? No, Dallas is going to hold on to that bronze medal. And Riverfront Recapture crossing the line now, wrapping up the field. Great racing from all of those doubles. Congratulations to the crew from Greater Columbus, Bushman and Brown, for coming away with that win in the mixed double A doubles. Up next, we have our mixed single A double final. In lane 1 from Texas, we have Wilson and Ivanecki. In lane 2 from Dallas, we have Ostrich and Burnett. In lane 3 from Austin, we have Langley and Gordenko. In lane 4 from Cincinnati, we have Webkin and Springub. In lane 5, a Greater Dayton composite of Vandermeer and Bohm. In lane 6 from New Orleans, Cuckbro and Southwick. In lane 7, an unaffiliated crew, Joniak and Arnhem. In lane 8 from Atlanta, we have Baker and Foster. All of these crews are locked and loaded in the stake boats. Everyone taking their last couple of deep breaths before the race. Relaxing their bodies, relaxing their minds, trying to stay composed. trusting that they've put in the training. And at this point, all you have to do is turn your mind off and let your body do the work that you've trained it to do. We have a hand up. All crews making slight final adjustments, and they are off to the races in this mixed single A doubles final. All crews look like they've had a clean start. And it does look like it's the crew in lane 5 out to an early lead. That's a Greater Dayton composite of Vandermeer and Bohm. Looking super strong. You can see the effort that they're putting behind those blades. Really suspending that body weight off of the oars. They're continuing to open up their lead. But just a couple seats back, we have the crew in lane 7, Joniak and Arnhem. And right next to Greater Dayton on their port side is Cincinnati, Webkin, and Springham in that 3rd place position right now. But for now, it is Vandermeer and Bohm still out in front, that Greater Dayton composite. We'll see if these crews from Cincinnati and this unaffiliated crew of Joniak and Arnhem crossing over halfway will have enough in the tank to catch this Greater Dayton composite of Vandermeer and Bohm. The margin between those 3 crews has not changed a whole lot in the past 250 meters. Vandermeer and Bohm still have a little bit of open water, but there's still a lot of race left. We have a nice little chevron shape going from the middle to the outside. But these 3 crews, Cincinnati, Greater Dayton Composite, and this unaffiliated crew of Joniak and Arnhem are fighting for these podium positions right now. It looks like it is still this Greater Dayton Composite out in front in that gold medal position. But will they be caught by Cincinnati and this unaffiliated crew? Cincinnati making a nice last final push coming into the last 20 strokes of the race. It is truly a battle for 2nd and 3rd at this point between Cincinnati and this unaffiliated crew of Joniak and Arnhem. As we come to the line, it is Greater Dayton across, then Joniak and Arnhem, and then Cincinnati in 3rd for that bronze medal. Greater Dayton definitely pleased with that race, giving each other some high fives. They know that they'll have that gold medal around their neck in no time, but I'm assuming that those two have multiple races left. Great racing from all of those mixed doubles in this mixed A final. Up next, we have our men's open I through K double final. So these ages are ranging from 75 to as old as it gets. In lane 3, a Potomac composite, Pasternak and Sutliff. In lane 4 from Palm Beach, Green and Spencer. In lane 5 from Sarasota County, Dobson and Osinvisky. In lane 6 from Virginia, LeBlanc and Bosshard. So we have 2 finals within this one final. The boat in lane 3 from Potomac is J, and they are the only J boat in this race. The other 3 crews from Palm Beach, Sarasota County, and Virginia are category I. So it'll be those 3 crews that are closest to the shore fighting for those gold, silver, and bronze medals. And as a younger rower, it is really inspiring to see all of these, I don't want to call them elderly, but older, seasoned veteran rowers still out there, still competing, still dropping those leg bombs like they did probably when they were my age. That's how you know you really love the sport, if you're still doing it when you're into your 70s and 80s. And the average age for this Potomac composite is 84, which is truly incredible. And they are off, and it looks like the boat from Palm Beach, Green and Spencer, is out to an early lead. Followed very closely by Virginia in lane 6. LeBlanc and Bosshard. You can see that stroke seat from that Palm Beach crew taking a little peek over his starboard shoulder, checking out where they are in the field, and he knows that they're up. But Virginia's coming. Virginia has made a push. They have eaten away at Palm Beach lead. LeBlanc and Bosshard from Virginia trying to make a push as they cross 250 in. And LeBlanc and Bosshard have taken over the lead ever so slightly. I may have spoken too soon. Palm Beach they are exchanging bow balls, these 2 crews, I'd say. Palm Beach and Virginia. Sarasota County currently sitting in that 3rd place position, Dobson and Osinvisky. And the Potomac composite in the J category, average age 84, Pasternak and Sutliff out there in lane 3, holding down the fort for that J category. Right now, as we cross the halfway point, 500 in, 500 to go, it is this crew from Palm Beach, Green and Spencer, out in front, about a length up over Virginia with LeBlanc and Bosshard. And these 2 crews really opening up the lead over the other half of the field. LeBlanc and Bosshard looking super composed. Looking super easy to spot in their bright neon pink shirts. Oh, I'm sorry, that is the neon pink from Palm Beach, Green and Spencer out in front still. LeBlanc and Bosshard trying to catch this crew. They've eaten away a little bit of that lead. Are they going to have enough gas in the tank, LeBlanc and Bosshard, to catch Green and Spencer for that gold medal in this men's open I through K doubles final? For now, it is still Palm Beach out in the lead. But Virginia is making a little bit of push on this inside lane. They have about a half a length to make up at this point to catch this Palm Beach crew of Green and Spencer. Green and Spencer, knowing that LeBlanc and Bossard are hot on their tails coming into the last 5 strokes of this race. But it is Green and Spencer from Palm Beach that is going to secure that gold medal, and Virginia, LeBlanc and Bossard with the silver. Pasternak and Sutliff from Potomac crossing the line in 3rd place, but they will still walk away with the gold in their J category. And Dobson and Osinovisky from Sarasota County with the bronze. Great racing from all of those older guys, seasoned veterans, if you will. Truly inspiring to watch you all compete. Up next, we have the Women's Open F final. In lane 1 from Averion Lachine is Veronica Nikula. In lane 2 from Minneapolis, we have Kristen Miller. In lane 3 from Sarasota County, Tamara Curry. And in lane 4 is Laura Tadost from Sarasota County, whose 60th birthday is today. Happy birthday, Laura. We'll see if you can have a gold medal around your neck. That'll be a great birthday present to earn. In lane 5 from YMCA Rock River, we have Joan Altman. And in lane 6, we have Kathleen Davis from Sagatuck. And in lane 7, we have Christine Flowers from SAC. And we have another fellow announcer who's joined me in the booth, Lauren Crumley. Welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here. First race that I'll be commentating in the Women's Open F single, looks like. So what age category is the F category specifically? Is that 60?
So it's 60 through 64.
Okay, great. Yesterday I was out and I saw a whole range from the AA to the K category of people racing. So it's great to see such a wide range of rowers at this event down here in Sarasota.
Absolutely. And this race, the ages range from 55 to 69, with Joan Altman rowing down a couple categories out in lane 5 from YMCA Rock River. And at this point in the race, it looks like it is Kathleen Davis from Sagatuck out in lane 6 with a slight lead.
Yeah, it looks like she's edging that bow ball just ahead, but followed closely by positions 2, 3, and 4 right now. Going bow ball to bow ball back and forth between those 3 boats for those silver and bronze positions. And it looks like Kathleen Davis might be getting passed a little bit by that boat out of lane 4, Sarasota County. Looks like that bow ball is creeping up as well. These races are just 1,000 meters compared to the distance more people might be familiar with of the standard 2K, so that means in this shorter distance, there's less time to kind of build that base in the middle, and you go from that starting sprint to that finishing sprint way quicker than in a 2K.
Absolutely. The race is basically over if you blink. At least for spectators. If you're racing, it's a little bit longer. But These crews right now are past halfway. It looks like it is Veronica Nikula from Averion Lachine out in lane 1 with about a half a length lead over the rest of the field, but this is going to be a battle for these podium positions.
Yeah, Veronica in lane 1 is taking a nice move through the middle of this race right here. She was kind of in that dead even position for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and now she's moving really nicely. Pretty efficient stroke rating right there. You can see it on the screen on your far side in lane 1. She is still being pursued by lane 6, Kathleen Davis. In lane 4, Laura Terdost out of Sarasota County as well. This one is going to be tight across the line. And in this event that is a final, all of these athletes are racing for medals.
And it is Laura, it looks like, who's in the lead right now, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like she's got just a slight edge right here from our view, right here at the finish line. As they're coming in these red buoys right here, it's time for them to put on the gas, see who's going to take those top 3 spots to get the medals. And right now in lane 1, we are seeing a really good push.
Lane 1 is Veronica Nikula. She is out in front right now. But it is going to be a fight for the silver and bronze medal. It looks like it is birthday girl Laura Terdost, who is currently in that 2nd place spot. But there's a push from Joan Altman.
First across the line.
So it's Veronica Nikula, Laura Terdost, and then Joan Altman for those medals.
And now we have that boat out of lane 7, Christine Flowers out of SAC coming across the line. You can hear that beep right there. And it looks like our final boat is Joan Altman out of YMCA Rock River, it looks like. And all competitors are across the line in the Women's Open F single final.
Great racing from all of those women. Again, happy 60th birthday to Laura Terdost. Congratulations for making it on the podium in this Women's Open F final. And our next race is underway, the men's lightweight F final. In lane 3, we have James Bodie from Sarasota County. In lane 4, we have Raul Arlano from Miami. In lane 5, we have Charles Windenecht from Baltimore. And in lane 6, Gerald Savage from Commencement Bay.
So just 4 boats in this next final coming up. In this lightweight F event, our competitors in the F category are the 60 to 64 age range, just like that last race here. And same thing, that 1,000 meter distance, this race is gonna go a lot quicker. Well, not gonna feel quick in the moment, but a lot quicker than a 2K distance. So for those of you watching, the athletes are just off those starting blocks right now, coming through the course right here.
And having these races be just 1,000 meters allows for these competitors to be able to race multiple times. I know there are some competitors out there who are racing upwards of in 8 events, which would be, I don't want to say impossible, but close to impossible if this race was a 2,000 meter race. That would be a lot on the body.
Absolutely. Looks like we have Charles Windenknecht out of Baltimore in the first place position right now, but it looks like he is being chased pretty well by Gerald Savage out of Commencement Bay. That bow ball of Gerald's boat inching into the stern deck of the Charles Windenknecht boat out of Baltimore really nicely right here. As you can see on your screen, we've got kind of an aerial view from the side right here where you can see that boat just working up.
And it looks like Charles Windenecht from Baltimore has a sliver of open water over Gerald Savage from Commencement Bay.
Yep, that Baltimore boat is moving really nicely right here. We can see he's moving efficiently at both his catch and finish positions. For those of you who aren't familiar with rowing, it is all in the legs. That is where all of that power is coming from. And both those boats out of Baltimore and Commencement Bay that we see in those top 2 spots right now are doing a really good job of that.
And at this point, it looks like the field is pretty spread out with Windeneck out in front, Savage following in second. Ariano from Miami is trailing the field in lane 4. And James Bodie from Sarasota County is in that 3rd place position right now in lane 3. And it looks like Charles Windeneck from Baltimore is taking the rate up just a little bit, opening his already commanding lead over the field.
You can see those red buoys on your screen right now. The athletes are in that last 250 of the race, approaching the finish line, taking those sprints by both taking the rate up and increasing that power in that final push right here. Again, this is a final right here, so these athletes are rowing for the medals. Your medals can be grabbed right next to the finish tower. When you are concluded with your race, you can grab them right there. It looks like we've got our first boat out of lane 5 across the line, closely followed by that lane 6 boat of Gerald Savage. That'll be our lane 3 boat of James Bodie from Sarasota County, grabbing that bronze.
And wrapping up the field from lane 4 is Raul Ariano from Miami crossing the line.
Congrats to all the competitors in that men's lightweight F single final. All of them across the line right here. You can see a nice shot of the finish line, the area past the finish line here at Nathan Benderson Park. Really great facility down here. If you have not had the chance to come down here, a really great facility with the full 2K race course that is being used, 1K for this race, and an island with a whole lot of vendors and other things like that. If you are here right now, make sure to stop by the U.S. Rowing Clubhouse, the marketplace, and other vendors where you can pick up some fun stuff.
There is a lot of fun stuff out there, Lauren. And our next race is locked and loaded in the starting blocks. It is the Women's Open D8 final, our first 8th race of the day. In lane 4 from Capital, and in lane 5, Masters Coaching.
Nice shot right here of those boats getting right off the start. That starting sequence is high, it's quick. To get that boat powered up and moving, moving a lot of weight from a dead stop is not easy.
It is not easy indeed. Trying to build that speed up from 0 to base. But both crews look like they have had a good start. And from this angle, it is hard to tell who is out in front. But it is this near crew from Masters Coaching in lane 5 who has the early lead, just a couple seats over Capital. But Capital is still in this. This is not a runaway race at this point.
Nope, you can make a big difference in that start, but the race cannot be won or lost at the beginning. It matters what you do all the way down the course. I know there are so many situations where it looks like a crew is down, and then they work their way back through the race, and you never really know what's going to happen. Right now, that lane 5 boat of Masters Coaching looks like their coxswain is right on the 6th seat of that Capital boat, so just a couple seats on them. I am a coxswain myself, and I would guess that that coxswain out of that Masters Coaching boat right now as they kind of are in their rhythm, in their middle of the race right here, is trying to take those seats away from that boat out of Capital one by one, calling her crew through that other boat. Looks like they've taken another, possibly still sitting on that 6th seat, it looks like from this angle, panning away right here, so can't tell exactly.
It is still a very close race as these boats cross the halfway point. 500 in, 500 to go on this 1,000-meter course. But Capital is not out of it.
Nope.
They are not letting this Masters Coaching 8 run away with this win. It looks like they've even come back a couple of seats, at least from this angle that we have on the drone.
Yeah, it looks like that Masters Coaching coxswain is right in that stern pair now as opposed to that middle 4 more so.
This is a great tight race between these two crews.
Both of these crews are catching pretty much at the same time, so you don't even have a moment where one is shifting forward just a bit while one's driving and one's recovering. So we've got in sync in the speed right here pretty much between these Capital and Masters Coaching boats. They're approaching their sprints right now. Let's see what these crews are going to do as they come into the finish. Who's going to take it up when?
Yeah, these rowers see the red buoys. They know it's time to go. They see the boat next to them. They can feel them. They're right there. Both of these crews are pretty much even from this perspective. Coming into the last 20-ish strokes of this race, these women emptying their tanks, trying to get that gold medal.
Looks like from our position at the finish line right here, that lane 4 boat out of Capital is moving right here. Looks like they might have it, but that lane 5 boat out of Masters Coaching is still inching up. It is going to be a tight one. Let's listen for the sound of those horns. Bow ball to bow ball right here. Wow.
That was a very tight finish between Capital and Masters Coaching, but I do think that Capital just edged out Masters Coaching by a couple tenths of a second. Great racing from those two crews. Really hard-fought duel. And as a spectator, it's always more entertaining to watch a race where it's not just a runaway. So thank you to those two crews for giving us, the announcers and the spectators, something exciting to watch on this Friday morning here in Sarasota, Florida at the beautiful venue of Nathan Benderson Park.
Oh my God, we'll pull anybody in, won't we? It's like, let's get an intern in here.
I did it in Tennessee. And now we have the men's lightweight D singles in the blocks. This race is 8 lanes across. Sarasota has a lot of lanes right here that can be used. So we will have 8 boats competing for the gold, silver, and bronze right here. Starting in lane 1 and moving across right now, we have Marcel Remsen out of New Orleans, Sean Stevenson out of Raleigh, Greg Simmons, Sarasota, Sean Wolf, Riverside, Sean Cook, OKC River Sport, Joel Griffith, River City, Brian White, Greater Dayton, and Anthony Tuzard from Miami Beach. Those are your athletes in this men's lightweight D single final. You can see right now the stake boat holders are holding on to the sterns of these boats. You can see they're adjusting their points, trying to stay as straight as possible right here as they're waiting for this race to go off. Personally, I find this is the most stressful part of the race, just sitting in the blocks about to go, but not able to go quite yet. There's just a lot of stress in that moment. You just want to go, you want to start that race. And right now they're trying to keep those points as straight as possible. So when the starter announces the that command for go, that they get out the blocks as fast as possible. So we can see a really great shot right now of all 8 boats sitting in those blocks right here. Looks like that boat closest to our screen is adjusting their point a little bit more right now. And then we should be ready to start any moment. The people who are holding those boats, if you are not familiar, are called stake boat holders. These are volunteers who any regatta would not be able to run without, so these athletes can stay in place when the race starts. So really big thank you to all of the volunteers and especially the stake boat holders right here who are allowing these races to run. Could not be done without them here or at any regatta.
And if you are interested in being a stake boat holder, please go see us at the U.S. Rowing tent. And they are off. These men's lightweight D rowers.
Like we said, we've got a pretty full field of 8 boats right here, 3 medals on the line. We've got lots of lanes across right here, and it looks like we are already seeing off the start some separation with these crews. Looks like we've got that lane 5 boat out of OKC River Sport, and that lane 6 boat of Joel Griffith making a strong push off the start.
Yeah, it does look like Joel Griffith is out there. He's currently in 2nd place. Sean Stevenson from Raleigh out in lane 2 is currently in the lead. But Griffith is following him very close behind, those two currently in the top 2 positions. Stevenson with about a half a length up over Griffith from River City.
And being in a single is a really, really tough boat class. As a coxswain, I have never rowed in a single scull, but from what I have heard, it is one of the most difficult boat classes because it is just you in there. You're the stroke, you're the bow, you're the coxswain who's doing any steering or motivation. So these athletes are staying super mentally tough as they're coming down the course during these races because they are really the only ones affecting the outcome. So everyone in this race right now is working really, really hard, not only physically but mentally as well, to make it down to this finish line and hopefully put themselves in contention for one of those medals on the line in this race.
You're absolutely right, Lauren. The single is one of the hardest boats to row. For me personally, I prefer to have a teammate. Helps me stay accountable. When it's just myself, sometimes it's easy to get lost in your thoughts. But when you have a teammate, you want to pull hard for your teammate and not just yourself. But these guys in these lightweight singles are pushing pretty hard as they come into the last 250 meters. It does look like Griffith may be out in front right now, ever so slightly over Stevenson. From this angle, it is still pretty hard to tell, but it is those two solidly out in front. It is going to be a battle for this bronze medal between lanes 4, 5, and 8.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight finish for that 3rd place position right here.
And Stevenson on the outside coming in about a length over Griffith.
Yeah, Griffith making a really strong push for that silver medal right here out of lane 6. You should hear those horns as they cross over, and that's our gold and silver.
And it is Sean Cook from Sean Wolf in lane 4 from Riverside crossing the line in that 3rd place position. Congratulations, Sean.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Wolf just edged out Sean Cook for that bronze medal position right there through the line. Congrats to all the crews for those medal contention, and congrats to all the crews in this race right here in the men's lightweight D single. We still have 2 boats to cross the line in this 8-boat final right here. The view you're seeing on your screen right now just past the finish line and now panning over to those finish line buoys right here. We can see our boat coming across the line in 7th place I believe that boat is our lane 2 boat right there, Sean Stevenson. Looks like we've got 3 Seans in this race.
A lot of Seans, and I'm not entirely sure where this rower is going right now. He seems to be rowing in lane 0. I'm not sure if he's trying to get off the course or not. He still has some time. Sir, you should check it down. Finish line's this way. Got a couple more strokes.
Looks like he's straightened back out and will be crossing that line. Just heard that beep right there. That is Brian White out of Greater Dayton, I believe, just crossing the line right there in that men's lightweight D single final.
Up next, we have our Women's Open B double final. A full 8-boat across final in lane 1 from Minneapolis. We have 2 cartilages, cartilage and cartilage. In lane 2 from New Orleans, we have Simmons and Sandifer. In lane 3, a Capital Composite, Heidmus and Crowley. In lane 4, we have Graddick and Corbett Brown, a Sarasota Composite. In lane 5 from Texas, we have Olstrom and Cassidy. In lane 6 from Genesee, we have Lennon and Lopes Little. In lane 7 from Capital, we have Douglas and Acera. And wrapping up the field in lane 8, we have Cooley and Coors from New Orleans.
All right, so in this Women's Open B double final, same thing with 8 boats across. This venue gives the opportunity to have that many boats racing in a final right here. So a full field we've got here in this Women's Open B double. The B age category is athletes ranging in age from 36 to 42 as they are off on the start of their race right here. Let's see how things shake out right out of the blocks here. Like I said, 8 boats across, 3 medals, same as the last event. And it looks like we've got a strong push out of that blue shell Capital right off the start right here, working to inch that bow ball ahead right off the line. It looks like they're going to be followed by a lot of crews right here out of lanes 3, 4, and 5. The Capital Composite, Sarasota Composite, and Texas look pretty much bow ball to bow ball, those 3 boats across. So that will definitely be something to watch during this Women's Open B double final. The athletes are moving into the body of their race right here. In the body of the race, that is where the rowers will find their base rhythm, whatever rate that may be. They'll be hitting that right here. We can see this boat in the blue shell in the outside lane. Still holding a little bit of a lead, it looks like, but I believe that lane 4 boat, I think that's that Sarasota Composite boat out of lane 4, looks like they are inching up as well. They are a few lanes apart from each other, but that is going to be a tight one, bow ball to bow ball all the way down the course. And it looks like it's going to be pretty tight for third between lane 3 Capital Composite and lane 5 out of Texas. So this is going to be a really strong race for those medals right here in this final. That boat out of Texas is moving really well. Texas Rowing Center, based out of Austin, that has become a real hotbed for rowing in recent years with both the Texas Rowing Center High Performance, and of course the 2021 and 2022 NCAA champion University of Texas women. So that boat right there really showing that rowing is growing and moving everywhere across the country, including into the state of Texas, as they are pushing into that bronze medal position right here.
That is true. Texas has become a pretty dominant force, especially at the collegiate level, coached by Dave O'Neill, who used to coach me at Cal before he went to Texas. But all Texas crews, whether they're from Texas Rowing Center or Austin, rowing out of Lady Bird Lake, have had a pretty great presence here at the 2022 Masters Nationals Championships. But right now it is this crew from out in lane 4 from Sarasota in their pink hats and pink shirts out in front.
Yeah, they're making a really strong push right here in this last 250 to hold on to that gold medal position. The all pink makes them easy to spot, whether you are watching on the live stream or here from the course.
This crew out in lane 8, Cooley and Coors from New Orleans, look like they are making a pretty good push right now, bringing up the pace. I don't know if it's going to be enough to... Oh, I'm sorry, that's a Capital crew of Douglas and Acera in lane 7 in their blue hole, making a push for the line.
This is going to be a really tight one across the line, like a lot of races we've seen today. Looks like it will be that lane 4 Sarasota composite boat crossing the line comfortably in first. And then it's going to be really tight right here for this silver and bronze. Who's going to take which?
I think that Capital just edged out the other Capital composite crew at the end in lane 7, coming in that second place position. And in lane 3, the Capital composite in bronze. Taking a look at the time now.
Oh, that's a tight one.
1/10 of a second separating second and third. Those boats both from Capital.
And it looks like we've gotten all boats across the line in this Women's Open B double final right here. Congratulations to all the crews in that race on a really strong race all across the board. All right, next up we've got the Men's Open B4 final, which we can see in the blocks right here. Same age category as our last race, however this time we'll be in the men's 4.
So all of these rowers from this event will come away with a medal around their neck. Even if they do cross the line last, everyone gets a medal.
Once again, the medals can be picked up from next to the finish tower at the awards dock, and those can be grabbed anytime throughout the regatta. Once you have earned your medal, please stop by there at any time. And these crews are off in this Men's Open B4 final. Once again, in that starting sequence right here, super high, super intense.
And it looks like it is Riverfront Recapture, who had a pretty decent start out in lane 3. I could be wrong. It's so hard to tell super early on at this angle. Once we get our drone shot up and running, we will be able to have a clearer view of the spread between the fields. But I was right. It is Riverfront Recapture out there in lane 3, who is about a length over the Chicago composite in lane 4, who has another length on the DNR Boat Club composite out in lane 5.
These composite crews that you will see at these races are made up of athletes from multiple teams who will come together and race, whether they are, maybe rowed together previously or they're just meeting for the first time at this regatta. It's always great to see how athletes can come together with the common goal of making a boat go fast, as we can really see in these composite boats. And it looks like that lane 3 boat out of Riverfront Recapture is working on extending their lead right now, trying to get some open water over that lane 4 Chicago composite boat. But that Chicago composite boat is not going to let them run away with this easy.
It looks like the margin between Riverfront Recapture and that Chicago composite boat has not changed a whole lot, but those two crews have opened up their lead back to DNR Boat Club composite. That's currently sitting in that bronze medal position in 3rd place.
Looks like that lane 3 boat out of Riverfront Recapture has the highest stroke rating of these boats right here. Hard to tell exactly what rate they may be at from this drone shot, but in the body of their race, it looks like they have the highest stroke rate, and their stroke is also super efficient. really strong finish position out of this crew from Riverfront Recapture, getting those handles into the body together and strong out of that lane 3 boat right there.
And it doesn't look like this boat from Riverfront Recapture has a super high stroke rate. If I were to guess what their rate is right now, it's probably in the 26 to 28 range. These athletes probably have races later on today, and they know that they have this in the bag. But it does look like the Chicago Composite is making a last-ditch effort to try to eat away at this commanding lead that Riverfront Recapture has, but I don't think that they are going to have enough room to make it up. Riverfront Recapture looking super calm and composed as they come across the line in the next couple of strokes. Looking super relaxed, long, powerful stroke rate. And it is Riverfront Recapture with that gold medal, followed by the Chicago Composite in second, and DNR Boat Club Composite wrapping up the field with that 3rd place position. But don't worry, you still get a medal to add to your collection.
Congratulations to all the crews in the men's Open B4 final. Great racing across the board from those 3 teams right here. Just a reminder that you can stop by any of the tents if you are down here with us in Sarasota. Lots of boat vendors, other vendors as well for you to enjoy. Also a reminder that as part of your US Rowing membership, you do have access to Row 360, which is an online digital subscription publication, and it covers rowing stories, events, and people. So the wristband that you received when you got on site, if you scan the QR code that is right on that wristband, you can activate that free subscription that comes with part of your US Rowing membership. So do that to get more rowing content as part of your membership here at US Rowing. And it looks like we've got just 1 boat in this next final. This will be the women's lightweight AA4 final. So these are some of our younger athletes here at Masters Nationals. They're rowing out of Lincoln Park. I believe that is based in Chicago, although I am not 100% sure about that.
I am also not 100% sure, Lauren. But we know that in this race, everyone is a winner. 1 out of 1, 100% chance for a gold medal. We have Rishika Gupta, Kelly Anderson, Deborah Thorne, Lauren Mago, and Rebecca Taft in this Lincoln Park Boat Club crew.
And they are off, taking those high starting strokes right here. And when you are not racing side by side with anyone like they are in this 1 boat final, kind of similar to what we were talking about with this single scull earlier, it's a lot more internal than it might be when you have boats next to you and other people in the boat with you, or a coxswain in that boat with you. So the athletes in this lightweight AA4 are going to try and get the best time they can as they come down the course right here, see what they can do in this shell. And they are being led through this race by their stroke seat, setting the rhythm for the crew right here as they come down the course in lane 4. She'll be setting the rhythm for that boat right there. Now, Kendall, during your time as a rower, was there a certain seat you were primarily in, or all over the boat?
That is a good question, Lauren. I like to consider myself a pretty versatile rower. I was mainly put in either stroke seat or 7 or 6, but I did occasionally race in the bow seat of straight 4s at a couple U23 World Championship regattas. I've also raced bow seat of pairs. I've raced stroke seat of pairs, so I'm really an all over the place kind of rower.
Do you have a particularly favorite boat class to row in?
Oh gosh, that is a good question. I would say that a good straight 4 is probably my favorite boat to row. The straight four can be hit or miss kind of boat, depending on the lineup. Like, I would rather race and row in a bad feeling pair than a bad feeling four.
Really?
Yeah. But I did race at the Olympics in the straight four, so the straight four does have a special place in my heart. But I do love and really enjoy racing eights, having a bigger boat, faster speed, a little bit more camaraderie when you add more athletes to the mix. But I just like to race and row. I don't like to race and row a single, but give me another teammate and I'll race with them. But here we have this Lincoln Park Boat Club crew. They are over halfway. We have quite an age range in this boat, ranging from 26 in the stroke seat to 69 in the two seat.
It's great to see rowers coming together to compete at this U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals Championship right here, as we can see out of this Lincoln Park boat right here especially. They are making their way down the course right now. From our view right here at the finish tower, we can see them probably just about crossing that 250-meter mark right now. This course has signage posting on the sides of the venue, showing the athletes and the spectators where exactly the course is. And while you're in the boat, you're not necessarily looking out and seeing that 250-meter mark, but you are hearing that call of the coxswain in this coxed 4 event. And even though they don't have someone next to them right now, we can assume that this is where she is calling up that crew for more power and a higher rate as they are in this sprint right here.
And it doesn't look like these 4 rowers are letting up at all as they come to the sprint. They are riding solo through this event, pushing themselves, pushing each other, just trying to lay down the best time that they can. Entering the last couple strokes of this race. And all 5 of these athletes will be walking away with a gold medal. Crossing the line now. So good job to this crew from Lincoln Park Boat Club in the women's lightweight AA to A coxed 4.
Next up, we will have the men's lightweight AA C4 final.
And it looks like we have a scratch from Austin out in lane 3, so it is going to be a dual type race between these two crews from Greater Columbus, a composite out of Ohio, and in lane 5, Riverfront Recapture.
Seen a lot of Riverfront Recapture boats down here in Florida for this race, based out of Hartford, Connecticut, I believe. Seen a lot of crews from that team here at this regatta. That boat out of Greater Columbus composite right there. Coxswain still has her hand up, which means they're still adjusting right here. And then we will see in just a moment, if we keep this camera angle, the athletes will go into their starting position. Right now they're just sitting easy before the race, before the race starter calls it.
So these two boats' average age are pretty young. Lane 4, this Columbus composite crew averages 26, and lane 5, closest to us, averages 24 years of age. And it is lane 5, Riverfront Recapture, out with an early lead.
Riverfront Recapture really quick off the start right here. followed closely by that Greater Columbus composite boat. Looks like that Riverfront recapture boat has jumped out early, but as we've seen from other races, anything can happen, and it is going to be tight across the line. So we will see what this Greater Columbus composite boat in lane 4 is going to do in the body right here.
And we have this, I did say that this was a younger event, but we do have Ryan Briggs, who is 50 years old, in this race.
I think what this event can show everyone is that rowing is truly a lifelong sport, whether you pick it up in high school or college like some people do, and then continue on as a master, or you don't pick it up until sometime during your adult years. I think a championship of this size with this many athletes from all over competing shows how you can be a rower kind of anytime and at this point anywhere with the range of places we have crews coming from for this race.
You're absolutely right, Lauren. And this Riverfront recapture boat is dominating over this Greater Columbus composite crew as they are over halfway to go. Really applying nice pressure to those blades at the catch, suspending that body weight, driving those hips, really swinging and sending the boat together, this crew from Riverfront Recapture.
Nice overhead shot right here. Thank you to the production team for doing an excellent job filming the races this weekend, letting people who are here see it on some big screens and letting people who are at home watch the races as well. So thank you to everyone working with video for doing that this weekend down here in Sarasota. And as quick as it started this race, it is going to end quickly too, with these athletes already making their way through the last 250. Very strong right here. Riverfront Recapture still holding on to that lead very nicely, but that Greater Columbus composite boat is going to push them all the way down to the line. No crew in this race is easing off. Everyone is jacking it up right here into this sprint.
Their foot is still on the gas here in this Riverfront Recapture boat, looking super strong and connected coming into the last couple strokes of this race, coming away with that gold medal. Congratulations to Riverfront Recapture and Greater Columbus Composite crossing the line now for that second place silver medal. Great racing from both of those crews. Next up, we have another single boat race. It's the women's lightweight E through K coxed 4 final. It'll just be masters coaching out by themselves, solo in lane 4, right in the middle of the race course. These ladies are just trying to put down the best time that they possibly can. They know that they're going to come away with the win no matter what happens.
Once again, our camera shot up at the start line of this course. Good shot of the athletes right here in this 4 as they are sitting ready at the line, getting ready to go in this women's lightweight EK4 final.
So this masters coaching boat out of Brewster, Massachusetts is made up of Sarah Specht, Carol Federick, Maureen Hegarty, Fran Bright, and Nancy Jarvis.
Coxon has her hand up right here. Looks like that bow seat is about to get into her race position right here. For those of you who have never rowed a start before, crews will typically take 5 strokes to get the boat up and moving. There's a few different sequences that crews do. Some start with a half stroke, some start with a 3/4 stroke, and it looks like this Masters coaching boat is off from their start right here.
Lauren, as a coxswain, what would you say is the most efficient starting sequence that you've experienced in your coxswain career?
I think it definitely varies from crew to crew, and it's definitely something to be practiced over and over again before race day. My personal favorite would be 3/4, half, 3/4, lengthen, full. So a 3/4 length stroke, a half length stroke, another 3/4 length stroke. So those are just super short, and just the goal is just getting the boat out of the water. And then that lengthened stroke to go out into that full extension, that full compression, and then that first full stroke. That's your starting 5 right there. That would be my personal favorite as a coxswain. And then going in right into that high strokes off the start. In a 2K, I would say a high 20. For a shorter distance like this, I have only raced a 1K Masters race once before. So I would say maybe a high 10 or a high 15, because if you would do a high 20, that would take you a little too far into the body of your race. But for a 2K, I would say that starting 5 that I said, as well as a high 20, and then lengthening out into the rhythm. That would be my preferred.
I would personally have to agree with you. As a rower, my favorite starting sequence has always been 3/4, half, 3/4, lengthen, full. And occasionally, at least on my time at the national team, we would do around a high 20, and then there'd be a sub shift. So it wouldn't be such a dramatic shift from the high strokes to base pace, going from probably around a 30 to around a 36, 35 at base. We'd have a little bit of a sub shift in there. So it'd be like a high 20, stepping down a couple of beats to around a 38, 37, and then taking another shift down to our base. So it kind of lengthens out the shifting to base process, but it does keep that boat speed up, which is sometimes beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
It allows you to maybe get a couple extra seats on cruise, keep that boat speed moving.
Just as it's a lot to move a boat from a dead stop to a start, it is a lot to go from high strokes and then in to your base rhythm. And it's super important that first stroke of the lengthen is super, super clean, because if it's not clean, then everything else is going to be thrown off a bit. So when you have that first stroke of the lengthen clean, then that allows the stroke seat of that boat to really set the rhythm efficiently.
Every coach that I've always had has always said that the hardest stroke of the race should be that shifting to base stroke, just trying to maintain that boat speed that your crew had obtained during the high strokes, and then trying to sustain that speed just at a lower cadence that is more sustainable. But as time has progressed, we have seen crews internationally race at higher and higher stroke rates. Like there will be crews racing at world championships are above a 40 the entire race, never coming down off of those high strokes, which personally I do not think that I would enjoy that at all.
That's a lot.
It is
For
a
those
lot.
who don't know, a 40 is 40 strokes per minute. So over the course of 1 minute, the athletes are taking 40 strokes, which is a very high, very intense pace. And we can see this Masters coaching for coming down to the line right here. They will be the gold medal winners in this boat as they take those final strokes, still fighting all the way through the end for that fastest time. And we hear that horn that they have crossed. Congratulations to Masters coaching on the gold in the women's lightweight E through K4.
And if you have won a medal in your event, go on over to the awards podium, grab your medals, grab a trophy if your event has it, snap some pictures in front of the fancy board that U.S. Rowing has put up. Post it to Instagram, post it to Facebook. Let all of your friends know that you're a champion of the sport.
For anyone who is here right now, U.S. Rowing is offering programming in the finish tower, including today a coaching education program where you can learn more about getting level 2 and level 3 certified as a coach. In addition to the programming happening in the finish tower here, you can stop in, get cool in the air conditioning, grab some drinks, grab some snacks. So after your race or before, please stop by here in the finish tower to cool down and rehydrate. And now it looks like we have the men's club D8 final in the blocks. Looks like we've got Austin Rowing Club and Texas Rowing Center. After we were just talking about rowing in Austin, Texas a few races ago, we have a 2-boat final with both boats being from Austin, Texas right here.
You know that both of these crews really want these bragging rights to take back to their hometown of Austin, rowing out of Lady Bird Lake. You can see 4-seat of that Texas crew with the Texas horns hat, that infamous burnt orange color, making everyone know that he is from Texas. Hook 'em.
And it looks like right off the start, that Texas Rowing Center boat may have taken an early lead, but it is difficult to see with this angle right here. Once we get an overhead shot, it will be a little easier to identify who is maybe taken a lead off of the start. But really strong start from both of these crews right here. It looks like everyone got off the line very clean, very efficient, which is, as we were just talking about in terms of starting sequence, super, super important.
And both of these crews looking very composed, keeping pretty good blade work, staying direct to the water.
And with an 8, with that being the largest boat class, that means there is the most people in rowing that you have to stay in sync with. And while power is super, super important in rowing, technique is, I would say, just as, if not more important, because you can be the strongest person in the world, but if you can't row in sync with the other people in your boat, then it's not going to move. And it looks like these crews are doing a really good job of keeping that blade work really sharp and having everything super tight, super clean right here, as we have these 2 crews out of Austin, Texas, battling it down the race course. Like you said, bragging rights going back to Austin in this men's club D8 final right
and
here.
At this point in the race, it looks like the crew from Texas has a couple seats over Austin. We'll see if Austin can pull out a sprint to eat away at Texas's lead.
Racing side by side in an 8, there is nothing more competitive, nothing more intense, in my opinion, than that. And even though there's just 2 boats in this race right now, we can imagine that it is super loud with those 2 next to each other, with those coxswains making these calls in the last 250 right here. It looks like Austin is moving really well into this last 250. This one is going to be tight through the line for the gold and silver. These crews are doing an excellent job of pushing each other. Really strong matchup right here.
This is a really strong matchup. It does look like Texas is out in front by a couple of seats. Coming into the last 10 strokes of this race, it looks like the coxswain is currently sitting on Austin's 2-seat.
Yep, moving through that boat right here.
Great sprint from this Texas crew, really securing that gold medal position.
And both those boats crossed through the line with Texas Rowing Center getting the gold and Austin Rowing Club grabbing that silver. Texas completing this race in 3 minutes and 9 seconds. And we will wait for Austin's time, 3:11 out of Austin. So close race right there between those 2 crews.
And both of these crews look like they've exchanged some friendly words with each other, congratulating each other on a nice, hard-fought Texas-Austin dual race. I'm sure these guys see a lot of each other down there on Lady Bird Lake. But for now, it is Texas that will come away with bragging rights in the men's club D8.
And now as we go back up to the start, we have the men's lightweight G single finals. So back to some singles racing and a few more boats in this event than the last couple. In lane 2, we have Ron Kern from Capital. Lane 3, William McRae from Austin, another Austin boat right there. Lane 4, Patrick Hamner out of Dallas. Lane 5, Anton Rupert, OKC River Sport. Lane 6, Christopher Boyd from Detroit. And lane 7, Don Heckenstaller from Sarasota County. So a lot of boats in this race competing for those top 3 spots.
And Christopher Boyd in lane 6 from Detroit is an experienced coxswain himself who has moved from the coxswain seat into an actual rowing seat here in this men's lightweight G final. We have a nice variety of hulls here in this race, some different colors, some different brands of boats.
Definitely makes it easier to identify as a spectator when you have not just black shells across the board.
Absolutely.
Or white shells. Looks like we've got...
I
think that's a false start.
Or maybe he just had a really good start out there in lane 4 with Patrick Hanmer from Dallas. He was ready to get the show on the road. There's no looking back for this guy. Patrick Hanmer with a really quick, maybe slightly early start out in lane 4.
Yeah, he's super high on that rate right now, pushing himself in this single scull, and we cannot quite see how the field is shaking out right now from this angle. We can see our boats out of Dallas, OKC River Sport, and Detroit in lanes 4, 5, and 6 right here.
And even though this race is 1,000 meters, a lot can happen in a singles race. So even though this rower from Dallas, Patrick Hanmer, maybe got a jump on everyone else with a very quick start, there is still a whole lot of time for these other rowers to catch up to him. Hey, Kirk, do we have our drone? Where's our drone?
And we can see an overhead shot right here in this men's lightweight G single right here. We are focusing in on these 2 boats in the center right here, coming down the course, looking out from our view in the finish tower. It looks like we've got some separation in this race, especially out of those middle lanes. We are seeing a strong push right here to get themselves into the top 3 spots. We have a good move out of our lane 7 boat from Sarasota County, Don Heckenstaller, really pushing himself right here. We'll see what happens, but it looks like that Sarasota County boat in lane 7 could really move its way up into that red hull right there out of Dallas, I believe, to push for that gold.
Yeah, Patrick Hanmer was the rower who got a slight jump on everyone at the start. He is still out in front, about a length over the rower in lane 3 from Austin, William McRae, who's followed very closely by Don Heckenstaller from Sarasota County in lane 7, the lane that is closest to the shore. But for right now, it still is Patrick Hanmer from Dallas out in front in lane 4.
You just got a nice view a second ago of the perspective coming down the course towards the finish line. So right now we've kind of been following the races from behind, but right there you got to see the finish tower on that last shot right there. So that is what it looks like coming down the course into that finish line. And you can see the launch right here in this shot now. There is a referee in that launch who is chasing the race, ensuring safety and fairness for everyone in this event. The referees do this for every single event of this 4-day regatta and many other roles both on and off the water here. So thank you to all of the referees here down in Sarasota making this event possible. And it looks like that lane 4 boat out of Dallas is continuing the strength that it had off the start right here, really moving. They are working for that gold medal right here.
And it is going to be a battle for the silver and the bronze. It looks like it may be that sculler from Sarasota County edging out William McRae from Austin for that silver medal.
Yeah, those two horns right there were super close for second and third.
So it will be Patrick Hammer from Dallas out of lane 4 coming away with the gold medal in that event. He definitely had the fastest start out of everyone in this field. So congratulations to Patrick. Wrapping up their field, we have the coxswain now in the lightweight single scull, Christopher Boyd from Detroit, crossing the line, wrapping up this field of the men's lightweight G single final. And up next, we have our Women's Club E quad final with representation from Sarasota County in lane 3, Riverfront Recapture in lane 4, Texas in lane 5, and Atlanta in lane 6. And it looks like there is an additional Greenwich crew in lane 2.
So this looks like it is going to be a 5-boat race right here in this final. So in the quad event, a lot of responsibility is falling on the bow seats of this boat. The quad is the largest sculling boat class, unless you count the octuple, which is not commonly raced. But with the quad being a larger size shell than the single or the double, even more responsibility is falling on that bow seat because they are responsible for steering and kind of taking command of this larger sized shell. So the bow seats in these boats right now, as they get ready to race, not only will they be rowing, but they will also be kind of taking a glance behind them, around them, to make sure that their boat is going straight down the course. So we can see a good shot of these boats at the start right now.
And I'm assuming that as the bow seat is in charge of making sure that their point is good, most of these boats, since this is a sprint race with buoys, historically speaking, the stroke seat or the 3 seat has the tow. So there are wires connected to the right foot of one of those rowers, and they are steering the boat, controlling the rudder with their foot.
And as this race is off right here, we can see all of these boats are close together, maintaining contact off of the start right here. Let's see how this race pans out as we go to the overhead shot. It looks like that boat out of lane 3, Sarasota County, taking an early lead, being closely followed, maintaining contact with that lane 2 Greenwich boat just behind them.
And those two crossing 250 meters in are really breaking away from this field. The crew from Atlanta out in lane 6 in that 3rd place position right now, but they have to make up a couple lengths of open water to catch up to Greenwich and Sarasota County. But Sarasota County out there in the lead right now, about a length with a little bit of overlap between bow and stern of the crew from Greenwich. Both of those crews looking really connected, blades really direct to the water.
And now as we are seeing this field start to play out a little bit more, we can see the separation between those lane 2 and lane 3 crews of Greenwich and Sarasota County. So we will see who is going to take the bronze in this women's club E-quad final. Once again, all of these boats racing in the finals today and throughout the rest of the regatta can pick up their medals directly next to the finish tower at the awards stage. So any crews who have already won their medals yesterday or today, make sure to head over and grab those awards throughout the weekend.
And speaking of medals, Lauren, it looks like Greenwich has just slipped into that gold medal position just ahead of Sarasota County.
Just a hair, it looks like right here. This should be a tight one. These boats are going to be using each other, going off of each other, see who's going to grab the gold, see who's going to grab the silver in this race. It looks like Greenwich is opening it up a bit right here.
And you can't see this on your screen, but from the finish tower, it looks like there is a close battle for that bronze medal position between the crews from Atlanta and Texas.
Some tight racing happening right here in these quads. Greenwich appears to be continuing to extend the lead right here. Cannot tell exactly how much of a lead they might have, but it looks like they are definitely pushing for open water right now. So that Greenwich boat really took that middle part of the race and is kind of running with it right now in this sprint.
These Greenwich rowers took a move around halfway and have not let that speed from the move die down at all. Their foot is still on the gas as they come into the last 10 strokes of this race with a length up over the Sarasota County crew. So those two will walk away with the gold and silver medals. And right now it is this outside crew from Atlanta in that bronze medal position.
They are pushing for that medal right here from Atlanta in the red shell on your screen. Out of lane 6, moving really nice. They're extending that lead over that lane 5 boat out of Texas, pushing to the line from all crews right here.
All crews putting in a last little bit of effort to get to the line as quick as they can.
Now we've got Texas across the line, followed closely by Riverfront Recapture in lane 4. Congratulations to all boats in this Women's Club E-Quad final here in Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota. And if you are down here with us in Sarasota, please make sure to stop by here in the finish tower for the U.S. rowing programming and to stay cool, grab a drink, grab some food. All that can be done in the finish tower. And as we go back up to the start right here, we have another race in the quad. This time, this is the Women's Club F quad final. So we have boats out of Texas, Jacksonville, Sarasota County, Saugatuck, another Saugatuck crew, and Minneapolis. So kind of all over the map with this one, showing the reach of this regatta.
And it's really great that we have representation from all across the country here in Sarasota, Florida. Some teams have traveled a lot farther than others to get some races in, get a nice regatta in. And with rowing, there is not a lot of racing that goes on, a whole lot of training for very minimal racing.
And they are off in this Women's Club F quad final. Once again, racing for medals right here. Who is going to take those top 3 places in this event? Can't quite see from this camera angle who's going to take that early lead, but it looks like we have a clean start from all crews, and that outside lane of Minneapolis looks like they have gotten out early. Followed closely by a lot of boats right here. Obviously still early in the race, but really good connection between those middle 4 lanes right there that you could just see in your screen overhead.
Great shot of the Minneapolis crew just then, looking super composed and together as they cross the 250-meter mark. It is still very early on in the race with 750 meters left to go. A lot can happen in that time, especially in rowing. You never know what's going to happen. But all of these crews looking super composed. But Minneapolis continuing to extend their lead on the inside.
Kendall, what would you say that your most memorable race, and specifically a middle move that may have made a difference, would be?
Well, my favorite race ever would have to be the 2015 Head of the Charles.
Okay.
But if we're talking about sprint racing, in 2017 or 2013 at the NCAA Championships, when I was at Cal, we were seeded 6th going into the grand final in the varsity 8, and we were down about a length with some open water to Princeton, who was in the lead, and we made a move at the 4-minute mark and just walked right through them and came away with the win. So that was a pretty memorable race for me, a nice way to start off my collegiate career as a freshman with a national championship win.
Awesome. You can see that Minneapolis crew still working to extend that lead right now, but it is going to be close for those silver and bronze positions. I believe that boat out of, I believe that is Sarasota County and Texas are really working off of each other right now in those middle lanes. Minneapolis still continuing with a strong push from up here in the finish tower. We can see all of these boats approaching the 250 mark, really close to each other. This is one of the most connected races from start to finish that I think we've seen so far today. All of these crews are not far apart from each other.
Yeah, it's really going to be a battle for the silver and bronze medal, with that crew from Jacksonville in the red, looking like they are slightly ahead of Sagatuck B in lane 5.
Yeah, that lane 3 Jacksonville boat is making a really strong push to earn that silver right now. They are really cranking it as they come down to the line right here. That Minneapolis boat still holding on to their lead, and it looks like Jacksonville is really pushing their way into second place right here.
Great rowing by these Minneapolis rowers, looking super composed, super connected. Great blade work in the last 250 meters, so great work from those women. And it is lane 3 coming in second, Jacksonville, followed by lane 5, Sagatuck B.
Great racing for those medals right here and across the board. We have got one boat left to come through right here. It looks like it is that crew out of Texas, I believe, crossing the line right here in this Women's Club F quad. All right, and all of these boats across the line right here, we can see this shot of them at the end. And our next event will be another quad, the Women's Club GK quad final. Just 3 boats in this event.
So we have 2 G boats and 1 H boat. In lane 3 is the H boat from Sagatuck. And in lane 4, we have Atlanta B. And in lane 5, a local Sarasota County crew. And Sarasota and Atlanta are both in the G category, so those 2 are going to be vying for that gold medal. Saugatuck C, no matter how they place in this race, will walk away with a gold medal, being that they are in a category of their own. These rowers just taking their last final deep breaths before the race, anticipating the pain that their bodies are about to endure. That's just a part of rowing. And they are off. Looks like everyone is off to a clean start. That middle boat from Atlanta looks like they have an early lead, followed closely by Sarasota County. And again, it's those two crews, Sarasota County and Atlanta B, vying for that gold medal in their category G.
All crews still connected right here, as we can see from this overhead shot. But that boat out of Atlanta is the one taking the early lead in that red shell right here. All of the women in this event will be walking away with a medal in this club G through K quad final. Once again, we can see that chase boat coming down the course with them. Those referees are vital to this racing, to this whole event. So once again, another thank you to all of the referees and all of the volunteers for helping to make this event possible.
And if you are interested in volunteering, we are always looking for volunteer stake boat holders. You get a little bit of a piece of the action down there at the starting line, helping these rowers get aligned before the start of their race.
I love stake boat holding because you get to see races from the start, and typically with the layout of a course, well, this one's a little different because there's a bike path along the course, but typically you get to see the finish, which is exciting, but it's also exciting to see the crews right off the start, which is something that you can get when you stake boat hold.
It is a very unique perspective of rowing, being right there in the action, holding on to the boats of these competitors.
Looks like that Atlanta crew is still holding on to that lead that they got off the start, having open water over this boat out of Sarasota County, with Saugatuck holding their third place bronze medal position.
Atlanta keeping their blade work really tight as they come past the 500-meter to go mark.
This race is moving by for the athletes in this event. No coxswain in these quad events that we've had. So similar to the single scull like we were talking, the internal motivation, the internal push is even more reliant on the rowers. That's not to say in a coxed event that there is not, but there's someone there whose job it is. In the quad, there is not.
There is a job to be done when it comes to, relaying information to the rowers when there is no coxswain in a straight boat like a quad. Usually it is the two-seat who is relaying information to their teammates. Sometimes it's the bow seat. When I was training on the national team, if we were getting in a straight boat, we would usually have a little bit of a conversation on the dock, being like, hey, do you want to call this practice? No? Okay, I'll do it. Just figuring out who's going to be in charge of what.
And right now, the call that is probably being made by whichever individual in that boat is probably taking that rate up right here. As we can see, that Atlanta crew, despite having had the lead from start to finish, they are not letting down anything right here. They are continuing to push through the line right here to really cement themselves in that gold medal position.
A great final push from this Atlanta crew, already securing their lead, but the foot is still on the gas, crossing the line now in that gold medal position. Congratulations to them. And Sarasota County will come away with that silver medal.
And now we have that Saugatuck boat out of lane 3 that you can see on your screen right here. They are working their way through the finish as well to be that third boat crossing through right here. We hear that horn. All boats in this event have now completed their race. Now we move over to the men's Open E-Quad final. We have 5 boats in this event, it looks like.
We do have 5. In lane 2 from Saugatuck. In lane 3 from Riverfront Recapture. In lane 4 we have Chinook Composite. In lane 5 Virginia. In lane 6 Vero Beach Composite. And we have 2 category F boats in this Open E final. So 2 of those boats are racing down a category. Those boats' average age is slightly higher than those boats from Riverfront Recapture, Chinook Composite, and Virginia.
Once again, good view, being able to see the rowers here at the start line, getting ready to get this race up and going in this men's Open E Quad final. Now, with this event being an open event as opposed to a club event, we have, and they're off right now, we have a few composite boats in this event as well, competing right here. So athletes from different teams coming together right here, and we will see which one is going to walk away with the gold. Who's going to cross that line first?
And it is this Chinook Composite out in lane 4 with an early lead, a couple seats up over Virginia in lane 5.
That crew taking that early lead right here. Strong start from then. Everyone off of the blocks clean right here. It is going to be tight for that second and third place positions right here. We have got good connection between these top 3 boats. That Chinook boat is moving, but they have, looks like they might have open over that boat out of lane 3, but that boat out of lane 5 from Virginia is going to fight with them to not allow them to extend that lead anymore.
It is still very early on in the race, and it looks like it is going to be a battle for that second and third place position between the crews from Virginia and Riverfront Recapture.
Definitely. We can see that lead boat out of Chinook making a really good example of some clean, strong rowing right here. We can see the 4 athletes in that boat working together. One of the things I love about these overhead shots is how you can really see how the boat is moving together. You can see that blade work. So we can see that right here out of these 3 boats in the lead on our screen.
This Chinook Composite made their way down from Maryland for this event, and they are currently the leaders here in this men's Open E-Quad final. About a length back to Riverfront Recapture and Virginia. The Chinook Composite continuing to open up their lead, a couple seats of open water over the crew from Virginia. Who has about a length over Riverfront Recapture. We have a great Riverfront Recapture representation here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters National Championships. I think they have the most entries out of any team, coming with 92. But right now, Riverfront Recapture is sitting in that third place position, coming to the line, trying to make a last-ditch effort to catch the Virginia crew in second place, but it is going to be the Chinook Composite coming away with that win, then Virginia, and then Riverfront Recapture. So congratulations to our top 3 finishers in this men's open E-quad final. Wrapping up the field, we have a tight finish between lane 6, Vero Beach Composite, and lane 2, Sagatuck. These rowers giving each other pats on the back, saying nice work. And on to our next race, which is the Women's Club C Coxed 4 final with 7 boats. We have in lane 1, local Sarasota County. In lane 2, Atlanta. In lane 3, Lake Lure Racing. In lane 4, Alexandria. In lane 5, Lincoln Park Boat Club. In lane 6, Texas. And wrapping up the field in lane 7, we have Sagatuck.
We can see these boats working on their alignment right here. Those stake boat holders are following the directions of the referee aligner to make sure that the start of this race is fair for all crews across the board in this Women's Club C4. Seeing another boat out of Texas in lane 6, another Sarasota County boat here in lane 1.
So Lauren, you asked me a couple minutes ago what my most memorable race was.
I did, yes.
So what is your most memorable race?
I would say my most memorable race would probably be Head of the Charles 2019. That was my junior year of high school. That was my first time racing the Head of the Charles, and the only other head races I had done before were on the Schuylkill. So that was totally different.
Your first Charles experience?
Exactly. I was in the Women's Youth 8, and I had studied that map so much before the race, and I was still like in shock when I got there, especially, they're off in the Women's Club C4 right here. The first time I saw Elliot, I was like, oh my goodness, because I knew it was going to be a tight turn, and then when I saw it with my own 2 eyes, I was like, wow.
You never fully know until you experience it firsthand.
Oh yeah, and then when we were practicing, we went up and down the length of the course, like 4 total laps, and that was really, really helpful being able to get that practice, obviously with those turns, but that race was just an unreal experience, not just the actual race itself, but the whole experience around it was amazing.
The Head of the Charles is an experience in itself, even if you're not racing, just as a spectator. But we are here, not Head of the Charles. We are here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida for the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters Championships with the Women's Club C Coxed 4 final currently coming down the course at us now, and it is a pretty close race right now. It looks like the crew from Texas out in lane 6 is currently a couple seats up in the lead, followed by a crew in lane 3, Lake Lure. But it is really tight between these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place positions.
Once again, in this final right here, everyone is fighting for those top 3 spots, and it looks like it's going to be a tight one across the board. Texas holding on to that lead right here as they are pushed by the crews behind them. They are holding on to it right here. Let's see what they can do as these athletes are coming through this middle part of the race course. Great connection across.
And all of these crews are over the halfway point of this race. Less than 500 meters to go.
Seeing a good push out of that boat from Atlanta, a good push out of the Riverfront Recapture boat. We pretty much behind that Texas crew, looks like we're going to have about 3 boats across fighting for those silver and bronze medals right here. This shot right here, a little bit of a different angle. We can see these crews kind of coming towards us right here, approaching the finish line.
This is a great shot of that Texas crew just really dropping the hammer as they come into the red buoys, signifying the last final 250 meters of this race. But it is going to be a super tight finish for the second and third place positions. These crews vying for the silver and bronze medals here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters National Championships. It looks like it is 3 boats across right now for those 2 positions, with Sagatuck, Atlanta, and Lake Lure Racing.
As they're coming into the line right here, every single crew in that sprint making these strong pushes right here. Lane 6, Texas, looks like they're going to take the gold. That lane 7 boat out of Saugatuck pushing as well. Let's see who's going to grab these silver and bronze. This is going to be a tight one. Looks like Saugatuck is really pushing, and I believe they just picked up that silver. That was going to be tight between 3rd and 4th as well. You could hear those beeps in rapid succession from here in the finish tower.
And I believe it was Lake Lure that came away with that bronze medal in this Women's Club C Cox 4 final.
And it looks like they did. We've got tight separation between those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place crews right here.
You know it's hot out there when you see rowers dumping water bottles over their heads after the race.
Absolutely.
And if any of the athletes want to take a moment to cool off, have some water, have a snack, come into the finish tower, level 2. There's some tables to sit in, hang out, have a chat, relax, take a load off. And we are on to our next event, which is the Women's Open AA double final. My apologies, it is the Men's Club C Cox 4 final. It looks like we are missing the crew from Lake Lure.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 6 boats in the blocks right now.
But in lane 1 we have Atlanta. In lane 2 is New Orleans. In lane 3, Texas. In lane 4, Riverfront Recapture. We're missing Lake Lure Racing Composite in lane 5. In lane 6, we have Greenwich. And in lane 7, we have Texas. We can see a couple of boats with bucket rigs in this event.
Oh, this Texas crew on the outside closest to us.
Now, if you are not familiar with rowing and you don't know what a bucket rig means, it means that the typical alternating oar sequence throughout the boat is not there. There are 2 oars, usually in the middle of the boat, that are on the same side. So you can see here in this close boat to us from Texas, the 2 and the 3 seat are both rowing on the same side.
I have never rowed in a bucket-rigged boat.
I have raced at multiple world championships in bucket-rigged 4s, and it really just depends on the people, like where they are best fitted to go in the boat. There's a whole lot of physics involved that is over my head.
Yeah.
I usually just go where I'm told to go, sit down, and pull my brains out.
Looks like that lane 4 boat out of Riverfront Recapture and the lane 6 Greenwich boat are working right off of each other right now for those gold and silver medal positions. And that lane 1 boat out of Atlanta would be in that bronze medal position right now. So we've got 3 crews in those first 3 positions right now, but it is going to be tight across the board all the way down this race course. I, from this angle, think it is Greenwich who might be taking a little bit from Riverfront Recapture inch by inch right here.
As we cross halfway, it does look like Riverfront Recapture is still in the lead, with Greenwich and Atlanta exchanging bows. I may be mistaken. This angle is pretty deceiving, I will say.
All these crews making a really strong push right here.
It looks like Greenwich just made a little bit of a push into Riverfront Recapture.
It is going to be tight through the line no matter what happens. We can imagine that all of the coxswains in this races right now, down in the bows of these boats, are glancing, taking a look at where these other crews are. We have a shot of that lane 1 Atlanta boat right here, who is also in that medal position. That Atlanta boat right here, it looks like they're really taking up that rate, as we can see from the finish tower. I think this Atlanta boat, at least from this angle.
This is a tight finish for these top 3 positions, with Atlanta, Riverfront Recapture, and Greenwich all within a couple seats of each other.
Looks like Atlanta is the one who might be taking it right here. Let's see what happens with these Greenwich and Riverfront Recapture boats, but it looks like that lane 1 Atlanta boat is the one whose charge was enough to get them into the gold medal position right here.
Great sprint executed by Atlanta.
It's going to be really tight between Riverfront Recapture and Greenwich.
I think Greenwich just out-edged Riverfront Recapture for that silver medal position. And here we have the 2 Texas crews coming to the line in those 4th and 5th positions, with the crew from New Orleans wrapping up the field in lane 2. So great racing from all of our competitors in the men's Club C final. Congratulations to Atlanta for that great race, a great sprint coming through Riverfront Recapture at the end.
And next up, we have the Women's Open AA double final. And these are some of the youngest athletes here at Masters Nationals in the AA class. We can see them right here up at the start line in lane.
These athletes, since they're in the AA category, are ranging from 21 to 26 years of age, the youngest category here at the U.S. Rowing Masters National Championships. We have a 6-boat final. In lane 2, we have a crew from Greater Columbus of Halif and Bushman. In lane 3, from Dallas, Ostrich, and Cusack. In lane 4, from Lincoln Park, we have Brown and Zhang Yu. And in lane 5, from College Club, the Seattle Composite, Gradick and Corbett Brown. In lane 6, from New Orleans, we have Johns and Tomorrow. In lane 7, from Austin, we have Uganant and Smith.
6 boats across right here as these rowers are locked on to the stake boats.
And this crew in lane 5, the College Club Seattle Composite, their age average is actually 45, which is about 20 years above the other crews.
We can see right here these boats making final adjustments, holding on to those points.
So in that College Club Seattle Composite, we have Laura Corbett Brown, who is 42 years old, and Megan Gradick, 49, competing against all of these mid-20-year-old rowers.
Looks like that lane 6 New Orleans boat is named the Bayou
Bruja.
Nice name for a team out of New Orleans. As these boats are off the line right here, we will see what shakes out in the start of this race. Looks like everyone is off the start clean right here.
And this Dallas crew out in lane 2 of Ostrich and Cusack are both former collegiate athletes. Lindsay rode at Illinois and Madison at Cornell. And these two met at the Dallas Rowing Club in the summer of 2021 and have been training and rowing together ever since.
Great to see athletes in this boat class, as well as all the other events here at Masters Nationals, either starting or continuing the sport of rowing beyond high school, beyond college, as we can see in this women's AA double final.
It is hard to hang up the oar in this sport.
Absolutely.
But right now it is this outside crew from Austin. Just kidding. It is lane 2, Greater Columbus on the outside in the lead. Slightly over this College Club Seattle composite out in lane 5.
Looks like our boats for the gold and silver medal position are really tight right now, and then 3 boats are really tight for the bronze position right now. It is hard to tell who is in the lead of those first 2 boats and who is in the lead of those 3 boats behind them right now. I would say that boat out of lane 6, New Orleans, I believe, looks like they are taking it from that Austin boat in lane 7, just a bit, inch by inch, for that 3rd place position right here. We can still see super tight for that gold up in front right there, that College Club Seattle composite and Greater Columbus boat really pushing each other right here.
Great rowing from these slightly older women, Graddick and Corbett Brown from College Club Seattle composite. Even though they have an average age that's about 20 years older than these other crews, they are currently out in front of all of them, followed closely behind by Holliff and Bushman from Greater Columbus.
Great racing from all of these boats right here as they are working their way to the finish of this race course. We are going to see a battle for the medals in this final, just as we have so many other races today.
As we come into the final 250 meters of this race, it really is going to be a battle for that gold medal and a battle for the bronze, with 3 boats nearly even across, with Austin, New Orleans, and the crew from Dallas. But right now it is Greater Columbus and the College Club Seattle composite battling it out for that first place position. Right now it looks like it is Holliff and Bushman on the outside with a slight upper edge. Graddick and Corbett Brown making a last-ditch effort to try to catch them.
That Seattle boat is moving, working their way up. Let's see who's going to take this one. It's going to be tight.
Great racing by both of those crews, but it does look like Greater Columbus just edge out College Club Seattle composite. And coming to the line for our bronze medal, it looks like the crew out in lane 3 from Dallas. Those 2 ex-collegiate rowers are going to come away with the bronze medal in this Women's Open AA double final.
That was some rapid fire right there with those 3 boats coming across almost at the same time. And we have the lane 4 boat out of Lincoln Park that you can see on the screen right now coming through into the finish as well. Those athletes will be rounding out our field as they cross right here in the Women's Open AA double final. Congratulations to all of the crews in this event, and just a reminder that if you are a medal winner here at Masters Nationals, go pick up your awards right next to the finish line tower. You can also stop by the finish tower and grab something to eat, grab something to drink.
We have a very exciting race coming up next with the Men's Open A8 final. This is a 5-boat final with Riverfront Recapture in lane 2, Austin in lane 3, another Austin boat in lane 4, Chicago in lane 5, and Lincoln Park wrapping up the field in lane 6.
This should be a great race. Some teams that we have seen in other events this morning here in this Men's Open A8. The A age category is 27 to 35. Kendall, what are our average ages in this event? And they are off right here.
All of these crews are averaging age between 27 and 30,
so
with Chicago having the oldest age average out in lane 5.
Once again, some of the younger athletes here at Masters Nationals, and we can see a great shot right now from the finish line tower side of the race course right here.
We
really
have
good
5
connection.
boats across. Can throw a blanket over all of them as we cross the 250 meters in. It looks like it is that boat from Austin out in lane 3, slightly ahead.
Really tight for that second place position right here. Riverfront Recapture and that other Austin crew in lane 4 really pushing each other, followed very closely by Chicago and Lincoln Park right here as well. This is going to be anyone's race, it looks like, but that Austin crew in lane 3 is the one who has taken the lead early, or I guess about halfway through as the athletes approach the 500-meter mark right here.
As they cross the 500, it is Austin, stroked by Monert, continuing to expand their lead over the field. Their coxswain is sitting on both bow decks of the boats that are next to him, the other Austin crew and Riverfront Recapture on the far side out in lane 2.
Some good intra-squad racing right there with 2 Austin boats not only in this event, but in the lanes next to each other and pushing off of each other really, really nicely.
Those 2 are definitely vying for some bragging rights as they head back to Austin after this weekend. But it would be great to see both teams on the podium.
We've still got a really strong push out of that Riverfront Recapture boat in lane 2. And in our outside lane right here, Lincoln Park making a strong push as well. Up here on the finish tower, we can see these athletes really cranking it right here with that Austin boat. Looks like they're looking to extend that lead right here. We can imagine that coxswain is calling for even more as these athletes come down to the line.
This is definitely going to be the fastest race that we've had this morning and maybe of this entire regatta. But it is going to be that Austin boat stroked by Monert coming across the line in first place, followed by Riverfront Recapture, and then in third, Austin stroked by Gager.
Looks like that Lincoln Park boat in 4th and Chicago in 5th. Congratulations to that Austin boat on the gold medal finish.
2:53 is the fastest time that we have seen this regatta. I don't know if I've seen a time under 3 minutes just yet, but considering these guys are all fairly young and they're in the 8, which is the fastest boat class there is, it makes sense.
Yeah, it looks like all 3 of the medal winners under 3 minutes right here, followed very closely by Lincoln Park in that 4th place position, as well as that Chicago boat that will be in 5th.
So great racing to all of those guys. Congratulations.
We will have another 8s race up next, this time in the Women's Club B event. So the B age category is 36 to 42, and it looks like this will be a 6-boat final. this time. 6 boats across from lanes 2 to lane 7. Lane 2, we'll have Atlanta. Lane 3, Texas. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 6, Lincoln Park. And lane 7, Capital B, another crew out of Capital right here. We will see how this race starts off in just a moment as these athletes are sitting ready, getting ready to race.
Making their last little final adjustments to their uni, their visors, getting comfortable. This boat from Lincoln Park in lane 6 has some nice words down the hull. I saw spirit, focus, passion, some nice little nouns.
Down the side of the shell.
Teamwork, right on stroke seat.
I love these shots up at the start line right here, whether it is kind of from the side where you can see the rowers or whether it is overhead like we have now. And it looks like all of the athletes are sitting ready, whether that is a half slide or 3/4. It looks like we are about ready to go in this Women's Club B8, and they are off right here taking those starting high strokes. Let's see what plays out in this first 250 or so right here. Some of the same teams in this event as in our previous one, the Men's Open A8. So we will see who jumps out right here. It looks like
it's that crew from Capital out in lane 4 who's currently in the lead, about 6 seats up over all of the other crews. But it is really tight for that 2nd and 3rd place position.
Really strong racing out of all of these boats right here. Personally, my favorite boat to cox is most definitely an 8 because I just think there is nothing more exciting than the competition of an 8, which we can definitely see with how these boats are staying connected through the race right here.
I would love to cox an 8, Lauren, except I don't think that my butt would fit in the coxswain seat.
I will say, depending on which manufacturer the boat is from, some of them are a little bit of a tight squeeze in the coxswain seat.
I may be able to squeeze in a pocock, but that's just because the gunnels are tapered inward, but even then might be a little bit of a
The coxswain seats in the pococks are still pretty tight despite the size of the shell.
Well, I don't think I'll be coxing anytime soon, so we don't have to worry about that.
That's a good thing, I guess. And we can see an overhead shot right now. It looks like this Capital boat out of lane 4 is still the ones in the lead, but they are being chased down by the other boats in this event as well. Once again, we do have finals going on right now, which means everyone is fighting for those medals in these races.
But it still is Capital out front with a length lead over Atlanta on the far side, who has a length lead over Texas, who is followed very close behind by the Lincoln Park Boat Club. So it's going to be Texas and Lincoln Park Boat Club battling for that bronze medal in this Women's Club B8 final.
It looks like we've got that Capital and Atlanta boats being the ones to come through the 250-meter mark right now, charging it out into the final strokes right here. That Capital boat has gotten that lead right off the start and held it all the way through. Atlanta pretty comfortably in that silver medal position right now, so we will see who is going to take the bronze in this race right here.
You can definitely see this Lincoln Park Boat Club crew and Texas giving everything they have in these last 20 strokes of the race, emptying their takes, trying to get that bronze medal. And from this angle, it looks like Texas may have a slight upper hand.
looks like Texas got them by just a little bit as that Capital crew comes through, as well as Atlanta. Let's see who's going to take this bronze. This one is
Lincoln
going to be
Park
tight.
is on a little bit of a
Wow.
surge. I don't know.
Looks like that one is too close to call right now until we see these times come through. You could hear those horns right after another. And now we have got this riverfront recapture boat in lane 5 coming into the finish right now. You can see them up on your screen right here. And wow, it looks like Texas took that bronze by just a hair. 327, 288 to 327, 593.
So basically 0.2 of a second separating those two crews.
That's a tight race right there. Congratulations to everyone in the Women's Club B8 final, and to the medal winners especially. Make sure you grab your awards from the awards stage.
And on to our next event, we have the Men's Open B Quad Final. This will be a 4-boat final with Riverfront Recapture in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Miami in lane 5, and Atlanta in lane 6.
Moving back to these quad events right here. In this Open B category, age range of 36 to 42 is the B age category, but what do we have right here, Kendall, from these crews in this race?
What do we have?
Yeah, what ages do we have from these athletes?
We have averages ranging from 39 to 47. So kind of in that mid-40s range.
And they are off right here from the line, and we will see who's going to take this lead right here.
And it looks like Texas out in lane 4 had a pretty quick start in that yellow boat.
Texas looked really strong off the line right here. A little hard to tell from this angle exactly who has got the lead from the beginning. We will see in just a moment.
From the finish tower, even though they are quite far away, it does look like Texas has a little bit of a lead, followed by Miami and then Atlanta. Riverfront Recapture off the back a little bit, but it is pretty close between Miami and Atlanta on these two inside lanes. But it is Texas out in front by what looks like to be a little bit over of a length of open water.
From what we can see here on the screen, that Texas boat is moving super efficiently as a crew. They're kind of going off the edge of our screen right now, but just before this, they were moving super efficient, super clean to hold on to what looks like that gold medal position right now.
They are indeed in that gold medal position as they cross the halfway point. And it looks like Atlanta in this inside lane, maybe a smidge, couple seats over lane 5, Miami. And it looks like Atlanta is having a little bit of a steering issue, saying hello to the buoys. It looks like they still have a little bit of a lead over Miami, but it is still Texas out in lane 4 in the front of the field.
And we can see these crews coming in to the end of the race course right here. Can't see it on your screen, but that Texas boat is approaching that 250-meter mark right here. They are coming in super strong, have really just been extending this lead all the way through. And now they are back on your screens right here. You can see just how much separation there is from the rest of the field. That Atlanta and Miami boat are definitely pushing each other in that second and third position.
Yeah, this Texas crew having a great race coming into the last 10 strokes. Really asserting their dominance over the rest of the field, having a couple lengths of open water back to Atlanta, who has a couple seats of open over Miami, but this Texas crew looking super composed, super put together as they cross the line for that gold medal.
And now we have this Atlanta crew coming across the line for the silver, followed by Miami in that bronze medal position. And on your screen right now, you can see that boat out of Riverfront Recapture in lane 3, making their way into the finish as well. I love the hat of that stroke seat in the Riverfront Recapture boat. That is very fun.
I have seen a fair amount of Riverfront Recapture athletes wearing bucket hats.
And they are making their way, and there is the horn right there. That is all crews across the line in the Men's Open B Quad Final. And next up, we will have, we have a straight 4 race up next, it looks like.
Yes, we do indeed. I believe this is our first straight 4 race of the regatta. It'll be a 4-boat race with Avalon in lane 3, Sarasota County in lane 4, Greenwich in lane 5, and Minneapolis in lane 6.
They are getting ready to kick this race off in the straight 4. And Kendall, as a straight 4 rower yourself, tell me, 1, what seat did you row at the Olympics in the straight 4? And 2, tell me about what that experience was like racing in that event.
That is a loaded question, Lauren. So I was 3-seat in the straight 4 that competed in Tokyo at the last Summer Games, sitting behind Grace Lusac, who was stroking. Claire Collins was behind me in the 2-seat, and Maddie Wanamaker was in the bow. And you're asking me about my Olympic experience?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can fit that all in right now. I mean, there was a point in time in 2020 where we didn't know if the Olympics was even going to happen or not. So it was a weird time to be alive as a rower who was trying to make the Olympic team. So my Olympic experience is a little bit different from all other Olympians who have competed at past games. We weren't really allowed to go out and explore it all. It was just from the village, get on the bus, go to the race course, get back on the bus, go to the village. So our sightseeing occurred on the bus to and from the village and the course. But I mean, it was an incredible experience. I'm super grateful that I got to go. The Olympic selection was definitely the hardest thing that I've ever had to go through as an athlete and as a rower, but I somehow made it out on the other side, earning a spot in the women's straight 4, and we didn't finish as well as we had hoped. We did win the B final, so we won something, but you know, I was just happy to go, happy to get a incredible experience. But yeah, it was great.
And right now we have this Women's Open D through K straight 4 final. Once again, we've got 4 boats in this event competing for this gold, silver, and bronze medal. It looks like we have 2 crews up in front out of, that looks like it's Greenwich and Minneapolis, but they are getting awfully close together right there.
So these boats are straight boats, meaning that there is no coxswain in the bow to steer. It is usually either the stroke seat or the 3-seat who has the tow, because they are the rowers who have the best vantage point of the buoys to keep their boat straight in the lane. And it looks like these 2 crews, Greenwich and Minneapolis, have parted ways. There was a little bit of action a little bit ago between those 2, but they have figured out that they should not be next to each other, and it is Greenwich who is out in front with a little bit of open water over Minneapolis.
Greenwich looking really strong right here in that first place position. Already with these athletes approaching the halfway point of the course at that 500-meter mark, we can imagine Greenwich is going to work to extend their lead in this body of the race as much as they can. Good separation over that Minneapolis crew now in the middle of this race, and Avalon and Sarasota County in lanes 3 and 4 will be, as of right now, it looks like fighting for that third place position, those two boats right here.
And it looks like Minneapolis is having a little bit of a steering difficulty again with those port oars just grazing over into the lane next to them.
We could see the referee waving them back over more into their lane.
But it is this crew from Greenwich who is absolutely dominating this field. You know, the straight four is, in my opinion, it's kind of like a pair on steroids. Like, you have to have a lot of finesse to row this boat. Technique is incredibly important. I would say more so than power. When you're in a bigger boat like an 8, you can kind of get away with not having as great of technique. But in a 4, in order to move it effectively, you have to have a decent amount of boat feel and technique. It's a perfect balance between power and technique. And these ladies from Greenwich are absolutely showing that right now, looking super composed. In the last 250 meters, they have extended their lead to a significant margin over the rest of the field.
Greenwich really charging into these final strokes right here. And it looks like that boat from Sarasota County has worked their way into that third place position really well. And we can see all of these crews making their final push right here, upping that stroke rate, upping that power, and that Greenwich boat you can see on your screen right now is doing an absolutely fantastic job right there of that. They are really powering through the line despite having the lead through. They come across with that gold medal in a pretty comfortable position. Followed by that boat out of Minneapolis coming through the line in silver. And coming across on your screen right now, that is panning over to the boat out of Sarasota County. They will be working their way to that bronze medal position, coming across the line right here. And now we hear the horn. They have completed their race in that third place position. And our boat out of Avalon in lane 3 is who you can see on your screen now.
The average age from this Avalon crew is 73, which is slightly higher than all of the other crews that just competed. And if I'm still rowing when I'm in my 70s, I'd be impressed. But good for these ladies for finishing their race, wrapping up the field from Avalon in that 4th place position. And we have a guest here in the booth, Brett Gorman-Sickler, who has an announcement for everybody.
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be down here in Sarasota. My name is Brett Gorman. I'm the Director of Coach Education for U.S. Rowing, and right now occurring on the 2nd floor of the finish tower, which, by the way, is air-conditioned. We have U.S. Rowing office hours with several U.S. Rowing staff members, including safety, coach education, programs, membership, events. You got questions? You got feedback? We're here. We want to see you. We also have snacks. So yeah, from 12 to 1 p.m. Racing, I believe, concludes for the lunch at 12:30. So if you finish up, you want a cold beverage, you want to come hang out with us, we'll be there till 1 o'clock and beyond. So hope to see you there.
Right on, Brett. Thank you so much. Hopefully, Brett will come and join me at the announcing table later this evening, so you will hear her voice again. That nice, powerful voice. But for now, it is just me, Kendall Chase, and Lauren up here in the announcing booth. We have our next race, the Men's Club E Cox 4 final. In lane 3, we have another crew from Riverfront Recapture. In lane 4, we have a crew from Capital. In lane 5 is Saugatuck. In lane 6 is Texas, who is currently out in front, a couple of seats over the rest of the field out there in lane 6.
Texas with that early lead right here, being closely followed by those other 3 boats as well. Looks like second place right now would be that boat from Riverfront Recapture. However, it is super tight across the board for places 1 through 4 in this men's club E4 final.
And as we cross the 250 meters into this race, it looks like it is Texas and Riverfront Recapture in those outside lanes, in those gold and silver medal positions. Followed closely by Capital out in lane 4 in that 3rd place position and about a length back to Saugatuck. But this crew from Riverfront Recapture is not letting Texas slip away. They have about a couple of seats to make up to get into that gold medal position, but for now it still is Texas.
And we can see these boats coming past that 500-meter marker right here, with Texas being the first one to come through that 500, but Riverfront Recapture is pushing them all the way down the line. And in that 3rd place position right now, we have got Capital out of lane 4. So we are going to see who is going to take these top 3 spots right here coming down the course. Texas has been leading the way all the way through, but let's see what this Riverfront Recapture does as we go into the second half of this race.
And it looks like this Texas crew has just about got open water over that Riverfront Recapture crew that has a couple of seats back to the Capital crew, who has about a half a length of open down to Saugatuck wrapping up the field.
Some really strong programs from all over in this event right here. We've got Connecticut, California, another Connecticut team, and Texas. So we are all over the map right here at this 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters National Championship in Sarasota, Florida.
Lauren, Capital is actually in D.C.
Oh, I was thinking Capital out of California.
I know,
that is my bad.
I thought that yesterday too. Don't worry.
Capital out of D.C., not out of California. My apologies to Capital crew. And it looks like that Riverfront Recapture boat and Texas are really fighting through the line right here, followed closely by Capital from D.C.
Great final push by this Riverfront Recapture crew that ate away at that lead that Texas had. I don't know if they're going to have enough real estate to catch them, and they're not. It is going to be Texas coming away with that gold medal, followed closely by Riverfront Recapture for the silver.
Looks like Texas held on to that one from start to finish, but Riverfront Recapture did give them a great final push right there in the sprint.
The Texas rowers very pleased with that result, giving each other high fives, patting each other on the back.
Then we had Capital in 3rd place, followed closely by Saugatuck in 4th in this men's club E4 final. Congratulations to all the boats in this event. Great racing from all crews.
And on to our next race, we have the men's lightweight H through K double final. This will be a 6-boat final. In lane 2, we have LeBlanc and Bosshard from Virginia. In lane 3, we have Spencer and Stutliff from Potomac Composite. In lane 4, we have Hanson and Sailor from Riverfront Recapture. In lane 5, we have Hurry and Thompson from Great Miami. In lane 6, we have Palmer and Conroy from Minneapolis. And in lane 7, we have an unaffiliated crew of Santucci and Fury.
Back to some sculling events right now in this men's lightweight HK double final. We can see these athletes getting ready to race right here. those stake boat holders, holding them in place, ensuring the fairness of the start rate here. The aligner is going to the stake boat holders through the radio, so all of the boats are bow ball to bow ball across the start, keeping the boats right with each other from the beginning. And then after that, once the starter says go, we will see who will put that bow ball ahead. I was saying earlier that I think sitting at the start line is the most nerve-wracking part. Would you agree with that statement? That
I would. It really depends. You're just sitting at the start waiting for, you're anticipating the pain that you are about to endure. You're heading into the unknown. You don't know what's going to happen. So in a way, it may be the most nerve-wracking point. I feel like the lead up, the night before is usually when I feel the most nervous, but I tend to calm down before. But here we have, the race is underway in the men's lightweight H through K double final. And it looks like it is this crew out in lane 6, Palmer and Conroy from Minneapolis, who have asserted their dominance pretty early on in the race.
yeah, it looks like they've got open already in the first 250 over every other boat in the field. That means that Minneapolis boat had a very strong start that allowed them to open up this kind of lead early. And it looks like we have got that boat out of Great Miami and Virginia kind of going right with each other for second place right now, although that Virginia boat on the outside does appear to be inching ahead right now of that Great Miami crew.
It seems like this point in the race, that crew from Minneapolis, the Palmer and Conroy combo, seem like they are untouchable. They have multiple lengths of open water back to the rest of the field, with the crew from Virginia in lane 2, LeBlanc and Bossard, in that second place position, being closely followed by the crew in lane 5 from Greater Miami. But right now, it is this Minneapolis crew who is dominating as they cross over the halfway point.
Strong start from that Minneapolis boat. We will see how they will continue in this second half of the race right here. Right now, it looks like nobody is going to be able to challenge them, but as we know, anything can happen in a race, so we will see what happens as we come in to the finish right here, as we watch what these other crews do. Once again, in this final, we've got those medals up for grabs.
And this crew from Minneapolis, Palmer and Conroy, continuing to extend their lead over the field. But like Lauren said, in rowing, anything can happen. Yesterday, they were a couple flips. Hopefully there are no flips today, but anything is possible.
That is true. Right now, though, it is still all Minneapolis. They are past that 250-meter mark right now, charging through the line right here.
And it's going to be a battle for the silver and bronze between Virginia in lane 2 and Great Miami in lane 5. At this point, it looks like it is Virginia with a slight lead over Great Miami.
Good shot of this Minneapolis crew in lane 6 coming down the course. You can see the power in that boat that has allowed them to hold the lead throughout the whole race as they come into the finish right here.
Yeah, these two rowers are not letting off the gas at all, even though they know that they have this race in the bag if they just stay upright and keep moving forward. Still applying a great power as they cross the finish line. Palmer and Conroy will come away with the gold medal in the men's lightweight H through K final.
Great job to that crew right here. And now the rest of our crews coming through the line for the silver and bronze positions.
We have Virginia coming in second, followed by the crew in lane 5 from Great Miami, Hurry and Thompson for the bronze.
And it looks like that Riverfront recapture boat takes that 4th place position, followed by our Potomac composite boat in lane 3. And our unaffiliated boat in lane 7 is who you have up on your screen right now as they are coming down to the line, going all the way through the finish right here from lane 7. This unaffiliated boat of Santucci and Fury crossing through the line as well. Congratulations to all boats in the men's lightweight HK double final.
Up next, we have our women's lightweight F through K single final. This will be a 5-boat final with Jane Littell from Rock Creek in lane 2, Kathleen Davis from Sagatuck in lane 3, Ann Heiser from YMCA Rock River in lane 4, Ping Wang from Minneapolis in lane 5, and Joanna Moody from Sagatuck in lane 6.
And they are off in this women's lightweight FK single final. We will see if anyone is going to jump out early like we saw out of that Minneapolis crew in this last event.
And this other Minneapolis rower, Ping Wang, is a poet, a writer, a photographer, a performance and multimedia artist. Her publications have been translated into multiple languages and include poetry, short stories, novels, cultural studies, and children's stories. Her multimedia expeditions address global themes of industrialization, the environment, interdependency, and the people. She has been the recipient of numerous awards and is a professor of English and the founder of the Kinship of Rivers Project. She has written multiple books, and you all can check out her website, wangping.com. And now she is currently sitting in 4th place right now, trailing the rower from from Sagatuck out in lane 3, Kathleen Davis, who's followed closely behind by Ann Heiser from YMCA Rock River.
Looks like Kathleen Davis got an early lead, but Ann Heiser is not going to give it up that easy. Those two really good battle right there for those 1st place positions. Right now in 3rd place is Jane Little from Rock Creek in the outside lane, but Ping Wang from Minneapolis not far behind off of that 3rd place position either. Right now, what we're watching in this race is who is going to grab that gold medal. Kathleen Davis from Saugatuck and Ann Heiser from YMCA Rock River really pushing each other right here. We can see those boats approaching that 500-meter mark. You can see it on the far side of your screen right now.
And it looks like Ann Heiser has taken Kathleen Davis's lead as they cross the 500 meters in 500 meters to go mark. Continuing to extend that little lead, Ann Heiser from YMCA Rock River continuing to push the pace of this women's lightweight F through K single final.
Her stern deck is moving into the bow deck of that boat from Saugatuck. Ann Heiser really working to extend the lead right here, but that boat out of Saugatuck is still pushing. We will see what happens as we come towards the end of this race right here. In this 5-boat final, we have Ann Heiser pushing for the golds right here. We can see a good shot of 3 shells across your screen right here. And now an aerial shot where we can see the first 3 positions in pretty clear formation right here.
Coming into the last 250, it is still Ann Heiser from YMCA Rock River out in front. But it looks like Kathleen Davis from Saugatuck is making a final push, bringing up the stroke rate. Is she going to overtake Ann Heiser in lane 4? And it looks like she is eating away at that lead that Ann had earlier.
Really?
Kathleen Davis making a really strong push for the sprint in the last 250 meters. It looked like she has overtaken Ann Heiser in lane 4. Kathleen Davis currently sitting in the lead right now, about a length up over Ann Heiser. What a great push, great sprint executed by Kathleen Davis from Saugatuck. Coming into the last 5 strokes of this women's lightweight F through K final, it will be Kathleen Davis coming away with the gold, Ann Heiser with the silver. Great final push there by Kathleen Davis out of Saugatuck for the win. And in third, we have Jane Littell from Rock Creek wrapping up our podium finishes.
And on the screen right now, coming across in 4th place is Ping Wang from Minneapolis. Crossing the line in 4th, congratulations. And now as the camera pans across, we can see Joanna Moody out of Saugatuck coming down into the final strokes of this race as well, pushing all the way through the line right here in this women's lightweight F through K single final out of lane 6.
And Joanna Moody crossing over the line in just a couple of strokes is in the category I. She's 75 years old, still rowing, still racing, still killing it. And even though she finished in the last place position of this race, she will still come away with a gold medal in her age category. So good for you, Joanna Moody. Congratulations to you and all of the fellow women's lightweight F through K single scullers.
Just a reminder that as a member of U.S. Rowing, you do have access to Row 360, which is an online independent publication that covers the most inspiring stories, events, and people in the world of rowing. And in order to activate that access that you have, you can scan the QR code on your athlete wristband. So if you are here on site with one of those wristbands, please go do that.
On the course right now, we have our last race before we take a little bit of a break. We have a single boat race going on in the Men's Open F pair final. These 2 rowers from Virginia, we have Polmere and Chilmade.
I know earlier you were talking about the complexities, kind of comparing a pair and a straight 4 event. What are your experiences rowing in the pair like? How would you describe this boat class as someone who may not have rowed it before?
The pair is one of the hardest boats to row. You cannot hide at all. From a technical perspective, if you are falling short, you will be rowing not fast at all. And the pair is a great technical tool. In college and on the national team, I would say that about 80% of my time was spent training in pairs, really developing good form that could later on transfer into other boat classes. So it is a great training tool. It's the boat that I'd say you can build the best amount of fitness in. I mean, the single is also a really hard boat to row, but the pair is the greatest training tool for sweep rowing, I would say.
And now we can see this Men's Open F pair, just one boat in this final out of Virginia. We can see them coming down the course right here. They are between that 500 and 250 meter mark, so well into the second half of this race right here. Can see a great overhead shot right here where we can see a nice view of this race course here at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota. for anyone who is listening, who is here on site, as we do have a lunch break coming up, make sure you make your way to the finish tower to grab some drinks, grab some snacks, and stay cool in the air conditioning, as well as stop by some of our many amazing vendors that we have here. We have many different boat companies, rowing companies that you can stop by and take a look at, as well as from US Rowing, the stem to stern tent, learning a little bit more about this US Rowing partner that helps rowing teams with both academics and rowing and eliminating barriers that many communities in the sport face, as well as the US Rowing marketplace. And now we can see a great shot of this Virginia boat as they are coming through the line right here. You can see how these two athletes are working together really nicely to move this boat in sync right here in the pair. As Kendall just said, not an easy boat class, but these athletes are doing a great job of keeping this boat set, keeping it stable, and fast as well.
These two rowers from Virginia looking very composed as they cross the finish line. Going to come away with the gold, uncontested, solo race.
And congratulations to that crew out of Virginia.
All right, we are going to go on our lunch break. So, like Lauren said, if you want to cool off, have a snack, come to the finish tower level 2. We have some food trucks out there. Make sure you check out the US Rowing Marketplace, all of the nice new 776 merch. And 776 is a proud performance apparel partner of US Rowing and the US Rowing national team, and they offer an exclusive range of US Rowing branded apparel for the entire US Rowing community. You can check out that new apparel collection at the marketplace like I just stated. Stay cool, everyone, and we will be back in a little bit.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment, and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here right now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets, and not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program, we use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first?
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. R. Cooper came along and said, why aren't you competing? And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, I'll make that possible for you. Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward, we're at the Nationals.
I want to thank R. Cooper, because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race. We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed. Yeah, huge fan of the king boat.
Started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance. This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I get the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment, and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here right now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
We use rowing, we're an educational program. We use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first?
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, "Why aren't you competing?" And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, "I'll make that possible for you." Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward. We're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race. We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed. Yeah, huge fan of the king boat.
Started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance. This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I got the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a nice little break. We are going to get racing back underway here in just a couple of moments. Starting up again with our women's lightweight D single final. We have a 3-boat final. In lane 3 from Capital, we have Rebecca Hollins. In lane 4 from Atlanta, we have Sterling Lankin. In lane 5 from Dallas, we have Maria Esway. So all of these athletes are lightweights. They weighed in earlier today. They all made weight, and they are all ready to go at the starting line. And in just a couple of moments, these rowers will be underway. It looks like they have been called to attention, and they are off. A quick start out there in lane 3 from Capital. That is Rebecca Hollins. Looks like we may have a little bit of action, some oars clashing from those two crews, Lankin and Esway, in lanes 4 and 5. Some little laughs and smiles about it. They've both stopped rowing, but it looks like Hollins from Capital is, everyone has stopped rowing, actually. Not really sure what the deal is. Normally if there's a breakage, in the first 100 meters, they're able to get pulled back. It looks like there's just some contact. I don't know if that is enough of a reason to pull crews back, but maybe the new addition to the announcing booth, Brett Gorman, will be able to answer that question. Welcome to the finish tower, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Kendall. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me crash your party.
Crash it all you
I'm
want.
excited.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah, no, I see. So it looked like, was that within the 100-meter breakage? I know there wasn't breakage, but.
Well, I think it was within the first 100 meters, but do you know if there is oar clashing and contact, if that is enough to bring everyone back to restart?
I think it depends on, who was ahead at the time and how it impeded, like if someone was being overtaken a lot of times. But I think, it's a little bit of a casual environment here, I feel where, hey, why not? Let's bring it back.
That does seem to be the vibe here at US Rowing Masters Nationals Championship.
We only have 3 athletes in this race. Let's make it fair. Let's make it fun for everyone and make sure everyone's got their best shot at having their best performance. So I suspect that's the thinking here.
Well, all 3 of these rowers, Hollins, Lankin, and Esway, will have another shot. We'll see if Lankin and Esway can stay separate from each other in the first 100 meters. These rowers just getting resituated in their lanes.
Well, while we wait for them to get in their lane, so Kendall, I think you and I have known each other.
We've known each other for a little bit.
For a little bit.
I think you tried to recruit me to go to UVA. Was that you?
Yes, I did. I remember. I flew out to Denver, to the Mile High City, and I went to an indoor Mile High rowing practice. I believe at that time you were already committed to Cal.
Then why did you go?
Oh, well, you know, I think I wanted to go skiing, I think was the legit. And I was trying to justify.
You used recruiting
yes,
as an
I did. I
excuse.
wanted to head up to the mountains, get some skiing in. But I remember seeing you. I have a very vivid memory of, you know, and your coach, Grace. Awesome woman, Grace, you know, talking to me about you and saying like, yep, but you missed the boat. And I was like, literally, you have missed the boat. But anyway, but what I was going to say about, you know, we've got a singles race going here, and did you spend a lot of time in a single? In high school, but then when COVID hit.
In COVID times, we did spend a lot of time in the single. Yeah, I will say out of my 11-year rowing career, those couple months in the summer during COVID was the most time I've spent in a single.
And where I was going with that was I think that in the single, just the slightest little off, you know, kilterness that your boat may have, you know, one blade is buried deeper than the other, that can send you on a completely different trajectory. So I don't think it's surprising that in a singles event we're going to see more clashing, more steering corrections happen, but maybe this time we'll be able to get off the line cleanly, which really is the ultimate goal. Oh, and there they go.
And it does look like Hollins is off again to another good start. But yes, as Brett was saying, at least for me personally, being a strictly port rower, I cannot row starboard to save my life. I did have a little bit of a difficult time going straight in the single, being that my left arm had slightly more developed muscles than my right, so I would have a tendency to pull to the port side. But that's just, you know, minor adjustment, something that I have to keep in mind when rowing the single. But these rowers are cleanly off, all looking like they're solidly in their lanes.
Yeah, I think we're past that point now where they can hopefully start to see both sides of their buoy lines. It's no longer in their peripheral. They can look down the course. Hopefully that's what they're doing now. You want to look way down the course and be as much in the middle when you can see both lines kind of converging. That's what helps. So that's what makes the start so difficult is you don't have those lines to go off of.
That's true, and it does look like Sterling Lincoln from Atlanta has decided to pay her counterpart over in lane 3 from Capital a little visit in her lane. It doesn't look like she is impeding Hollins at all. She's only really impeding herself, kind of sitting in Hollins' wake, which is only slowing her down.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, we got Hollins in first, and then coming up a little bit, looks like we're almost getting a little contact coming from Esway in the near lane here.
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit. Maybe there's still a little bit of clear water there.
But these are singles, and a lot can happen in not a lot of time.
That's right.
So at this point, it still is anyone's game. And all 3 of these boats are through the halfway point. 500 in, 500 meters to go in this 1,000-meter race. And it does look like Esway is slowly eating away at Hollins' lead.
Yeah, I saw her take a little glance over that right shoulder. She wants to know exactly where Hollins is. She knows she's halfway through the race, coming through. See a little course correction coming from Esway to get herself back in the middle of the lane. But yeah, once we get the good, you know, shot of the bows, we'll update everybody on how that's looking. It's hard to tell right now from the finish tower what we're seeing. But yep. Oh well, it looks
like Hollins has responded a bit. She saw Esway creeping up, and she said, no, thank you. I'm going to keep my lead and keep moving forward. But there is still time left. They haven't reached the 250 to go mark, so I wouldn't count Esway out of it just quite yet.
I agree. And I say she keeps looking over that right shoulder. I've seen her take her stroke rate up a couple beats. So, yeah, we'll see. The question is, does Hollins have more? Is she waiting? Or is this all she's got right now? We'll see. We could have a very exciting finish coming down in these lightweight singles.
If Hollins has a powerful sprint hiding in her back pocket, Esway is not out of reach. But the time to go is right now as a flock of seagulls flies across the course in classic Sarasota, Florida form. But at this point in the race, Esway is still out in front. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Esway's still out in front.
Okay.
Nope, Hollins, sorry. Hollins is out in front. My bad. Got a little rusty over the break.
Those tacos will do that.
I had the acai bowl.
Yep, coming across the line. Yes, it is going to be Hollins. Looks like she's still got a little bit of clear water on Esway, but still competitive. Definitely not super comfortable.
Esway did make a really solid push in the middle of that race to challenge Hollins. So great racing from both of those rowers. And Sterling Lonkin from Atlanta now crossing the line, finishing up this women's lightweight D final. All of those rowers will come away with a medal. And our next race looks like it is already underway. It is the men's lightweight D double final. We have representation from Miami in lane 2, Greater Dayton in lane 3, another Miami crew in lane 4, an OKC Riversport composite in lane 5, and another Riverside composite in lane 6.
So we're coming to you. Looks like we're just over a minute into this lightweight men's double race. This crews still have a fair amount of overlap.
And at this point in the race, it looks like this OKC Riversport composite is out in front in lane 5.
Closely followed by lane 6 for the Riverside composite boat, as well as lane 2, the Miami boat, the first Miami boat.
So it is still that OKC Riversport composite out there in lane 5 in the lead. It looks like this is just a 4-boat final. Miami is not in this event right now. It is currently Greater Dayton out there on the outside, sitting in that 3rd place spot. There is a Miami boat in lane 4 with Silva Urbana and Barrera.
And currently in 2nd place, we have the Riverside composite of Wolf and Kaplan. Oh, Sean Wolf and Gray Kaplan. Oh, yes, I rode with them.
And it looks like Wolf and Kaplan right now are making a push as we come into the red buoys, trying to eat away at OKC Riversport's lead. They have about a half a length to make up. They have brought the stroke rate up. It looks like they are moving. The real question is there going to be enough real estate before the finish to catch them? Look at that Riverside composite boat go. Wolf and Kaplan has brought the rate up. It looks like they're rowing at about 3/4 slide, trying to get in as many strokes as they possibly can. OKC Riversport composite is responding pretty well, keeping up that power, and I don't think that Wolf and Kaplan are going to have enough room to catch them. Great
Yes,
racing
close.
by those two boats.
Yes, the near lane, Kaplan and Wolf really tried to make a push for it, but again, they ran out of real estate and were unable to take over Stevenson and Cook from OKC Riversport. Very nicely done.
So OKC Riversport composite coming away with the gold. Riverside composite coming away with the silver, and a boat from Greater Dayton coming away with the bronze medal in this men's lightweight double final. And our next race is already underway. We are rolling through these events here this afternoon. We have the women's lightweight B double final. We have representation from Vero Beach composite in lane 3, Capital in lane 4, and a Penn AC composite in lane 5. And at this point, it does look like that Penn AC composite out there of Kaplan and Aringus is in the lead. About a length up on Capital, and they are about a length up on the Vero Beach composite. Now, Brett, you've spent a decent amount of time in a double, haven't you?
I have, Kendall. Yes, actually, I did have the fortunate experience of learning how to scull at the high school level at Los Gatos Rowing Club. But then, yes, in 2005, I raced in the under 23 women's double in Amsterdam, and then in my first official senior national team was in 06 when I rode in both the double and the 8. I was in the double with one Miss Susan Francia.
Oh, what a good, fun combination. You doubled up in the double and the 8, sweeping and sculling at a World Championships?
That is correct.
Wow.
That is correct.
So versatile of you.
Thank you. Yes, ultimately the 8 was very successful. The double, not so much. It's a tough event.
That double is a tough
event.
event.
It's a very tough event, but it was, you know, it's one of those things, you know, the further away I get from it, the more fun it was.
But at least you had another opportunity to do well in the 8.
I did. And now coming into the back, about halfway through the race, we still have the Penn AC composite of Kaplan and Arangus, I hope I'm saying that right, leading the pack, followed by Capital and followed by Vero Beach Composite.
And I believe that Kaplan raced earlier today, unless there are multiple Kaplans here racing at this regatta.
Well, there are, because her husband was in the double in the previous race.
That is true. That is true. And I think her and her husband raced together in a mixed double earlier today and won.
Well, I think we could spend the rest of the time just talking about that. Good idea or bad idea? Marriages and doubles. It's
definitely testing the marriage.
We've seen the Kaplans do this multiple times. It appears to work for them. Myself and my husband Sean Gorman know that is not a good idea unless I am in the bow.
So you've tried it.
So we yes, you know, you get away from it a little bit. You think, oh, let's give it a go. Maybe it'll go better. Not so much. But anyway, not about that. It's about right now the Kaplan Arangus Penn AC composite double running away with this. They've got, what would you call that? About 2 lengths of open over the second boat coming from Capital of Crawley and Acera, and then about another 2 to 3 lengths of open going back to the Vero Beach composite of Kniep and Diaz.
Kaplan looking to add another gold medal to her collection today, and that is what she is going to do. The Penn AC composite of Kaplan and Arangus coming across the line in first place, followed by Capital of Crawley and Acera in second, followed by this Vero Beach composite of Kniep and Actinger Diaz in third. All of these boats will come away from this race with a medal. And speaking of medals, if anyone is interested in getting their medals engraved, head on over to the U.S. Rowing Marketplace. It costs $15 for 1 medal, $25 to engrave 2 medals, $50 for 4 medals, and $100 for 8 medals. So if you want to engrave the back of your medals to look back on in coming years and remember what you've accomplished, that is something you can do at the U.S. Rowing Marketplace.
And we have a start in the Women's Open AA pair final. So we were talking earlier about how tough it can be in a single to get off the line. Kendall, you've got a little experience in a pair.
I have raced a pair quite a bit. I started off my pair journey at in high school. I raced both years I was in high school at the Youth National Championships, coming in third the first year and winning the second year in the pair. It's a very competitive, hard field that continues to get more competitive, I feel like, as time goes on. As we can see here, this field is super, super tight. With all of those boats on the outside.
Looks like right now in the far lane, lane 7, looks like we have the Austin tandem of Wieland and Langley with about a 3/4 length lead on lane 6. Also Austin rowing of Ricknen and Uginden.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
These names are hard.
I apologize. But yeah, and then let's see, we've got, this is a 6-boat final. This is a full final, which is exciting for us. Lots to juggle here. Looks like in lane 2, a third Austin boat of Brandon and Smith are having a little bit of course issues. Lane 3, we have Plaza Nevada from River City. Lane 4, we have a NBP community crew of Ward and Kettle, followed by lane 5, Cornish and Hawthorne from Lincoln Park.
And I can only assume that the NBP stands for Nathan Benderson Park. If I were to make an educated guess, would you agree with me, Brett?
I would, yes. Thank you very much.
So we got
Kendall.
some local ladies, Ward and Kettle, out there in lane 4 representing Nathan Benderson Park. But right now it is still that crew from Austin, Wheatland, and Langley out in lane 7 in the lead. But it does look like Ward and Kettle from Nathan Benderson Park community is pushing that lead. Currently sitting in 2nd place right now. It looks like there may be some steering issues happening in between lane 5 and 6. They have come together, but it looks like they have parted ways. They just wanted to say hello. Sometimes that happens.
The most important thing when you go off course, Kendall, is obviously, yes, you want to get back on course, but to do it in a way that isn't going to be super disruptive. Don't panic. It just takes, especially in a boat as small as this, it really doesn't take much to just, bring that bow around just a little bit and get going.
Exactly.
I want to thank Nielsen Kellerman for donating a stroke watch for us for this afternoon. So big shout out to them so we can hopefully get you some stroke rates as you get going. So now it looks like the lead crew coming up on the finish tower, the Austin boat of Wheeland and Langley, currently rowing at about a 36 coming down the course.
And Rancourt and Uthgenant, also from Austin here in lane 6, have taken up the pace a bit. They are currently sitting in 2nd place, also currently sitting right on the buoy line. So if I were them, I would not try to adjust my point. There's no point, just kind of, you got to sit there. They're on the line. They are currently crossing the line right now in 2nd place, followed by lane 5, Lincoln Park, in 3rd place. So some great representation in this pair event from Austin. 3 of these boats, 3 out of 6 of these boats being from Austin, rowing down there on Lady Bird Lake. The pair is not an easy boat to row, so I commend all of you rowers for coming out here and racing this 1,000-meter race in the pair.
And now same number in the crew, but we're going now to the men's double, the men's open double A 2X heat 1. This is a rare heat.
Man, we got a heat.
We got a heat. So this is, top 4 will go on to the final in this event. In lane 2, we have Potomac Boat Club, lane 3, Dallas, lane 4, Salem, lane 5, Lincoln Park, and lane 6, Mobjack Composite coming up. And they're sitting at the start. It doesn't look like we're quite ready to go yet. Everyone just doing little adjustments here. Looks like there's a little wind up there.
It does look like there's a little bit of a cross tail coming in from the port side. It doesn't look like it's too much to disrupt the boat, but enough to kind of push you to those starboard buoys off the line. And especially when you're getting lined up at the start, you're going to have to make a little bit of adjustments, slight taps to make sure you are straight for your race. And it looks like they have been called to attention, and they are off.
So again, we've got 5 boats in this race. 4 will make it to the final. 4, so definitely big motivation here to get a good start off the front. We'll give you an update as soon as we get that good shot down the line.
So these guys are vying for 4 spots, and there are 5 boats in this race. So unfortunately for one of these crews, this will be their last race in the men's open double A race. But for right now, it is the crew from Mobjack Composite of Meeker and Thomas out in lane 6 with about a length lead over the rest of the field. And those crews are all pretty much in contact with each other.
Looks like right now we've got the lane 3 Dallas, Osmond and Burnett that maybe just have an edge over lane 2 Potomac of Scott and Del Sordo coming in, but very tight, very tough to tell between those two crews. And then behind them with the Lincoln Park tandem, and then in 5th place currently sitting Salem. Oh, no, sorry, I got that reversed. Sorry, Salem currently sitting in 4th with Lincoln Park sitting in 5th place.
But it does look like that crew in lane 2 from Potomac is slowly pushing back on that lead from that Mobjack composite in lane 6.
Yeah, Mobjack really took off there. They really had a great start. Clearly that was in their race plan to really, get out of the line like a bat out of hell. And we'll see if that's gonna hurt them down the line or if that's just how they row. But yeah, that Potomac tandem of Scott and Del Sordo definitely hanging in, starting to eat into it. I bet that it looks like they've worked about halfway down the boat at this point.
The Mobjack composite did have a little bit of open water, and now that is gone. Potomac has made up some ground, and they are bringing with them the crews next to them from Dallas and Salem. So this is going to be a fight for these positions, but all 4 of these crews are looking to move on to that grand final. Unfortunately for the Lincoln Park crew of Cianafani and Bauer are a little bit out of the picture at this point in the race as we approach the red buoys.
Yeah, so again, Mobjack still looks to have a little bit of a lead, but Potomac Boat Club coming up. And then in 3rd, I believe Salem now has that 3rd spot, and then Dallas behind them. But as Kendall mentioned, all 4 will make it through. So Kendall, you're in this situation. You're probably going to make the final. How much do you push in this last 300 meters?
Well, it really depends on what I have going on the rest of the day. Knowing myself, I probably would not let off at all, even if I was told to, given for pride reasons. Obviously, I want to win any race that I have the chance to. And also, if you win a race, even though you know you're going to race later, it helps to have a little bit of confidence going into that final race.
Well, it looks to me as though the Salem tandem of Reyes and Tresman, they want the win. They've taken the rate up, but then Mobjack was able to kick it up just a little bit at the end to edge them out. So it looks like in 1st place we're going to have the Mobjack composite of Meeker and Thomas, followed by the Salem composite, the Dallas composite, and then PBC. Right?
That was a great final push at the end there from Salem for that 2nd place spot. And our next race is Heat 2 of that same event, the Men's Open Double A Heat, I'm sorry. Again, looking for top 4 finishers to move on to the final later today. In lane 2, we have representation from Texas. In lane 3, another Texas boat. In lane 4, Riverfront Recapture. In lane 5, we have new SRQ.
I'm guessing new Sarasota.
I have no idea. New SRQ. In lane 6, another Riverfront Recapture boat. And in lane 7, New Orleans. If new SRQ was Sarasota, what's the Q stand for?
The airport? That's the airport code.
Is that the airport
That's the airport code.
Who would have thought?
All right, doesn't look like we're quite ready to go here. We've got some crews sitting at attention, some have their blades nice and flat, look pretty relaxed out there. But I'm sure they will be getting underway very shortly.
And just a little quick announcement, every day from 3 to 4 p.m. at the beer garden, the first 50 people to show up do get a free pint glass with some U.S. Rowing 2022 Masters National Championship engraved on the glass. So if you're interested, head on over to the beer garden at 3. You have about 43 minutes for that, so just keep that in the back of your mind.
And we have a start in this second heat of the men's open AA double. Again, everyone seems to have gotten off the line pretty cleanly. Seen a lot of white water, a lot of, quite a few people going a little bit deep off the front. It's so important off the start to stay as horizontal as possible. When you, at the starting gates, your blades are already in, straight back. But here we go. And it looks like our early leaders are coming out of lane 7 with New Orleans and lane 2 with Texas, and then also the new SRQ, which, if someone could tell us exactly what that stands for, I think it's the airport code. That would be great.
The airport crew of Kolb and Mishak out in lane 5. Currently making a nice push, trying to eat away at the lead that New Orleans had early on, and it looks like they may be pulling even with them right now. This is a great 3 boats across right now for that first place position, with New Orleans, new SRQ, airport boat, and Texas on the outside.
And then battling for that 4th spot, which, let's remind our listeners that only 4 of these 6 crews will make it to the final. But it looks like we have quite a battle for that 4th position going between Texas in lane 3, the other Texas crew, and Riverfront Recapture in lane 4. They only have about a deck of difference between them. So we might get quite an exciting race here, because we have 5 crews right now all in a position to take one of those 4 spots.
That's exactly right, Brett. And this Texas crew, the second Texas crew in lane 3 that's currently sitting in 5th place, has 500 meters to make up about a half a length to catch up to that Riverfront Recapture boat to secure that 4th place qualifying position.
One thing that might just hurt them just a little bit is their teammates in lane 2, the Texas duo of Jensen and Griffin, have now stretched out far enough that their wash is starting to hit that lane 3 just a little bit. Again, the first Texas boat, Jensen and Griffin, now have about a length lead on New Orleans in lane 7 of Merlino and Siemens coming in, who are just narrowly ahead, if maybe half a deck between them and the 3rd place crew of new SRQ.
So as Brett was kind of mentioning earlier, the importance of keeping the blades nice and horizontal in the water, it looks like this New Orleans crew in lane 7 of Merlino and Simmons, they may be going slightly deep off of the catch, which does slow the boat down. But again, I am not a coach. Brett is the coach, so maybe she can chime in here.
Yeah, and that could be a couple different things. It could be rigging. It could be their pitch is slightly off, which is the blade pitches could be a little off, which is why they're going deep. It could also be from the lifting of the body. Regardless, still looks like they're going to be in a good position to qualify and make it to the final. We still have Texas in lane 2, Jensen Griffin, who look to be in the lead, and that New Orleans crew we were just talking about, doesn't seem to be affecting them too much because they are just behind in 2nd place. And then it looks like we have a battle going on for 3rd after that between SRQ and Riverview Recapture for that 3rd spot, 3rd and 4th spot. So they were both qualified, but they're going to be finishing within just a bow ball of each other, followed by in 5th place, the 2nd Texas crew of Ringen and Shirk. And then bringing up the rear, we have the other Riverfront Recapture boat of Crosby and Bueller. But again, 4 qualified. So first we have Jensen and Griffin from Texas coming in at 3:35.
And Napoleon Griffin's going to be joining me tomorrow here in the announcing booth. A great rower, great guy from Texas.
So do you think he'll be announcing from the race? Are we going to mic him up out there? And
no, he'll be sitting inside with me. I don't know if that would be even technologically possible.
Technology is amazing, Kendall.
That is true.
We can make it work.
I don't know if US Rowing has that technology, though.
No, we're not there yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, next up, we have the women's lightweight E double final. So this is a final. We have 3 crews checking in lane 3. Texas with Breston and Gultio. Lane 4, Austin with Holland and Weinberg. Lane 5, Greater Dayton with Evans and Taylor. and they look ready to go. We still have, it looks like in lane 5, Evans and Taylor's not quite sitting at attention. They're taking their time, but I'm sure we'll have a start underway, and we'll get back to you with how things are going.
So we got a nice little friendly rivalry going on in this race between the boats from Texas and Austin, battling it out for bragging rights on Lady
the pride
Berg
of
Lake.
Texas. Who's going to get the pride? Who's going to get the pride? Who's going to get it? Plus a different color hardware.
That's true. And I don't know if Greater Dayton is eligible for that Texas Pride, but they are eligible for the medal, the gold medal. But every one of these crews is going to be walking away with a medal, considering there are only 3 boats and 3 medals to give out.
I have to say that of all boat classes, double and straight 4 for me are a tie between my favorites. Because you're getting maximum speed with, minimum weight. That's is how I feel.
That's a good point.
That. Yes. Oh, and we're off, and it looks like in the middle lane here.
Great start from that crew from Austin, Holland, and Weinberg.
Yeah, they right away, the first stroke, they were obviously very connected. There was very little slippage. They're doing a great job being horizontal. And it looks like our other Texas crew and the Greater Dayton boats are pretty even. Maybe, yep, it looks like we have Austin in this as the early leader. Texas.
Caught a little buoy there in the middle lane, but she recovered well.
Good. We have a battle going on for silver right now between Texas and Dayton, but Austin is still out. Looked to be about a length, but we'll get back to you with a margin on that. Yep, rowing a strong 35. Austin, lane 4. Holland and Weinberg.
And that Austin crew definitely is rating the highest out of all of these crews in this race.
We're still seeing, a pretty tight race for silver between the Texas boat and the Dayton boat. Dayton have a little trouble getting off the buoys here, getting off those starboard buoys, but looks like they've corrected nicely. They're maybe just a hair behind that Texas boat. It actually looks like to be pulling ahead now, so it looks like the steering is helping them now that they're nice and on course and in the middle of that lane.
But yeah, the Greater Dayton crew is making a nice little push through that Texas boat, putting them in a silver medal position right now. But that Texas crew is not letting them slip away. They are hanging right in there, keeping their bow deck on that Greater Dayton stern.
And they are rowing a slightly lower stroke rate. I've got Texas here rowing at about a 31 versus Greater Dayton about a 33. So does that mean they've got a little room to go? Is that their best base pace? We'll find out as we get into the back half of this race.
But it is still that crew from Austin out there in front as we cross the 500 meters in, 500 meters to go point. Still maintaining that high rate at a 34, keeping up that good cadence.
Yep, Greater Dayton still in second here. There's about, length and a half of open between themselves and Austin, who's in first place. And Greater Dayton now has, I'd say, bow stern overlap, but they are ahead of Texas in lane 3.
And coming into the final little bits of this race, it does look like the wind has shifted a little bit, coming into the finish as a crosswind from the port side. It doesn't look like it's going to be too much to affect these rowers. The water is still pretty flat.
And it looks like we've got about the same amount of separation between places 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. Austin's still out with at least about, actually it looks to me like Dayton might be creeping up a little bit. They still have clear water on them, and then Greater Dayton has extended its lead over Texas over in lane 3.
Yeah, Greater Dayton right now is making a really good push into that lead that Austin has. I don't know if there's going to be enough room left in the course for them to catch them.
They have increased their rate. As I mentioned before, they were rating lower. They were only about 31, 32, and now they are also at 35.
And Austin is currently rowing in the buoys, which is not helping them at all. It is only helping this Greater Dayton crew.
Yep, both rowing about 35, 36 strokes per minute. Looks like Austin still has the lead. I think they're probably going to, I think that Greater Dayton is most likely going to run out of room, but we'll update you as they become even with the finish tower.
Great racing from all of these athletes as we approach the finish line. It is going to be the combination of Holland and Weinberg from Austin coming away with the gold medal in this women's lightweight E doubles final, followed by Greater Dayton, Evans and Taylor. And to wrap up the field, we have Preston and Guyato from Texas.
All right, and back to the start line, and we've been mentioning some crews that have been in the buoys. Well, hopefully we won't be seeing that. We now have a mixed 4+, so we have a coxswain in this race coming at you for this straight final. In lane 3, coming at you, we got Occoquan Composite, followed by Alexandria in lane 4, lane 5, Saugatuck, and lane 6, San Diego, coming quite a distance to race here in Sarasota. This is one of the things I love about Masters racing is that you can do the mixed events. You can get really creative. You can have fun with it. Very excited to see how these crews do. Not very often where I've had an opportunity to see mixed crews race in a 1K or 2K format. So this should be very exciting.
It will be very exciting indeed. And we do have 3 different categories in this mixed F through K event. We have a G category. We have 2 F boats, Alexandria and Saugatuck in lanes 4 and 5, competing for that gold medal in the F category. And we have an H category in lane 6 with San Diego.
We are away cleanly. This race will be a go, and it appears that the 2 middle crews, Alexandria and Saugatuck, have jumped out and are pretty much neck and neck coming into the first quarter of this race, followed in 3rd place by San Diego, and then Occoquan Composite in 4th in the near lane. Oh no, I'm going to reverse that. Sorry, San Diego in 4th, Occoquan Composite in lane 3.
You're doing a great job, Brett.
And it looks as though Saugatuck has gotten about a canvas lead over 2nd place Alexandria here in this race. They're extending it now. They're about to a half a length there. And then in lane 3, the Occoquan Composite now has just lost touch with those 2 lead crews. It looks to be about a seat or 2 of open, and then San Diego trailing the field right now.
So these 2 middle boats, Alexandria and Saugatuck, are both in that F category. Therefore, they are both vying for that top podium position. But right now it is Saugatuck out there in the lead. Just a hair of open water over Alexandria. Alexandria doing their best, trying not to let them slip away.
Looks like they just have contact with each other. We'll see if Saugatuck is able to make clear water or if we're going to have a very exciting second half of the race. Saugatuck at 34 strokes per minute. Alexandria looks to be a couple beats lower at this point. Yep, 31.
Now, Brett, if you were racing a Cox 4, what would you say your ideal stroke rate would be?
How old am I, Kendall, in this scenario?
You are 65 years old,
Oh,
kind of
wow.
like these people.
Man, if I'm still out there at 65, man, I props so much to everybody racing out there today to continue rowing. That's the goal, staying involved in this sport for life. It is, as a low impact sport, it is something that you can stay in touch with. But there's staying in touch, and then there's racing.
Isn't it inspiring?
It is inspiring. It is very inspiring. But yeah, to get out and race and to put yourself in that athlete mindset and to continue to do that. So I would say the ideal stroke rate is whatever we can all do together, which is what these crews are doing right now.
That is a great answer.
Very good. But it is still Saugatuck, followed by Alexandria. And then the Occoquan composite boat and San Diego trailing as we come into the last 300 meters of this race.
But these two boats in the outside lanes from San Diego and Occoquan composite are in an event of their own within this event. So those two are going to be walking away with a gold medal regardless of their finishing spots. But it is still this boat from Saugatuck in lane 5 with about a length of open water lead over Alexandria as we come to the line in this mixed F through K 4 final. You love to see a female stern pair
yes,
in a mixed boat.
Mm-hmm.
Great job from all of these crews. San Diego coming up to the line. Occoquan composite just crossed. And it looks like we have a Texas rower in the bow seat of that San Diego crew.
It does look like that.
Maybe she's just helping out a friend.
Maybe helping out a friend. Yep. Great, great, great. Good stuff all around. I think it's very interesting to see the different strategies with exactly where do you put the genders within the boat. Also, what form are people rowing? I think you can often get some mixed matches with the composite boats like this. But I thought Saugatuck was pretty smooth and together.
They definitely were, leading them to a first place position in that mixed F through K 4 final. Up next, we have a 3-boat final in the women's Open G single. We have Joan Altman from YMCA Rock River in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Diane Blake from Orlando. In lane 5, we have local Julie Brown from Sarasota. So all of these rowers gonna walk away with a medal, being that there are only 3 of them. Now, I'm not super familiar with Masters rowing, as this is my first Masters regatta ever, but from the looks of it, it seems like there are many opportunities for these rowers to come away with a plethora of medals. Wouldn't you say that's the case, Brett?
It would. It's very interesting, I think, when you're coming from maybe an elite rowing background or a high-level collegiate background, as you and I both did, where, at most you had 2 races a day. At most.
At most. And that's if you're doubling up.
And that's if you're, or if, you got
to go to reps.
Oh, gosh, you had to go to reps at NCAAs. No fun, no fun. So the fact, it is really fun to see how you can be in so many different events, different combos. And, my favorite question to ask rowers here is how many events are you in? The most I've heard so far is 7.
I've heard 8.
Wow.
And I think that might have been from Sean Wolf.
Oh, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. He needs material for the rowing boards. All right, but we have the Women's Open G single final coming down. As mentioned, 3 crews, YMCA, Rock River, Orlando, and Sarasota. All 3 will come away with medals. And it looks to be lane 5, Julie Brown, the local, Sarasota, ahead by just a length over Orlando's Diane Blake, followed by Joan Altman from YMCA Rock River. But Altman and Blake in lanes 3 and 4 still have a good amount of contact. Looks like Blake's only got about a half a length on Joan Altman, with Julie Brown now has made clear water in lane 5, leading the pack here. Lane 5, Julie Brown from Sarasota.
Julie Brown doing a great job in lane 5, continuing to extend her lead, looking really connected throughout the water. Super long strokes, super relaxed hands away out of bow.
Just a fun, Friday afternoon row for Julie Brown here, rowing at 28 strokes per minute. and has now about a length of open over Orlando's Diane Blake, who in turn still has about a half a length over Joan Allman from YMCA Rock River. So the distance between second and third, very tight here, very close. Be very interesting to see where we are in the next 500 meters.
But it is still Julie Brown, the local from Sarasota, out there in front with a commanding lead over Blake and Altman in lanes 4 and 3. It'll be interesting to see as we come through halfway what pans out between Blake and Altman in lanes 3 and 4 for that second and third place position.
It did look, now we've got the wide camera angle so we can't see, but it did look right before we went to that shot, it did look as though Altman was starting to creep up on Blake. But again, Julie Brown still, I'd say probably 2 to 3 lengths of open at this stage now.
Yeah.
In the single, so I think, barring some kind of incident, I think she's got this pretty locked up, but watch me jinx her.
It looks like Julie Brown is just out here for a stroll, looking super calm, super collected, really long through the water, really maximizing every stroke, continuing to extend her lead even more on the field.
Blake still in second place here, rowing 26 strokes a minute to Altman's 24. So we'll see what can happen here as they come closer to the finish tower. It does look to me like Blake has extended a little bit. As I mentioned before, it looked like Altman was starting to come up a little bit, but now that we're getting even with the buoys, can see that she still has at least a half a length, if not 3/4.
And Julie Brown from Sarasota in lane 5 has entered into the final 250 meters of this race. The red buoys are there. She sees them. She knows she's almost done. She knows she has this in the bag. All she has to do is stay upright and hope that she doesn't catch a buoy or an alligator pops out of somewhere.
We are in Florida.
We are in Florida. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. It does appear that the race is really between second and third place right now, with Diane Blake still holding on to that silver medal position, followed by Joan Allman from YMCA Rock River.
But Altman still has room if she takes the rate up and has a sprint in her back pocket to catch Blake. But at this point, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And there we have it. We have our winner of the Women's Open G single final, Julie Brown, local Sarasota, Julie Brown coming in for the gold. And it does appear, as Kendall just said, that Diane Blake from Orlando will hold on to that silver medal position. Looks like she's going to finish with just a little bit of overlap over Joan Altman from YMCA Rock River. Nice job, ladies.
Really inspiring to see these mid-60-year-olds out here racing. I continue to be inspired every race.
Are you going to get back in a boat now? I've seen you've been mostly cycling. You can get back in a boat, Kendall?
I have not rowed since Tokyo. It has been over a year, which has been the longest gap since I've started rowing. But I have picked up cycling. That's been my new kind of endeavor. Working my way up through the categories, which is definitely different than rowing. But I'm having a good time. Racing my bike.
New challenge.
Still using my legs. Now I just go forward. And I see where I go.
Sounds good. Well, on that note, we now have our next start in the Women's Open H through K single final. This is a final. We have 4 crews vying for 3 medals, or I believe because it's a mixed category. Do we have multiple medal categories that we're
That is true. We have 3 boats in the H category. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 all vying for those medals. And in lane 6 from Sarasota County, we have our Cat I racer.
Great. Lane 3, Minneapolis, Christina Lung. In lane 4, Patricia Pickerton from SAC. Lane 5, Liz Turner from Saugatuck. And then lane 6, Elizabeth Bean from Sarasota County. So it sounds like lanes 3, 4, and 5 Minneapolis, SAC, and Saugatuck are going to be battling for gold, silver, bronze here in this event.
That is absolutely right, Brett. So no matter where Elizabeth Bean from Sarasota County finishes in this race, she will come away with a gold medal around her neck. But at this point in the race, it looks like it is Patricia Pinkerton from SAC out in lane 4. From this angle, it's hard to tell, but it looks like she may be battling it out with Christina Lund in lane 3 from Minneapolis.
Yeah, we're getting the nice shot here where we can see down the buoys, and yes, it does appear
it appears that Pinkerton is out in the lead, just ever so slightly over Lund out there in lane 3.
Followed by, then we have Liz Turner from Saugatuck in 3rd place, followed by Elizabeth Bean of Sarasota County. Yes, looks like we've only got maybe a seat, if that. No, looks like we have
It
pulled
looks
even.
like Lund has made a move coming into the halfway point of this race. She's definitely taken over that lead that Patricia Pinkerton had. She is moving through Pinkerton. Lund has made a great move coming through this halfway point, about a half a length up on Pinkerton. But I will give Pinkerton some credit for her fashion with that rainbow striped shirt that she is representing over there.
Yep, Lund has moved out to about a length lead, maybe a little bit of clear water over Pinkerton. Both rowing right about 28, 30 strokes per minute. That was quite a move. You know, it seemed as though Lund maybe she didn't have the best of starts, but then was able to gain her composure and row through Pinkerton in this back half of the race.
And in the middle part of the race is when you really have to just trust yourself and trust the fitness and training that you have put in. And Christina Lund over there in the outside lane from Minneapolis made a huge move in the middle part of the race where things start to get hard, and she's just capitalizing on that move that she made earlier.
Yep, she now looks to be about a half, if not a full length of open water over Patricia Pinkerton from SAC. In 3rd place, they're a little out of picture, but it looked to me as though Liz Turner from Saugatuck maintained that 3rd position, followed by Elizabeth Bean of Sarasota County.
Coming into the last couple of strokes of the race, it is still Christina Lund out there in lane 3 from Minneapolis, capitalizing on that move she made earlier to take over Patricia Pinkerton from SAC. Great racing by both of those ladies coming across the line. Last final strokes of this Women's Open H through K race. So it will be Patricia Pinkerton coming in 2nd behind Christina Lund in that H category. Liz Turner from Saugatuck in her last couple of strokes, also in the H category, will take away the bronze. And local Sarasota County rower Elizabeth Bean in lane 6, crossing the line and winning her age category Cat I in this event. Great racing from all of those rowers. Congratulations to Christina Lund for an incredible race. Up next, we have our men's open G quad final. This is a 5-boat final. In lane 2, we have a Detroit composite. In lane 3, Jacksonville. In lane 4, Texas. In lane 5, Occoquan. In lane 6, a Palm Beach composite. So the average age of these rowers in this G category are between 65 and 69 years of age.
Pretty tight off the start. About a half a length separates the 6 crews. This is a final, so we will be awarding medals for places 1 through 3 of this event. Again, everyone was within about a half a length. We'll get you an order shortly. Looks as though lane 2, the Detroit composite boat, has the early lead over lanes 4, Texas, and lanes 5, Occoquan, who are in close. It's hard to tell who's second and who's third in that. Very tight, but still.
And it looks like this Palm Beach composite out there in their bright pink shirts. Hard to miss those guys. They're making a little bit of a push up into that second place position. They're moving on that Detroit composite boat on the outside ever so slightly. This is an incredibly tight race for first, second, and third.
Yeah, it looks like we've got quite a battle going between Palm Beach and Texas. Texas in lane 4. They've got Occoquan between them, who has fallen back to 5th place. But both of them, hard to tell. I think they're neck and neck right now with that Detroit composite boat, maybe about a half a seat of open all the way in lane 2, which is furthest from the finish tower.
Yeah, the Detroit composite boat making a really nice move, crossing over the halfway point. But it is still this Palm Beach composite and Texas battling it out, bow ball for that second and third place position. Right now it looks like Texas has just a couple inches over the Palm Beach composite, but it is still early in this race. They have probably 400 meters left. A lot can happen in that time. And it looks like this Texas crew has made a move, extending their lead over Palm Beach to a couple of seats. And it looks like they may be having a little bit of a steering issue, allowing Palm Beach to come back to almost even. I think that steering may have hurt Texas in this hunt for that silver medal.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit of the ping pong right now. As we were talking about before, it's so important when you get off course to not panic and not crank it on one side and to make those smaller adjustments, because now they're coming onto the other side of the line, definitely having some trouble. See the bowman keeps looking behind him to see where they are on that buoy line. So I think that's definitely going to have an effect on the result here. When we get them sideways again, we'll let you know how things are looking, but it still looks to be that lane, that Detroit composite in lane 2 out ahead of the pack.
And this Detroit composite boat looking super composed and relaxed as they come into their last couple strokes of this race. Super together, blades just dropping right in. They know they have this in the bag, and they do. And it will be that boat from Texas coming in second, followed by the Palm Beach composite in their bright pink shirts in third for that bronze medal.
I'll be following. And then in 4th place, looks as though we're going to have Jacksonville, followed by Occoquan. Yeah, that Texas crew was doing a little bit of ping pong, so I think they were moving really well, but that hurt them a little bit, but in the end did not affect their medal position. And we're back with the men's open H through K quad final. In lane 2, we have an SAC composite. Lane 3, Sarasota County. Lane 4, Palm Beach composite. Lane 5, Detroit B. Lane 6, Sarasota County. And in lane 7, Riverfront recapture. I think what's fun about these quad races, similar to some of the the big boat races, the 8s, is that they happen pretty quickly. You blink and we're already halfway down the course. So what a lot can happen, and if you get off a little bit at the start, it's probably going to have a bigger impact than if you're in a single or a double.
So we actually had a last-minute sub in for a rower who unfortunately had a little bit of a mishap on the dock this morning in this SAC composite boat. But fortunately, they were able to fill that spot and still be able to race in this men's open H through K quad final.
Did that change their age classification?
That is a good question.
Well, we'll try to get an answer on that for all of you.
The thing is Joe Dobson, he did tell me the answer to that question, and I cannot remember. But I do remember asking. And we are off in this men's open H through K final in the quad. And it is the Palm Beach composite, stroked by Hayes in lane 4 in those pink shirts out in the front. That Palm Beach composite boat looking super connected. Blades right and direct to the water. Really establishing their dominance over this field. They're followed by Detroit B in lane 5. It's currently sitting about a length up over 2 crews on the outside. The SAC composite and Sarasota County fighting for that 3rd and 4th place position. But since this is a range of boats in different categories, we have 4 H categories and 2 I categories. The boats from lanes 2 to 5 are all H, and the boats in lanes 6 to 7 are all I's. And it looks like those 2 crews in that I category, Sarasota County and Riverfront Recapture, are battling it out pretty close in those outside lanes, lane 6 and 7. They are not in your picture right now, but we will see them as they approach the finish tower. But for right now, it is this Palm Beach composite crew out in the front. Detroit B following behind about a length and a little bit of open water back in that 2nd place spot. Sarasota County trailing. The SAC composite crew on the outside is currently in that bronze medal position for that H category. They have about a length and some open over Sarasota County coming into the red buoys. It is still the Palm Beach composite up front, rocking their pink shirts, having a great time out there in the lead. They know their race is almost over. They have brought the stroke rate up. Their blade work is still looking good. They're in the last 10 strokes of this race. Bow seats taking a peek over, letting his rowers know that they are in the last 5 strokes. And they will come away with a win in the H category of this men's open quad. And they are followed by Detroit B in that second place position. And the SAC Composite coming in third in that H category. And it is still a battle in the I category between Sarasota County and Riverfront Recapture in lane 6 and 7. Right now it is Riverfront Recapture out there in the lead by about a deck. And it is going to be Riverfront Recapture over Sarasota County in that I category. Those boats coming kind of in together, looking like they're about to do some switches for some seat racing after the race. I doubt that is what their intentions are. Glad everyone is okay. A nice hard-fought race by all crews. No seat racing happening today. All that seat racing has already been done. Up next, we have our men's lightweight E final. This is a 4-boat final with representation from Cincinnati. In lane 3 is David Roberts. In lane 4, we have Andy Merrill from Riverfront Recapture. In lane 5, we have Brian White representing Greater Dayton. And in lane 6, Joel Griffith from River City. All these crews are locked and loaded in the stake boats, making their final adjustments to correct their point, making sure they are straight and pointed in their lane. The referees doing their best job to make sure that all of these bow balls are aligned. And they are off. Looks like a very quick start from these outside lanes of Joel Griffith and David Roberts. Andy Merrill from Riverfront Recapture and Brian White from Greater Dayton a little bit slow off the line. And it is Joel Griffith from River City in lane 6 out in front right now by a couple of lengths. The field has spread out fairly quickly for being so early on in this men's lightweight E final. Joel Griffith continues to extend his lead out in front of the field, and he's followed by David Roberts from Cincinnati out in lane 3. But Roberts is not letting Griffith slip away. It looks like he's making a little bit of a push to get back into the mix. But Roberts and Griffith have extended their lead over Andy Merrill from Riverfront Recapture. And a couple lengths back from Greater Dayton is Brian White in lane 5. But it's still Joel Griffith out in the front. He pulled away a little bit from David Roberts. Griffith looking super composed, crossing over halfway, keeping his strokes nice and long, really getting that good send around the finish. Keeping his chest up into the catch, which is always hard to do as your body gets fatigued and tired and your muscles want to stop. It's always important to keep your sternum up, your chest up, keeping that air flowing into your lungs, keeping those shoulders loose and relaxed, making sure your blades are staying direct and going into the water. But this field is pretty separated right now. Griffith's still out in the front with David Roberts following a couple lengths back, and Roberts has a couple lengths up of open water over Andy Merrill from Riverfront Recapture. So it'll be these three rowers making it on the podium unless something crazy happens. Unfortunately for Brian White from Greater Dayton, he is missing out on the podium. But right now, coming into the final 200 meters of this race, Joel Griffith is in control. Really getting that good send, keeping his strokes nice and long coming to the line. And it is Joel Griffith for the win from River City, followed by David Roberts on the outside from Cincinnati in that silver medal position. And Andy Merrill from Riverfront Recapture crossing the line now for the bronze in the men's lightweight E single final. And approaching the line, we have Brian White from Greater Dayton wrapping up this event. Great racing from all of those crews. I'm sure most of these guys have raced multiple times today. Their legs are tired, but they're putting out great efforts out there. And we are on to our next event, which is a 7-boat final, the Women's Open C Coxed 4. In lane 1, we have Masters Coaching B. In lane 2, we have Minneapolis. In lane 3, there's Atlanta. In lane 4 is a Potomac Composite. In lane 5 is Alexandria. In lane 6, Capital. In lane 7, Masters Coaching. All of these boats working on getting aligned. We have a couple of hands up from the coxswains, signifying that they are not yet ready to go. If you're not a coxswain, well, if you're not familiar with rowing, it's a coxswain's job to make sure that their boat is all set and ready before the flag drops. And they do that by raising their hand if they need to make any final adjustments, telling the refs that they are not ready to go. But all of the hands are down and they are off in this Women's Open C Coxed 4 final, with 7 boats vying for those top 3 positions. Really nice start from all of these crews. It's super tight across the entire field. There's no open water between any of these boats. Some great racing from Masters Coaching out in lane 7, who may have a slight lead at this point. But they are followed closely behind by lane 4, the Potomac Composite, and Atlanta is right on their heels. So these 3 boats, Atlanta, Potomac, and Masters Coaching, are out there in those top 3 positions right now. We are still super early in the race, so anything can happen. But it looks like that Potomac composite crew is pulling slightly ahead over Atlanta. Masters coaching kind of falling off the pace a little bit here as we approach halfway. This is a nice shot of all of these crews from the finish tower. And it is still lane 4, the Potomac composite out in the lead. About a half a length up on Atlanta on their port side. Ooh, it looks like they had a little bit of a digger, allowing Atlanta to come up and eat away at that lead a little bit. They made up about 3 seats. Atlanta sitting about 1 seat down right now to Potomac. Coming into the red buoys, the last 250 of this race, Potomac trying to hold off Atlanta as both of these boats come into the sprint. Atlanta still has about a seat to make up to catch this Potomac composite. It's going to be a tight one between these 2 crews for first and second right now. Both of these boats bringing up the rate. Right now it looks like the Potomac composite is out in front still by about a seat or 2. Coming down the course at around a 38, finishing it off. It'll be the Potomac composite for the win, followed by Atlanta. And Masters Coaching B out there on the far side for the bronze, just out edging Masters Coaching A on the near side. So a little bit of bragging rights from the Masters Coaching B boat. Nothing like some friendly competition amongst a team. Very great racing from all of these crews. That was a pretty tight field. I don't think there was more than 10 seconds separating all of the boats. All right, our next race is the Men's Open C final. This is an 8-boat final. All lanes are locked and loaded. In lane 1, we have Douglas Kelly from Riverfront Recapture. In lane 2, we have Lachlan Smith from Lake Purdy. In lane 3, Chuck Alexander from Virginia. In lane 4, Julio Sanchez from Vero Beach. In lane 5, Giorgio Analoro Lamoda from Rocky Mountain, Colorado, my home state. In lane 6, we have Adam Hackberg from Swan Creek. In lane 7, we have Mike McKay from Heroes Movement. And wrapping up the field in lane 8 is Sam Haskell from Lake Purdy. All of these boats are sitting at attention, waiting for the referee to say go, and they are off. It looks like lane 4 was out to an early lead, followed very closely by Mike McKay from Heroes Movement. It's super important in the first couple strokes of the race to build that boat up to speed as quickly and efficiently as possible. And it is Mike McKay from Heroes Movement out in lane 7 with about a length lead over this field early on. Really tight race for that second and third place position with lanes 1, 4, and 5. Douglas Kelly, Julio Sanchez, and Giorgio Analora Lamoda. Analora Lamoda from Rocky Mountain currently sitting in that second place position, being challenged by Douglas Kelly in lane 1. But Mike McKay from Heroes Movement is walking away from the rest of the field. You can see him on the screen really applying that pressure to his oars. He wants to keep expanding his lead as he crosses the halfway point, and it looks like that is just what he is doing. It is still a battle for second and third between this Rocky Mountain sculler, Analora Lamoda, and Douglas Kelly out of Riverfront Recapture over in lane 1. Really nice shot here of Mike McKay from Heroes Movement in lane 7. Looking super strong, continuing to open up his lead. Looking like he's in a race of his own out there in the middle of the water. And it looks like for that second place spot, Douglas Kelly from Riverfront Recapture may have made a move and overtaken the Rocky Mountain sculler, Analora Lamoda. Great shot here of Mike McKay again, Heroes Movement. Really suspending his body weight off of those oars. He is not letting up at all, even though he has this race in the bag. He just has to stay upright. Great work from Mike McKay of Heroes Movement coming to the line. Taking a peek. He knows it's coming and it's there. Mike McKay will come away with the win in this Men's Open C final, followed by Douglas Kelly on the outside of Riverfront Recapture. And then Analora Lamoda from Rocky Mountain will come away with the bronze. Analora Lamoda from Rocky Mountain, pretty pleased with that performance, giving the water a little slap. And wrapping up the field from Swan Creek, we have Adam Hackenberg in lane 6, crossing the line. Just saying hello to that orange buoy. Up next, we have our Women's Open A final, a full 8-boat across final. All these boats are locked and loaded in the starting blocks. In lane 1, we have Holtzman and Sennett from Pasiac River. In lane 2, we have Johns and Coors from New Orleans. In lane 3, we have Wothen Miller from Jacksonville. In lane 4, Reichert and Brandon from Austin. In lane 5, we have Douglas and Hedmus, a Capital Composite. In lane 6, we have Whelan and Langley from Austin. In lane 7, we have Springup and Urbanic from Cincinnati. And in lane 8, we have Rise and Jennings. Officials working on getting these crews aligned. Letting those stake boat holders, if they need to pull their crew in a couple inches, push them out a couple inches. So this is a final. These rowers raced earlier today in the heats to qualify for this final. They will be vying for the gold, bronze, and silver medals for the Women's Open A double. It looks like the rowers have been called to attention, and they are off. A little bit of a shaky start out there in lane 1 from Pasiac River. We'll see if they can hop back on the train. Oh, and they are stopping the race, calling everyone back. Unsure what happened there. Maybe it was something that had to do in lane 1 with Pasiac River. All rowers either backing it down or spinning around and rowing back the probably 50 meters to the start. If I knew what happened, I would absolutely let you know, but unfortunately, I do not know. If I were to make an educated guess, it probably had to do with lane 1, with Pasiac River, Holtzman, and Senek. Something may have happened with their boat, because it looked like their first couple strokes, something was not going right. All these rowers smiling, laughing it off a bit. You know, it's sport. It happens. Things happen. Just got a little reset. Just waiting for this boat from Cincinnati in lane 7 to back it into the stake boat. While you're walking around the venue, check out the official event merchandise at the Regatta Wear tent in the vendor village. Grab an event sun hoodie, a t-shirt, tank top, and many more articles of clothing.
How's it going, Kendall?
All of these boats looking like they are back, locked and loaded and ready to go for round number 2 of the start of the Women's Open A double final. All of these rowers making their last final adjustments to their point, making sure they are nice and straight in the lane. It looks like they've been called to attention, and they are off. Looks like a clean, oh, look, a little crab in lane 4, but they have recovered. We'll see if that inhibits them at all, and it looks like they haven't dropped back off. Lane 4, great recovery from those rowers, Reinkart and Brandon out of Austin. Really tight racing from all of these crews. And it looks like it is the boat out in lane 5. The Capital Composite of Douglas and Heedmas out to an early lead, but they are closely followed by basically the rest of the field. Unfortunately for the 2 outside crews from Pasiac River and Salem, they have fallen off the pace just a little bit. But right now it is this Capital Composite out in front, being challenged by Austin on their starboard side in lane 6. And it looks like lane 6, this Austin crew has taken over the lead ever so slightly, but this is a really tight race between these crews. These rowers working really hard as they approach the halfway point to put themselves in a good position for the podium. And lanes 4 through 6 are battling it out for those podium positions. We got the Austin crew in lane 4, Capital Composite in lane 5, and another Austin crew in lane 6, duking it out for gold, silver, and bronze right now. But Cincinnati is also right there, about a length back on those top 3 crews. It looks like Austin's Reinkart and Brandon have pulled up ever so slightly over the other Austin crew of Wieland and Langley. You know these 2 Austin boats are battling it out for those bragging rights. It's a nice shot of lane 4 of Reinkart and Brandon from Austin, who look like they are in the lead right now. But the Capital Composite in lane 5 have taken up the stroke rate quite a bit. Are they going to be able to have enough left in the tank to take over Reinkart and Brandon's lead at the moment? And it looks like this crew in lane 7 from Cincinnati may be challenging for that bronze. They may run out of real estate, but right now it is lane 4, Reinkart and Brandon from Austin coming across the line in first. The Capital Composite will take the silver, and Langley and Wieland from Austin will take the bronze in this Women's Open A final. Great racing from all of those crews. Crossing the line now from Salem, Rise and Jennings. Over in lane 1, crossing from Pasiac River, Holtzman and Senek. Really exciting and tight racing from this field. The flag is up, and we are on to our next final, which is the men's open A double. We have a full pack of 8 rowers in this race. In lane 1, we have Gates and Rax from Texas. In lane 2, Merlino and Simmons from New Orleans. In lane 3, Meeker and Thomas from Mob Jack Composite. In lane 4, we have Silva Urbana and Danielson, a Miami Composite. In lane 5, Yost and Savino from Ann Arbor. In lane 6, Backpack from Cincinnati. In lane 7, Scott and Del Soro from Potomac. And in lane 8, Olskamp and Robbins from Minneapolis. And right now it is the crew out in lane 5 from Ann Arbor, Yost and Savino, out with a slight lead over Cincinnati, Back and Pack. Followed really closely by the crew in lane 3, the Mob Jack Composite of Meeker and Thomas. But all crews are super tight as they cross over the 500-meter mark. These crews in the outside lanes from Potomac and Minneapolis are still trying to get in the picture. I would not discount them just quite yet. But it looks like Yost and Savino from Ann Arbor are out in front at the moment, being challenged by Cincinnati. Backpack, trying to backpack their way through this Ann Arbor crew. They are in the red buoys right now. They know it is time to sprint. They know it's time to go. And it looks like a great push out there from the Mob Jack Composite crew. Meeker and Thomas in lane 3, really making a strong push, elevating that rate. They have the highest rate out there on the course right now. They are walking on everybody. They are moving through this Ann Arbor crew, taking over the lead. It looks like they may get them. Wow, Mob Jack Composite really making a statement here in the last couple strokes of this race. Meeker and Thomas crossing the line in that first place position. Incredible over Ann Arbor and Cincinnati. Backpack coming away with the bronze. Truly an incredible sprint from Meeker and Thomas, that Mob Jack Composite crew. Those 2 rowers very pleased, happy with that performance. Incredible sprint from those guys. And our next race is underway. We have the Men's Open E straight 4 final. In lane 3, we have a Virginia Composite. In lane 4, we have Riverfront Recapture. In lane 3, we have Chinook Composite. Great shot there of Riverfront Recapture, keeping their blades direct to the water, really sending it through the back part of the stroke, trying to maximize that drive. From this angle, it is still too early to tell from the finish tower. If I were to make an educated guess, it looks like it is this Chinook Composite in lane 5, closest to the shore side, that may be slightly up over Riverfront Recapture. But the Virginia Composite is right there, maybe about a half a length back to Riverfront Recapture. But right now it is the Chinook Composite out in front by what looks like a length, maybe a couple seats. So these are coxless boats, being that they are straight fours. So the stroke seats or the 3 seats are going to have the tow in these events, keeping their crew straight and in their lane, trying to make these adjustments, the steering adjustments, light and quick. You don't want to make any sudden drastic movements with the tow when you're steering, because that can throw the boat off a little bit, which then slows the boat down. But for right now, it looks like everyone is staying for the most part in their lane. Riverfront Recapture traveling over to lane 3 a little bit. The Chinook Composite crew out in lane 5 is still out in front with some open water lead over Riverfront Recapture as we enter into the final 250 meters of this men's Open East Straight 4 final. Riverfront Recapture flirting with the buoys over there on the port side. You never really want to be in the buoys when you're in the red buoys. Your body's already tired, and if you catch one of those, it definitely is going to throw off the boat. Chinook Composite looking really composed and strong as they come to the line, really moving in unison together. Nice light hands away. Crossing the line in first, Chinook Composite will come away with the gold. Riverfront Recapture with the silver. And the Virginia Composite wrapping up the field with the bronze. Up next, we have our Men's Open F Straight 4 final. Another Straight 4. In lane 3, we have Jacksonville. In lane 4, Sarasota. In lane 5, Palm Beach Composite. In lane 6, Occoquan. And you can see here in the boat that's closest to us in lane 6, the Occoquan crew has a bucket rigged, meaning that their 2 and 3 seat are both rowing on the same side, both starboards, and their bow and stroke seat are ports. And sometimes coaches do that based on athlete physiology, their power distribution. Oh, we got a little bit of a collision. I don't know if they're going to call them back. It does look like all boats have stopped. So like I said before, these boats are straight. There is no coxswain, so it is up to the rowers to make sure that they are straight and in the middle of their lane. And when you're racing and you have race brains, sometimes it is hard to make those adjustments mid-race. But it looks like they are allowing these rowers to go back to the start to redo it. And hopefully with round 2, everyone stays in their lane and no collisions are had. So it'll be another couple of minutes before this Men's Open F Straight 4 final is off and running again. Apparently, there is a rent-a-rower option. You can stop by the registration tent in the boatyard to leave your contact info if you need a rower or if you want to hop in another boat. If you are interested in getting level 2 coaching certified, we are offering 3 level 2 courses this August and September. In celebration of the 50th anniversary of Title IX, we are offering a $50 discount to the course for all female and non-binary coaches. And that is something that's great to add to your resume if you are looking to get into coaching. Either level 1 or level 2 courses are available through US Rowing. Give your resume an extra little boost if you are looking to get into the coaching field. $776 BC is a proud performance apparel partner of US Rowing and the US Rowing national team. They offer an exclusive range of US Rowing branded apparel for the US Rowing community. Check out all of the new apparel in the US Rowing marketplace, on site, down there in the tent. They have everything from lanyards to athletic dresses to water bottles to sun shirts to fanny packs. Anything you can dream of, there's probably a US Rowing logo on it. So go check out the marketplace if you're interested in some swag from 776. All right, it looks like these crews are back right where they belong in the starting blocks for round 2. Another chance at having a clean start. Again, we have Jacksonville in lane 3, Sarasota County in lane 4, Palm Beach Composite in lane 5, and Occoquan in lane 6, and they are off. Hopefully Occoquan can come out of they're trying to head into the Palm Beach Composites lane, and they have corrected themselves. Oh, there may be some action between the Sarasota County crew and Jacksonville on the outside. It looks like they have all stopped again. All right, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary friends, this is time for round 3. Third time's a charm for this men's open F straight 4 final. All of these rowers are going to spin around and back it down into the stake boats again. And I don't know what would happen if this happened again the third go around. If they would just let the crews be free, continue, have the crews that collided stop and have everyone keep going. Would they give them a 4th shot? I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I have no answers. But all crews are heading back to the start for try number 3 at the start of this men's open F straight 4 final. Now, if it were up to me, and I don't know if this would be an option at all or if it's even possible, but there are 8 lanes out there and 4 crews, and if steering is an issue, we have many options for lane buffers So technically, every boat could have 2 lanes to row in if they wanted to. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's even an option. And I don't know if they're even thinking about that being an option. But hopefully these rowers can pull it together for a 3rd go-around in this men's open F straight 4 final. See these crews backing it in again for a 3rd time. Might cause a little bit of delay in racing, considering we are 7 minutes behind with this little hiccup. But don't worry, we will get all of these races in. If I've learned anything from these U.S. rowing officials, they are apt to get the ball rolling with the races. Oh, they may have heard me or they may have come up with it on their own, but it looks like they are putting an extra buffer lane between Jacksonville and Sarasota County, giving them a little bit of an extra room, but it's just those 2 crews. It seems like the Palm Beach Composite and Occoquan are okay with their steering. But Jacksonville and Sarasota County, I don't know which crew in between the 2 of those is the culprit. I'm assuming it is Jacksonville, considering they are the ones that have the buffer in between them. Don't mean to call anybody out. Sorry. Just stating the facts. And it looks like they have been called to attention, and they're off again for the 3rd time in this men's open F straight 4 final. It looks like everyone is relatively straight in their lane again, with Sarasota County moving to that port side. Are they going to stop? It looks like they are going to just pressure steer back into their lane. I don't know if their skeg is the issue or not, or it's just user error. But it looks like they are off. They're continuing to row. It is a tight race between Occoquan, the Palm Beach Composite, and that Jacksonville crew on the outside. I think that little steering mishap from Sarasota County definitely hurt. Oh, there is a little bit of a hiccup at that Jacksonville crew. Oh, I don't really know what happened. Maybe they caught a crab, but they are starting back up again. Right now, in front, it is the Palm Beach Composite, followed very closely by Occoquan on this near side. These gentlemen having a little bit of an issue with the steering, but they have made it farther than they ever have before in this 3rd go-around of this race. They have almost approached the 500 meters in, 500 to go mark, and it looks like they have stopped one of the crews. I think it may be the crew from Sarasota County. I am not sure. Actually, that is Jacksonville in the red on the outside that have, now they're continuing to row, but they have fallen off the pace of this field, and I don't think there's any chance for them to come back into medal contention unless something drastic happens with these other 3 crews, which in this event, as we've seen so far, who knows what's going to happen. But for now, it is the Palm Beach Composite out there in their pink shirts in the lead coming into the final 250 meters, entering the red buoys now, followed pretty closely by Occoquan, about a length back. And it is Sarasota County out there in lane 4 in third. Now steering in straight boats, whether it's a pair or a straight 4 or even a quad, does require a decent amount of practice. And if these guys have not practiced their steering and starting, especially if they're not used to starting in a buoyed course, it is going to be an extra added variable that they'll have to overcome if they're not used to it. But this Palm Beach composite looks like they had practiced their steering, and they are going to cross the line in the center of their lane in first place, coming away with that gold medal, followed by Occoquan in lane 6. And it is this Sarasota County boat coming to the line now, making a last final steering adjustment by dropping out the bow seat. It looks like they have had enough contact in this race to knock their bow number completely off. And wrapping up this very eventful field, we have Jacksonville crossing the line. What an entertaining field that was. Great racing from all of those crews. We have another straight 4 race happening right now, the Men's Open D straight 4 final. Can these rowers stay in the center of their lanes the entire way? We shall find out. From the standpoint of the finish tower, it looks like there may be some contact between these middle lanes, Texas and another Palm Beach composite, and there has been. Are they going to pull them back to the start? And everyone stopped. Wow. It looks like these Masters rowers need to practice their straight 4 steering. These guys, like the event before, are going to get another go at the start. Maybe they'll add an extra buffer like they just did in the prior event. It's always interesting with straight 4s. You never know what's going to happen. Well, if you have some time, stop by the U.S. Rowing Clubhouse in the finish tower to cool off and grab a Gutsy. 70% of your body's immune system is located in the gut, so boost your immunity by nourishing your gut every day with the prebiotics found in every pouch of this plant-based Gutsy organic snack. And regatta wear is here at the venue. Check out the official event merchandise from this 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals Championship at the regatta wear tent in the vendor village. Grab an event sun hoodie, t-shirt, tank top, and anything else with the 2022 U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals Championship logo. This year, we have 4 partners at Masters Nationals who are exceptional models of inclusivity here in this predominantly red state of Florida, whose mission aligns with the values of U.S. Rowing. You can also scan the QR code around the venue to visit the Gay and Lesbian Rowing Federation a worldwide online inclusive community for LGBTQ plus outdoor and indoor rowers, coxswains, coaches, and race officials. And on that website, you can join us in taking the Rowers Pledge Initiative, which is a global initiative to promote inclusion and acceptance in the broader rowing community. The Rowers Pledge conveys the support for inclusion and acceptance at the personal level in the rowing community. And if you come to the finish tower in the second floor, they have some pronoun pins, some pride pins. Grab a pin, pin it on yourself. Grab some pride stickers at the U.S. Rowing Marketplace with the U.S. Rowing logo. And back to the race course. Apparently they are going to spread out these crews like they just did in the previous event. This is the last straight 4 race of the day. After this, we have a mixed B8 with the coxswain. So I think all of those coxswains will be able to hopefully stay in their lane to avoid the chaos that is ensuing in these straight 4 races. So these boats making their final alignment adjustments in their lanes, making sure they are straight. And hopefully these crews are going to stay straight. Hopefully with the addition of these extra lanes in between these 4 crews, they will be able to make it past the 250-meter mark and all the way down the course in their own lane without colliding into each other. And they are off to what looks to be like a clean start for now. Again, we have Riverfront Recapture out in the far lane, Texas in lane 3, Palm Beach Composite in lane 5, and Atlanta out here in the outside, closest to the shore. There have been a little bit of lane exchanges, but that added extra buffer has been nice with keeping this race continue to be underway. It is that far outside boat of Riverfront Recapture. Looks like they are in the lead right now. Atlanta looking like they're having a little bit of difficult time steering. This view from the finish tower is allowing me to see the streams coming off of these boats, making little squiggles in the water, ping-ponging off of multiple lane lines. This is a shot here of this Atlanta crew hanging out in the buoys, trying to get back on track. And it looks like right now Riverfront Recapture on the outside may be in front, ever so slightly over that Palm Beach Composite. As these boats get closer to the finish line and the finish line tower where I am sitting, I will be able to see a little bit better. Here we go with our drone shot. Atlanta is still in the mix, even with their extra steering. But it is this Palm Beach composite that is in the lead right now. Atlanta battling against Riverfront Recapture for that second place position. And with these gaps in between these crews, it is a lot harder for these bow seats to see where they are in relation to everyone else in the field, having to turn their heads a little bit more. It is this Palm Beach composite in the last 20 strokes of this race are out in front. It's going to be a close race between Riverfront Recapture and Atlanta. And Texas is still in the mix. They're bringing up the rate. They have the highest rate right now out of all of the crews coming to the line. It is Palm Beach. And between Atlanta and Riverfront Recapture, it's too close to call. If I were to take a guess, Atlanta may have edged out over Riverfront Recapture, but nice, close, tight, hard-fought racing between those crews, even after having a couple of steering mishaps early on and during the race. So Atlanta did edge out over Riverfront Recapture for that silver medal. Riverfront Recapture coming away with the bronze, and Palm Beach with the gold. So there's been a slight delay in the race program, but it looks like from the finish tower we can see these mixed B8s lining up in the starting platforms, getting ready for their race. In lane 3, we have Lincoln Park. In lane 4, we have Lake Lure Racing. In lane 5, another Riverfront Recapture boat. In lane 6, Greater Columbus Composite. And in lane 7, Vero Beach Rowing. And two of these boats, Lake Lure Racing and Vero Beach Rowing, ages average 50 and 52, while everyone else, Lincoln Park, Riverfront Recapture, and Greater Columbus Composite, are all in their 30s. But they are all still in this mixed B race. We have 5 boats, and 3 of these people will come away with medals, or 3 of these boats. It's always interesting to see how these crews disperse the women and men throughout the boat. It looks like in this near crew from Vero Beach, they have a female bow 4. These coxswains, some of their hands are up, letting the referee know that they are not yet ready to go. But all hands are down, and they are off in this mixed B8 final. Looks to be like a nice clean start by all of these crews. The crew from the Greater Columbus Composite out there in lane 6 to an early lead. Currently heading down the course at a 39. Continuing to extend their lead. They have shifted down to their base pace at a 36. And it is Lincoln Park on the outside in second place right now, trying to eat away at the Greater Columbus Composites lead. Lincoln Park is hanging on, not letting Greater Columbus slip away from them. They have about a seat or two to make up until they are even with the leaders, which are Greater Columbus. Lake Lure Racing right now is sitting in that third place position, about a half a length back to Riverfront Recapture. I think this Greater Columbus Composite crew sensed that Lincoln Park was trying to make a move, and they countered, trying to pull away, and they have. They have about 4 seats up on Lincoln Park. All crews are over the halfway point. And I'm sorry to say to all those Vero Beach rowing fans that they are a bit off the back, definitely out of contention for the podium. But right now it is this Greater Columbus Composite crew out in front, continuing to be pushed by Lincoln Park on the outside. And it looks like right now there is a battle going on for that bronze medal. Riverfront Recapture and Lake Lure. Lake Lure a little bit up on Riverfront Recapture. And Lincoln Park has gained a little bit of ground on the lead that Greater Columbus Composite had, but I don't think that it is going to be enough as we come to the line. It is going to be Greater Columbus back to Lincoln Park. And for this bronze medal, there is a fight between Riverfront Recapture and Lake Lure. And at this point, it is going to be, I think, Lake Lure edged out Riverfront Recapture by a couple tenths of a second. Lake Lure very happy with that result. 7-seat hands are in the air. This is probably their last race of the day. All crews giving each other the thumbs up, saying congratulations, great racing. Coming by the beach right now, we have the Vero Beach rowing team in their screaming yellow shirts in the bow fore of this boat, wrapping up this mixed B8 final. Great racing by all of those crews. And we are, like I predicted, the officials are going to keep the ball rolling on to our next race, which is a parent-child doubles final. How fun. In lane 3, we have Waltz and Waltz from Greater Dayton. And lane 4, we have Bangus and Bangus from Palm Beach. And in lane 5, we have McNamara and McNamara from Sarasota County, local crew. And in lane 6, we have Rucolis and Wonderly, which is an RGZ composite crew. And at this point, it looks like it is super tight between lanes 3, 5, and 6. Greater Dayton, Sarasota County, and RGZ. And it looks like these three crews are exchanging bow balls every stroke. with maybe RGZ slightly in the lead. The McNamara crew from Sarasota just about a seat back from Greater Dayton and RGZ. But this is really great to see a parent and child race. I think if I personally got into a boat with either one of my parents, I would lose my brain. But good for these rowers to get in with their child or their parent and stick it out for a race. Right now from this angle, it's still too early to call as we are entering in the red buoys, signaling the last 250 meters of this race. These crews from Greater Dayton, Sarasota, and RGZ are battling it out. Super close racing for the gold, silver, and bronze medals. Right now, it is too close to call. It looks like maybe Greater Dayton is slightly ahead of Sarasota and the RGZ composite as we come into the last 10 strokes of this race. RGZ taking up the rate as we come across the line. They are slightly ahead, and it looks like it is going to be the RGZ. Oh, that is too close for me to call between the Sarasota County crew and the RGZ composite crew. I'm sorry, Greater Dayton. Waltz and Waltz just won that race out of lane 3. And Sarasota did just edge out that RGZ composite crew. Great racing from all of these parents and children. Nice high five there from Bangus and Bangus out of Palm Beach. Good for you guys for sticking with your relatives. And here we have the men's open double A doubles final. In lane 1, we have New SRQ. In lane 2, we have Potomac. In lane 3, New Orleans. In lane 4, Mob Jack Composite. In lane 5, Texas. In lane 6, Salem. And in lane 7, Riverfront Recapture. And in lane 8, we have Dallas. And at this point, it looks like it is the crew out in lane 4, that Mob Jack composite of Meeker and Thomas out in the front of the field. But Texas, Jensen and Griffin are hot on their heels. They are not letting them slip away here in this men's open double A doubles final. It looks like as we come across the halfway point, this crew from the Mob Jack Composite is trying to open up their lead over the field, but Texas is just hanging on. Potomac out in lane 2, Scott and Del Sordo are currently sitting in that third place position, but they are being contested by lane 8, Dallas, and lane 6 from Salem for that third place spot. This is going to be a hot race for that bronze medal as we are in the third 250 of this race. And it is still that Mob Jack composite crew of Meeker and Thomas out in the front. But it looks like this crew from Dallas, Osmond and Burnett, on the inside closest to the shore, are making a final push. This is going to be a super tight finish as we are now into the red buoys, coming into the last 200 meters of this race. It looks to be like that Mob Jack composite crew of Meeker and Thomas is still out in front, but it is anyone's game right now for silver and bronze. It is Mob Jack coming across the line in that first place spot, followed by that Potomac crew of Scott and Del Sordo, and Texas with the bronze, Jensen and Napoleon Griffin. Great racing by all of those crews. Great racing from everybody today. That is a wrap of this Friday, day 2 of the 2000 Masters National Championships here in the Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. My name is Kendall Chase. I will be back tomorrow and Sunday to bring you play-by-plays of this exciting racing. Tomorrow I will be joined by some friends, so it won't just be me up here. Head on over to the beer garden for a nice refreshment. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their afternoon. Stay cool out there. I will see everyone tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Chris Perry, President of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a very proud partner of U.S. Rowing. On behalf of my 14,000 colleagues worldwide at Broadridge, we want to congratulate all the athletes on their accomplishments in qualifying for this regatta. The discipline and consistency it takes to get here does not go unnoticed. We hope you and your families enjoy the day, and best of luck to all the athletes competing today.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. I'm Dipti Kachru, Chief Marketing Officer of Broadridge Financial Solutions, a proud partner of U.S. Rowing. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and we would like to give a special shout out to the women competing this week. Thank you for continuing to elevate the sport and having a positive impact in the world. You inspire us. Enjoy your moment, and congratulations.
My name is Gustavo Laureano. Walk it down. I'm on with San Miguel Academy.
Way enough. My name is Aiden Garcia.
My name is Oscar Leando.
Daniel Conde.
Joseph Cordova.
My name is Ismael Chihuahua.
We're in Sarasota, Florida at the Youth Nationals.
Hard work does pay off, and we all worked hard to get here. We're living here now. It's amazing. It's good.
It means a lot. It means that our team worked hard. We really, over the past 3 years, we've worked as much as we can to get to this point.
I'm proud because I never would have thought that we would have made it this far.
My name is Mark Connell, and I'm the executive director of the San Miguel program in Newburgh, New York. San Miguel program, it's a 12-year intervention program. We're in Newburgh, New York. It's the most violent city in the state of New York.
In our hometown, there's a lot of violence, drugs, and stuff like that. So we had an option between to be on the water or to be on the streets. And not a lot of kids have options like that. So we all chose the water.
we use rowing, we're an educational program, we use rowing as a means to an end, to create educational access for our kids.
It's a sport where you have to trust each other. You have to work together, or else the boat won't work. The boat won't work.
This is it first?
First for us, we've been rowing at the academy for 13 years. We never competed. Shea Cooper came along and said, why aren't you competing? And well, we just don't have the means to do that. And he said, I'll make that possible for you. Since July of last year, we've been competing. And here we are, fast forward, we're at the Nationals.
I want to thank Shea Cooper because if he didn't believe in us, we wouldn't have been here.
If it wasn't for San Miguel, maybe, I don't know what could happen to me, to be honest.
Yeah, this was my first weekend rowing the new remodeled King boat, and I have to say I was really impressed.
We won?
Came out on top. It was a good race. Good race. We've won it 5 out of the last 7 times they've had the regatta.
The stability of the boats is phenomenal.
There's a little something for everyone.
The new style looks very sleek.
I really like the coxed. Yeah, huge fan of the king boat.
Started CrossFit 3 years ago, right after college. I was kind of drowning in the world of rowing and not getting any faster. I was looking for some other outlet that I could help boost my training, essentially. Fell in love with the energy of CrossFit, and it kind of gave me a motivation again for athletics in general. And has really helped rowing, I would say, a lot too. Para rowing is for athletes of any disability level. I am a PR3 athlete, which means that I have use of my legs, trunk, and arms to row. There are also the designations of PR2, which is trunk and arms, and then PR1, which is basically just use of your arms. So there's been a lot of technological advancements with different boat manufacturers, and I'm excited for the future of para within US rowing.
My name is Jasper Liu, and I row for Texas Rowing Center High Performance. This is me and my dad when I'm like 2 or something. That's where I get the muscles from.
I wasn't expecting to be out in front for that whole race. It's super lightweight and it just like responds so quickly.